Dies. The maw that rends without tearing, the maggoty claw that serves you what, my baby buttercup? Prunes, stewed softly in their own juices, or a good slap in the face. There's no accounting for history in any event, even such a one as this one. Oh, we're knee-deep in this one, you and me. We're practically puppets making all sorts of fingers dance above us. What do you say? Shall we give it another whirl? We can go naked, I suppose. There's nothing to stop us, and everything points in that direction. Do you think there will be much music later, and of what variety? We've that, at least. Now that there's nothing left, though there's plenty of pieces to be gathered by the wool-coated orphans and their musty mums. They'll put us in warm wicker baskets, cover us with a cozy blanket of snow, and carry us home, walking carefully through the rubble and around the landmines, or vice versa. Poor little laddie's lost his daddy. Pauvre unminted lamb, you'd give him a chuck on the chin if you still had arms, sure as I'd pitch myself into a Highland fling for the sake of the neighbors. But they say, or at least said once, and if we're very quiet we might hear them again, that all of us will reune with all of us when the time comes. Our bits and pieces will cling-a-ling to our cores like fillings rag-a-magnet. Think how big we'll be then. We'll spread from sea to sea, sky's the limit for Philomel and firmament, and there will always be Indians and buffalo and a hero's welcome. I've always wanted a hero's welcome. It's due, said the capitulate Archduke. Doubtless they'll put us long black cars, and someone's sure to have a picnic. That's the beauty of it. Someone's always sure to have a picnic, and we'll laugh when they salt and pepper their hard eggs, and be glad to lend our long bones for rude goalpost. What's that? That sound? Nothing? You say right again. Nothing walks heavily. Nothing stomps about the big turd, calling its beard with a baleen comb and lovingly licking the mirror in the egg cup. It fixes red-hot ingots to its ears and pirouettes in a pine-needle shawl, showing itself off to one and all. It's a braggart and a pimp. This nothing. Ups the short hairs nonetheless, doesn't it? But that's all right. Continue making your stew. Sun's swallowed, and we've plenty of hours till morn. Assuming there's to be another dawn. I'm keeping the faith on that one, my friend, my comrade, my comparison. Why, I'd light a candle and pray if I weren't afraid of snipers still. A campfire seems safe enough, at least for cooking. No one be so mean to shoot a man before his supper. What's the sport in that? Better to let a body leisure and sup, knowing that there's no time to digest, for its utter contempt hereafter, that, and the absolute beauty of wasted butter. It was important that the last bite taste better, though saltless. We've St. Maladroit to clap for that, the silver-tongued one, he who proved birds traitors for singing what must be sung. Thoughtless, dolce, thoughtless still. Perhaps the next one will use a beer batter, make a nice soda bread, slather it with the whitest spread. That's good shooting, my darling, right between hiccoughs. Speaking of which, how's your arm? You complained earlier, though quietly. You didn't want to disturb my concentration. I was squeezing into oranges into cans and setting up camp. There's so much to do before a battle, don't you agree? Put shoes into trees and dry our hair in different styles. I thought fully chalked some names and addresses on our backs to facilitate false identification of our remains. Unfortunately, it makes us better targets. But this sort of thing cannot be helped still. I heard you for a cold moment. I thought you were saying your morning prayers, till I remembered our night had fallen, and tomorrow was a holiday, or will be. Certainly they'll take time off to commemorate our exhausted sacrifice and someone else's dry valor with a parade and a picnic. Someone will cook a chicken before or after us, as they always do, the cowards, but I'm looking forward to the little boy eating watermelon and the girl who sucks a spoonful of Nutella while twisting her hair in rings around her forefinger. No, of course you don't. You lost your arms, I remember. Wasn't I just asking you about that as well? You think I don't pay attention, but I do. You had no idea how much I care, why I cried when you lost your right arm. Though I confess I was a bit annoyed about the left. It seemed careless at that point. And what was the point of that? Surely you were signaling something. Everyone's known for some time now there's meaning to be evacuated from everything, lined up and airlifted, not unlike Saigon. Years from now we'll be so proud then. We'll see the world with the eyes of dead men. Don't get technical. The thing is, we'll understand the raw fruit of our labors as if we'd set up a stand and sold them by the side of the road. And maybe we will hang a white sign saying something and display them in a green plastic baskets like summer strawberries, or stack them in Euclidean pyramids like melons or mangoes or even apples. Something with seeds safely inside. That's the problem with history, you once said, spitting into the fire. It treats itself vegetable or oak, you altered and opined. Awkward it is, too, boasting of its spread and shade when you and I both know it's got nothing to go on about, and they'd see it too in the next millennium, this time slouching to Brigadoon, but not in Jerusalem, Watching it now, to laugh like that, and you're sure to attract shooters. I'm telling you, next to picking off a man with a snootful of cerises all chocolat, or a brandy Alexander, they like nothing better than to go gunning for the grinnin'. The sorry bastard busting a gut, there it goes. You can wave bye-bye to your intestine if you still had arms, that is again. But why are you complaining? You've got your legs, more than I can say. I've come permanently seated, lost them both at the knee in one fell bloody swoop. Must have been a cannonball or a missile or maybe a villanelle. I wasn't paying attention. Leave me my itemless list, unpined as an unfoundling with the same untoward prospects. And I loved those legs as well, especially the left. He followed the right so unthinkingly. He was a good soldier, if I can be so bold. He swung in a rhythm not his own. Quite contented, he was enormously attuned to the beat of the street and the sound of the violin, though he didn't care much for the opera or what passes these days as poetry. He was a simpler sort, purer of heart, his mind unarticulated and most refined. Why, most evenings you'd find him propped on an ottoman, one of the real ones, oriental, with a pointed red hat and a furious mustache, most ornamental, though still and all a good Christian, couched in fickle malice. But the leg didn't mind. He was a good egg, name was Bob. He laughed at that one, said it suited him, consonant, being nothing fancy, not like the other leg, Warrington E. Wunderlich, or Augenblick. No, that's not it. He had no agnomination. Didn't think he needed it. He was egg-proud, independent, struck out on his own each morning and never looked forward or back, I suppose. In his own way he was decent enough, though somewhat standoffish to good old Bob. Now they're both gone, and I'm not sure why losing one leg is stuffed with significance, but to have both devastated like a couple of breadcrumbs. What's the point of that? I'm not certain. I'm stumped. That's the truth of it, sure as I'm squatting poolside, though there's still the fire, and that's nice, given the dark. Do you think the wolves are out yet? They ought be. The air suffused with the stench of brave young muscle, which will be tomorrow, which by tomorrow will be judged meat, but no matter, the great beasts will slather the pale unwon flakes with spittle and savory barbecue, lick their lips thickly purpled and caked at the corners with wet foam, their eyes Maundy Thursday moons, and the heat from their beating tongues melt any man's mold. And when's the last time you got eaten by a bit player in a fairy tale? Sure, it's an honor. It's an honor to be such a goner. If I had a hat, I'd doff it. Let me lend me yours for a moment. That's a good man there. There's a tip of the lid to what'll make a meal out of me and you, to the time-honored tradition of finding the creature inside whose potted stomach we might nestle safe and sound. Finding out me and you, to the time-honored tradition of finding the creature inside, whose potted stomach we might nestle safe and sound, safe and round, though you and I are hardly twins, and Rome wasn't built in a day, not like today. But you have to start somewhere, especially to finish, and a dog's gut is as good as it gets for a son of a bitch, such as myself. I'm being modest mostly, but you have to admit there's a striking resemblance between the halves of us, and if I still had my legs, you'd allow how we're about equal height in our stocking feet. I miss my legs, did I mention that? And my boots, beautiful in their very addition, beautiful as a lady's bare bottom. Those skins stitched together with the care of a surgeon, one of the good ones, a set of silver pins in his breast pocket, and a cat's unsleeved touch. Why, those boots were alive. They breathed easy as kittens and stayed dog faithful at the feet. They had the soles of a saint, ignorant of stones, slings and arrows, though not I would qualify. Impervious to the odd nail, they were long-suffering and lucky, lucky as a pair of sevens or a single 11, lucky as four-leaf clovers and four-eyed Irishmen, not for me, naturally, but certainly for the one who got me, a tall blond man, I imagine, strapping, if that can be said, without blinking, big, in any event, a man with hands like hams and thighs the size of roast pigs, a happy man, content in his apple-scented way, a man who wipes his mouth with the back of a broad palm and keeps a dark pint running through the veins, a stout-hearted man in the days when there were such fellows, and never shall be. If I'm any judge of the Almighty, the Lord God has fit in his infinite to keep a steady supply of bricks and bracks on hand, to create, one can copiously presume, aqueducts and arcades, bridges and barricades, cook's chambers and campanile, Darby and Joan, Agesta and elevators, family trees and fantasies, geoducks and geographies, hibachi and high-persuaded reliefs, incandescent lamps, the impressive great gentlemen, jets, jerkins, and josh houses, all a jumble, Kremlins and culture comps, languid lance corporals, major league Mahdi, the vertical spread of Miss Murphy's bed, Naboob's netherworlds, organ and onanistic ontology, Pater's noster, and the Queen's quadrangle, river run with steelhead rocket ships, sarcophagi, and sarsaparillas, sugar-free soda water suitable for sill soaks, 10 tabernacles and throbbing temples, the salted substitution of you for me, and vice versa. wonder and winsome exultation, the reptilian wisdom of Yankeedom, and the ever-fetid zymosis, though let us not admit his marketplaces, department stores, all floors in their pomped coteries, barbarous butchers, decant bakers, evangels who strap feathers to fish, commanding flies, blind beggars beggaring all written prescription, a slack-bellied dancer canvassing for sonic crowns, and genuine cowboys with mirrored eyes. There's brass bistoury and scarlet barrooms. There's where they make wigs from plaits of brunette hair and mines from yellow paper. There's a peripatetic baker, but no candlestick maker. He's finished fashioning light, been there, done that, as the Newer Testament will affix. His huts 2 and 4, his homemade ironworks, steelworks, plastic works, rubber and silicon works, sites of pomp deconstruction and the blackberry patch, resigned office buildings, antiquated granaries, drywall hatchery, the steady tick of his whitewashed chicken roosts and plain pine stalls, horseless pens for pigs, cattle and men, the tippy-tee of a real red Indian, my brother's leaky mausoleum, and the poets drunk in pink and blue adobe, penny ante apartment buildings and tall women's flats, in short, all such compound crematoria, dust bunnying dust, ash jug ash, all erected from such rabbit-fingered Coptics, such as him who shot my legs out from under me, the lucky sod, out there singing the ballad of the bandolier, no doubt, and me here without. Nonetheless, I'll dance by this figged moonlight, and genuflect the bend sinister across his breast. He's a good man and a better shot, I'm proof of that, sure as the pudding I'm standing in. Do you wonder whether the dawn will come? Knowing there's to be a battle, perhaps it will forego the day, after all. It's seen plenty of tanks and tons of artillery, witnessed men struck like matchsticks and horses shatter like November leaves. The day's got no more need of numbers, and might just stay hidden behind night's day, or owlish prey, moon to moon, replete once one poor slob catches a masher while simmering a bit of tea. Thigh-deep in muck he was, his rank indistinct, the shoulders having been stripped of insignia to thwart said snipers, or having gotten nowhere fast in this man's army, this army of Ein. He had a fine freckled face and cheeks broadly aspired as a carpenter's thumbs, an honest boy, anyone could see that, even caught such as he was, curled around the flick of a flame by which he was slowly heating his tin cup, content as if he were standing in stocking feet in a wood-floored kitchen complete, blue-flowered curtains unflapping in the frosted double window, the stove's aglow, and there's a faint smell of potato and the promise of sausage. Someone's filled a pitcher with yellow onions and set it out like a bowl full of chrysanthemums, and as the black wind rassles its walrus, it's lovely to be brewing a bit of tea, even if you have to cut off your eyelids and use them for cups, but it's all a clutch of bird calls now that the youngster's gone up in a fluff of smoke, spattering the sides of the slit with slip-turned stick, then too solid stuck. It's better than cement, more direct in any case, than even slavery, which when the final accounts tallied and we're all standing around with one finger up our bums, thoughtfully supplied by the quartermaster, 1 bum per person. No matter how ill-suited to the task, you'll get your cap-clutcher, your unshaven, greasy, hollowed-eyed, rotten-toothed, fortuneless fuck to palm out whilst you insert a digit deep in his aching behind. Even then, slavery will be seen as a system of applied labor. It's abstract to a certain extent, dependent on composition rather than representation, quite theosophic. When you get right down to it, you see what I mean. It's the difference between either and or all over again. Don't roll your tongue at me, you know it's true. When the final notes sounded and were gathered by the barren banks of the unvexed brown water, Sue Ellen, Scarlet, and me, it's the Wishka that'll take care that and a silver-plated set of unpinned sorrows, for there's nothing worse than a paper cut, given the algebra of universal sets and the principle of absolute complements. Did I mention I missed my boots? Good boots they were, too. To boot, they waltzed every evening last April, with or without me. They danced in Paris before it was Paris, you know, back when it was just a hole in the ground and a foregone conclusion, as this will be, not Paris, I mean. But the other thing, a matter of fact, Paris, city of lights and apostrophes. How I miss those boots. I know they're of no use to me. That's not the point to sentiment, is it? After all, we're way past having deeds hinged to feelings. That was the day before tomorrow, the 12th of it will be. But do you think there will be a morrow? I've asked repeatedly. You're right again for an armless man. You have a habit of pointing things out. Therein lies the nub, and I have congratulated you on your fine fire. It takes a real man to rub sticks together and come up with something. I tried it once and found myself with a small basket large enough for a smallish picnic or largest infant, but oddly resistant to flame retardant, if you want to know the honest truth, and why shouldn't you? Why can't we speak frankly, especially now, especially me? Though if you like, I'll affect a German accent and you can sound American. It's all the same to me, squatting before such a fine fire. Did you notice how the picnic crept in back there, like ants sneaking on black wire feet? You could spend all day swatting or stomping, and someone could, not us. We couldn't stomp or swat if our lives depended on it. And they will, you can be sure of that. One's life always depends on the one thing one can't possibly do, such as be too. Why, it's a test of faith, and why shouldn't it be, after all? No one's handing out rounds of fresh butter bread and terracotta pots of pink salt. It's sink or swim, draw or drink. And I can't think of a better way to spend one's evening. The sky's black as a government envelope, and will stand come morning. Or one of us will, assuming the rosy finger don't wrap itself round our throats first. What have you made there, John? Lamb stew, just joshin', just having you on. It's a joke, Jeff, to think you'd have a thumb snip of mutton. I expect you've made a hash of it, using, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a nice chunk of firewood you can cosh me on, the cap with, if I make a mistake, using the unyoked marrow of a boar's jawbone, and a crow's gritted craw, stuffed, if I'm not sorely serious. We're speaking frankly now, aren't we? Or is it just me with roast walnuts and quince, the fresh spore of a scimitar, a couple of buttered parsnips sliced thin as lined paper, the plum of a pawpaw, a swarm of wall-eyed lobster, a footsore chocolate Labrador, skinned by a quilted whore and a pinafore, wielding a brass whisk? Why, such mouthfuls should be outlawed, and so there are via the whereas and wherefore. Skinned by a quilted whore and a pinafore, wielding a brass whisk, why such mouthfuls should be outlawed, and so they are, via the whereas and wherefore, and therefore, and furthermore, whosoever, and evermore, and moreover, forevermore, never again, amen, gehen, the fire new way of the tyrannosaur, as such stirring shall heretofore be perfected by signors, standing outside corner drug stores, wearing blue pharmacist aprons with their names sewn above the left breast pocket. They will iron their aprons every morning, the tip of the iron carefully pressed around the loops and curls of their consonants, and delicately dipped at the prick and pluck of their vowels. As leaves seeking leave, do leave of leaves deceive? It's a first-rate plat du jour you've got there, my friend, seasoned right with a pinch of sal and a fistful of pepper. My mouth's watering like a fresh warden. I bet even our enemies salivate into the stew you're brewing, this ragout, this thick, thin soup. He's dreaming of croutons and lard de poitrine. It's butter for his spinach, the speechless bastard. He's out there now, juices running at the mouth, teeth dark as a tinman's bitch. He's got no neck, but a wolf's woolly pelt grows directly from his shoulders, and shags of oilskin anoint his sour and hairy ass. He bites into another bloody bird wing and sucks the air with an ox-slit nostrils. The foul stench of him smelt in Kensington, Karlsruhe, and Cucamonga. They'll pour it into small molds and make smaller lead soldiers suitable for melting, and all the while us here in our smocking. Why, look at you, as if you could do such a thing. You're as adorable as an Alpine schoolgirl. Are you wearing your hair in braids then? You should, it suits you. Whereupon, as I was dogmatizing, you are a good country cook and a better pallbearer, after all. Despite the cold and heat, I'm in no ready rush. It's still night, and you can hear them creeping about out there, setting up wire, cutting through wire, patching lines, and practicing television. The knack of a nail on a split board and the hawk of an avuncular cough creeping about, like ants, I should say, but don't worry, you won't catch me at that again. It's the outdoors that puts me in mind for a meal. But bless my toes if I've got the stomach for it. No, you're right again, right as wildflowers, and dear Winifred, what a lovely girl. I'd marry her if she were her sister. The one with the turned-up nose and the well-bitten nails. She's raw as an oyster and warm as a cuspidor. She warbles like a wren, the worrywart, and can whistle My Sweetheart's Gone to Warsaw backwards and forwards, and now and again. She sits in her whiffletree and loves nobody but me, though I've got the guts of an ostrich. You're absolutely spot on, dead to rights. Thank you for pointing that out. You're a thoughtful fellow. You use your head. You're the sort that makes something of a crisis, puts it in a pastry shell, and adds a dab of sherry and a shot of flame. Voila, crisis jubilee. Though I applaud your capital lucubration, you have sense, son, as the French would say. You add one to one with creamy progression, and soon as we get to Paris, you'll be the chat of La Ville. They'll speak curiously of your accomplishments, and someone's sure to put up a bronze statue hovering hatless over an eternal flame, and a fleet of daffy-down dillies. Yes, of course they should give you a horse and a chest full of metal. They'll give you that gratis. The Committee for the Erection of Monumentals, which feels no need to capitalize, having quite enough of that in the day-to-day, the distinguished members of the committee, to wit, the Honorable Francois Criver, son of a miller as a boy. Francois loved nothing more than to sit by a hayrick and enjoy its many discomforts. The musty air of the drying grasses and the needles of straw, poking persistently through rough weave of his father's broadcloth shirt. Francois wanted to be a poet. He'd heard somewhere that poet. The Honorable Francois Crevers, son of a to wit, the Honorable Francois Crevers, son of a miller, as a boy. The Honorable Francois Crever, son of a miller. As a boy, Francois loved nothing more than to sit by a hayrick and enjoy its many discomforts, the musty air of the drying grasses, and the needles of straw poking persistently through the rough weave of his father's broadcloth shirt. Francois wanted to be a poet. Francois wanted to be a poet, he'd heard somewhere that... Oh, fuck! Let's try this again. The committee, to wit, the Honorable Francois Crevers, son of a miller. As a boy, Francois loved nothing more than to sit by a hayrick and enjoy its many discomforts, the musty air of the drying grasses, and the needles of straw poking persistently through the rough weave of his father's broadcloth shirt. Francois wanted to be a poet, he'd heard somewhere that poets see things differently or not at all, and as Francois knew from the time his soft spot cemented that he aussi saw things differently, he could spend a month naming a trove fledgling, trying to find that perfect combination of the mythic and the contemporary, the thing that ran somehow sad and yet still unspoken, that connoted both the bird's Iscariot wing and its oblivious eye. The boy took a hunk of chalk and scratched Greek gods down to the dim eye on the stone of the walls of his father's water mill. Mindful of the kidneys of wheat inside, he fed his sparrow pomegranate seeds and gooseberries and wrote odes to its future oracles. The sky, he noted, was mostly metaphorical, while the elbow was not, and the boy took to wearing caps made of flour sacks, bleached till closed to binding, then resprinkled with his father's second fruit. Keeping head and shoulders perpetually powdered, he wore wooden shoes and taught his sparrow tricks, to swoop and loop-de-loo, to rise and sharply dive, to flutter and land in the gentle cup of its master's hand, to drink from a thimble of water, peck seed from his pink tongue. He tied a length of silk to one of the sparrow's legs, and the bird flew directly overhead. Wherever they walked, fancy giving flight to fancy, and one plumless night, as the boy dreamt he was in a great unroofed barn, black rafters slotting the sky like bottoms of boats, seen from the sea bottom. The barn was full of steppe warbling, sweet song canoeing the ear, sweet singer rifling the eye. He saw 1,000 husbanded wrens and 1,000 singled pelicans, 1,000 swans and 1,000 pigeons, 1,000 peacocks plucked, their blind beauty more blinded, 1,000 kites and ducks and orioles, turtle dove and quail racked in guarded vitality, 1,000 hamstrung hawks and rough-rung pheasants, 1,000 nominative owls shrieking in skull desolation, 1,000 barren storks and 1,000 fell falcons, 1,000 spat eggs spotting the straw, and in those scattered warrens where nests have been excavated, pecked the chick of the lark and the nightingale, scavenging for seed among the scavenged bones of their scavenged brothers. Finding the double corn, double sweet, the unsung barn was black and white with bird, and the boy trembled and woke to find the bright leg of a sparrow tied to his bedpost, and only the leg. And the boy wept and understood he was to study law, whereupon he did, and sobriety jacketed him like a statue's verdigris, and his bones baked to bear facts, and testate time he was known as a solid solicitor. And after he amended a certain codicil in the governor's contract to purchase a particular plot of land, it was a small plot, pocket-sized, involving no more than 4 men, strategically placed, amended to it to the tune of a Johnny Mercer song. He was named judge of the township, where he proved himself straightworthy and embarked on greater and more sacramental displays of sound and common sense as a circuit justice. His most famous decision being the striking of a miners' camp, which caused the miners and mine owners no end of headache, but saved an excellent number of Chinamen and canneries in due course. Then took his tea and final soda crackers in a red wing chair, and was given a mahogany-backed brass plaque with his name, and seasons of service engraved in fancy Huguenot script, the whole cast in paraffin, and set on a stack of dice. There were 3 rounds of "For he's a jolly good fellow" and admired French, because all French will settle in the South by the sea, and named to the committee, and Mr. Reginald Peacock, who walked life in an uncircumflex line from candle to cave. Mr. Peacock never used fewer than 3 forks for any seated meal, and insisted on rigor liberally applied. Mr. Peacock believed in God the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. The 3rd day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven, sits at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the living and the dead. And in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen. Mr. Peacock made no bones about it, for he thought it augured well to bend one way but once, and Miss Emily Otis, not that Emily Otis, you monk, the other one, the one with the freckles and plenty of sass, Miss Emily wept great golden tears whenever she contemplated the need for memorials, but had to admit of their necessity. She was a level-headed girl. She would balance a glass of port at parties, and the gang would laugh like gangbusters. Miss Emily would wed, tuck 2 or 3 chickens to bed, sleepy head. She never lost her temper, keeping it safely secured by 1,000 silver threads. Miss Emily insisted on netted beauty, and was glad as gladiolas to meet Frau Schopfin, the young widow who wore her weeds so prettily. She kept a snap of her honey in the scrimshaw locket, and smelt always of loganberry and dew. The 2 ladies and gentlemen were augmented by 8 more. Messrs. J. Kuntz, Simon Fitzgerald, Jean-Paul Luke, the renowned horseman, Father Matthew Lohicker-Crump, Miss J. Q. Windsor, Dr. James Jones, and the twins, Peter and Mark, who took minute notes and tidied up after meetings. The memorial committee determined and decreed that after all authorized memorials were to be distinctly oversized, naturally rendered, and show the subject staring off into some indeterminate horizon, preferably on horseback, the figure, not the horizon, though perhaps that was a mistake after all. What do you think? After all, it's your breath they'll be dipping in brass, and watch your legs will be gone green before your legs. That's a good one, that is. That's right, chum, high, as the burgermeisters say, locking their thumbs across their tum-tums, the fat Venetian bastards, though I know envy's a sin and lust a chore, and that they suffer. I doubt less that I not doubt more. They suffer and suffer from such suffering, for greed clutches their gilded guts, and sloth purples their gaddish feet. They've got a touch of the boy, too, you know, and it comes and goes, weather-bound as a book of Tyrian sonnets, but just between us I could use a strain of hot arthritis, and I freely confess I missed my Sabbats. Faithful they were, despite their footless nature, though who between us is not given to a well-turned ankle and the casual flip of the thin-boned wrist? Why, hand and foot are the tortuous measure of all things. The first measures coming most conveniently to mind, fearful they were, like their sad country cousins. For if this was a map, and I'm not saying it isn't, that's not germane to the argument. It's a minor premise, nothing more, for my syllogism, which, if I'm very lucky, and it's about goddamn time, will prove an occludent tautology, such as if this were a map, we'd be home by now. I miss my Sabbats, faithful they were, despite their footloose nature, though who between us is not given to a well-turned ankle and the casual flip of a thin-bone wrist? Why, hand and foot are the tortuous measure of all things, the first measures coming most conveniently to mind. Fearful they were, like their sad country cousins, for if this was a map, and I'm not saying it isn't, that's not germane to the argument, it's a minor premise, nothing more, for my syllogism, which, if I'm very lucky, and it's about goddamn time, will prove an occludent tautology, such as if this were a map, we'd be home by now. We're barely a foot away from where you stand, and I could walk there on my hands, by anyone's estimation and on anyone's command. We'd be here in a jiffy, why the sea would mean nothing to us. We'd sniff at the rage of valleys and eschew each well-crept hilltop, and once we were back, we'd never look back. We would stay, you and I, put, incisively anchored as whales, weddled as ire, steady as the flower of Scotland, you and me, in perplexity, till they blot the eye on our requiescat and button-hook the final amen. What's that? There's mud in your eye? That's nice, Johnny. A good riposte, amigo. You're not napping, as anyone could see, for anyone would answer where you answer back. Your amicus curiae has real horsepower, almost American in its equanimity. How is the stew going? I hope there's fish. I could use a spot of snapper. Hope that's what I most miss. Johnny, a sense of hope. I've seen the pictures. And it was a beautiful thing, cream-colored, though it's hard reading the old photographs marbled, as they say, with light crunchy fat, slightly golden, slightly singed, no wings. Whoever said that's a rotten liar. Hope's heavy set, shaped like a pear or perhaps a pineapple, and polished as a courtesan's welcome, polished to a shine you could shave by and never suffer a nick. If you slit it surgically to expose representative cross-section, you'd find meat sweet as butter beneath the fat, meat packed pink as a lady's lips, but with the bed-banging potency of a water buffalo. And if you cut in farther, there's a netting of nerve, thin and blue as mapped rivers, than muscle. Not just any muscle, not just unstrung, sadly sported by you and me, but the old kind, favored by Fortinbras and his set, carved from tulip wood and ivory, and finally the ebony pith with its firm, dense grain and constant resolve. My grandfather used it to build credence, some of which stand in other people's parlors. Still, the stuff retains a certain spongy interiority which sops up other things such as boots and hips and ceiling tacks and ravages and rings, and this dustbin quintessence, the which smells primarily of vanilla, rims the center of the center. This muck-made marrow is not airy, as some have claimed, nor purple-red or liver-rich. It's a dull olive lattice composed of three things: salt, naturally, for a sailor's health and a soldier's salary; dirt laced with iron to ensure perpendicular growth and avoid excessive deformity; and dry lime for quick setting and the fast dissolve, to be unfinished in the final frame. The sad faded slobs still. We chew on chalk and smile, and there's a bright spot in that, isn't there, my friend? The sea's full of such sustaining shrimp, and the wood abounds with staggering possibilities, not just the centuries. For don't forget your deserters. They're the most hopeful of the lot. They're wild-eyed with aspiration, over-foaming with future. They're the runners sure as shot, not like you and me, more proportionate-natured we. Still, no matter what they foretell, we're staying put, waiting for the dawn. What do you mean we have no choice? We most certainly do, and I'll clock any dick that says different. Sure as I'm to be called stubby and you rings. Why, we have the choicest choice, to go, that is, or stay. Stay or go, go or stay. See what I'm saying? Note the perfect pivot, conjoining choice to choice like roads to Rome, like the pitch of a pendulum or the bit in between scale pans. Well, you're right as a foregone conclusion. That's equally applicable still. We're lousy with choice, not just those aches and nits plucked plump from the groin pit, but options dainty and stiffly undecided as here and there, hot and cold, then and now, high and low, life and death, tea and crumpets, hymns heard and those left bachelored. And not to state the obvious, but it's the French that pinched our preferences. They handed them out free as pillow peppermints, then kept them back. They've got made of pink. They got then kept them back. They've got feet made of pink erasers and ruminant soles, and even in that you see oars, eye bolt. Have I commended you yet on the flattering cut of your vernacular? Why, you look amaranthine as Mr. Telkel, all green and ocean gray. It suits you. I remember on the boat over before that, when I woke this morning there. I left for the train to catch the boat to bring me to the trucks to cart me to where I began walking. Before that, well, I recall with the woodcut's grave precision that before I woke this morning, I left for the train to catch the boat to bring me to the trucks, etc. I was walking with some purpose and greater determination there. It was light in that thin brown way one reads about in liberal magazines. Clouds appended overhead and sun smeared everywhere there. The road I was on was tactile, reasonably pebbled, and socked with pocks of soft illustrative dirt. There were gentle pastures on either side of me, one full of sheep, wanting shearing, the other horses well kept with the heavy hooves and shining shoulders of animals accustomed to the dray. There was a church there in the distance, though what distance was hard to gauge, for there the earth was very flat and consequently compressed. There was a church with spatial designs, such as is found where and when a town begins to aspire to a city. It's best to begin with the church Vanitas honor, says the caterpillar, and it's something upon which we can all agree, for doesn't the fire seem friendly, especially at first? Watch it there. It was a largish church cut of soft, clean stone, its lines uniformly parallel and triangulate, all sines and cosines gestured to a golden statue atop the tallest spire, a larger-than-life but otherwise very realistic portrayal of mother and child, wherein Our Lady was, instead of clasping babe to beatific breast or slinging him on one steel hip, while balancing a basket of wash on the other, holding the lamb out, extended at what could be called a right angle, Theotokos indeed, but of what people? And as we pondered the footpath, for there were plenty of us by now, you were there as well, buttons burnished, hair unparted, we broke out packs of kiwi seed, and snacked, enjoying a sip or two of good Rhine wine. Some of the regular fellows started singing, Mars is braw and cramoisy, Venus in green silk goon, and Cook shook his gravy ladle, addling, the olive moon shocks her goud and feathers. The irregulars shouted, their starry talks a ween o' blethers. The lieutenant, a rare McCormick tenor, rang out crystalline, name for thee a Fauci sparing, given the nod to the sergeant major who baritoned, Earth thou bonny brook at bairn, handing off to our tinted corporal dumpling, but greet, and in your tears you'll drown. And the entire company, every last mother's son, save yourself, whooped the Hail Clan jam free. And by then there we were, right where we'd left off, only farther at the first field. Not that field previously mentioned, but a new field, enclosed in low walls of stone, such as are unbedded by the farmer's plow, and set aside to be used in the building of low stone walls. Some of the fellows wanted to stay alongside the parapets, while others maligned the apple trees and maples aligning the pasture, for a thing cannot have two shades, you see. But the captain counted us off 1, 2, 3, and the ones went up first on account of their undisputed primacy. I was a lucky number 2, a saved second to second, a second essay, but H.M. standing just before me, he wrapped his paw around the warm stock of his rifle and held it tight as a mother cuddles her tot on the train. His fingers went wide under the black of his nails, and he licked his lips and rubbed his chin steady with the back of his free hand, repeatedly. His ears grew rosy as the daylight, and he began to fuss in his wallet a while, pulling out bits of paper and unfolding them. He'd study on each, deciding what it meant, or if it was for keeps, but each time he'd refold the sheet along its original pleats and tuck it back inside beneath the sheet previously examined. Next he counted out his money, which took more time, for he had squirreled away all his draw. He was one who planned a future, then finished a stub of pencil from his nip pocket, then fished a stub of pencil from his hip pocket, extracted one of the aforementioned slips of paper, and wrote down an amount in careful, clean hand, dating the same, and signed it. I was his witness, and the amounts exact to the penny. I tell this now to unseal any doubt as to my motives, for I stand accused, John, of circumnavigation. But I have no global interests, nor prone to revolution. Why, by all reports, I am quick-witted, thick as cream. My brains calf no great conceptions, and leave golden ox ungorged. Facts to me are simple facts, as sets of noses and roses and tricolored flags, and the fact was he adjusted the leather straps on his back and wished aloud he had better socks. Something was always caught between his toes, he said. It was distracting, and I've no reason to doubt his charge. There's no profit in such argument, as wool will have its way, and who's to say what's fabrication? He decided to dash off a postcard back to home. Tawoo, I'm sorry, Tawoo. You say tattoo, well, tattoo to you, too. I'm afraid I'm not following, Johnny. Could you strike me a flint or draw me a map? Sorry, that was a blank shot, boy, nothing personal. Tawoo, oh, certainly, and a reasonable question it is, too. Though I'm afraid, as with so many reasonable questions, we have so many reasonable questions, and I'd even go so far as to say, with every reasonable question, if I weren't afraid someone slipped me a recipe for gingerbread. Isn't that what Hansel and Gretel crumbed up along the trail? No. So you recall it otherwise? Well then, augment my understanding. Take your time, sir, for there's no chance I'll wander off while you're amplifying your oration or shedding a loom on that particular trail of infamy. I've the attention of the summer sun. You say it was soda bread those two split along the forest and gingers what housed the witch withal? Well, I'd admit that's Ben Travato, a perfect example of close auctorial attention. Nothing slips between your fingers, boyo. In some circles you're so avant, you've your own axis, which flavors soft cloth caps and Spanish omelets. But still I beg a difference. The Kinder wouldn't toss off a good round of soda, as any red-winged mother could tell you, and so the story's a crock and a sham. Those kids went willingly, snacking on their spice loaf all the while, the greedy piglets. They'd no notion of conservation or the mythic wood. It's a crossing, a bonus unround. Why leave a line of crumbs the way you've come, when you're so insistently going forth, soup to nuts, fork to knife? There's no retreat, not on such flimsy evidence, not when for a few cents more you could buy a guide or a couple of native bearers glad to carry your glad to carry your haversack on their heads and sing ennobling songs of the local terrain and the kingdom of the risen sun, a future conditional. Lord knows no one gives up fresh meat for a shack of weathered gingerbread. I don't care how many peppermint pinwheels you append, still the faraway fact of the matter remains, and here's where I'd ask you to pay close attention, Johann. We're getting to the part where everything changes and yet stays the same. If I had a cross, here's where I'd stick it, and if I had a lollipop, here's where I'd lick it, because the smoke grew thick as glass then and smelt of mandarins. It made you think of little girls and other close imponderables. Here's where the red car pulls up and the conductor calls for twos and threes, so we get out very orderly, duly leaving behind the others. There's a tense moment when one of them tries to pass himself off for a second, but the conductor, a man with a remarkably large head, bald as inside of a mouth, wound his watch stem once and sent the boy back to the front. And as I've got tooth and tongue, I spit and attest that once we got going, we never looked back, though there's more on that later. The red bus is longer than one expects, however comfortable. 2 men to a seat, 2 seats to a row. I lost count of the number of rows, they multiply so readily. Though the seats are made of good green leather, stout as a boar's bladder, buttoned along the sides with small brass tacks, one could flip down a mahogany armrest if one liked, or take a small satin pillow with the words Con Air was inscripted in rows. From under the seat in front of you and fold your arm. Inscripted in rows. From under the seat in front of you and fold your arms across your chest and rest, while stewards, small men with smaller hands, walk the aisle, dispensing more packets of seeds, plain, salted, and with a jam donut. Though if you ask politely, you can exchange them for a slice of sauernieren and some new potatoes, or a couple of cigarettes and little silver cusps of buttermilk and beer. One of the boys had a flask of Kirschwasser and was passing it round to the delight of the others, who clapped him on the back and called him Padre. The bus bumps along. The road laid straight until we turn, revealing an accordion-type pleat in the middle of the bus, naturally dividing the men into them and us. And a fight broke out along these lines, whereupon it's decreed by the driver there'll be no more fraternizing between rows, though we could, if we wanted, sing in rounds, and so we sing. The mass of us sang Kumbaya, and Frere Jacques and Comme Suzer Todd, and as we start on row, row, row your boat, a small cadre splinters off and begins shooting dice out the window. It's a fool's game, we agree, for no one could see how they fell, but still they persist, declaring some winners, and snatching up the script of others. Far as I can tell, there's no pattern to it whatsoever, though the conductor seems to have a hand in it, making off with more than one wristwatch. By this time the sun is sinking over the fields, which have become vineyards and rice paddies, all in one, the cool abused earth silvered with fruit, the sky beautiful purple-gray, potential as a newborn's bruised eyelids. Each of us agreed it was deep. Some swore they also palms de terre, de rougiere. They were suddenly that hungry, and as luck will have it, cook brought out an enormous platter of bitty buns, tiny cinnamon biscuits smothered in orange icing. We fell upon them like first formers, and spent the next few minutes naming things spotted out the window. I came up with block and tackle, and Carl put his finger on chocolate. Winfred cornered hope. Black Jock got on the horizon, and the twins put their heads together and pronounced stainless steel, which everyone acknowledged could not be topped. Besides, and moreover, it was dawning on us that we were reaching a destination, for Freiberger began putting on his pack, and he was normally the most one aerocritical of the men. So the rest of us followed suit, and as we did, some in the other section began praying. It started soft and scattershot, an Ave heard heavenward here and there, a man murmuring Amen. Then the gunners take up crying Kyrie eleison, which puts the second platoon into a frenzy of applause. Sapientia Dei Patris, notes the captain. Potentia Dei Patris, answers the sergeant-at-arms. They shake hands and salute the conductor, who pulled the silk bell rope and announced Agincourt in such comic... Answers the sergeant-at-arms. They shake hands and salute the conductor, who pulled the silk bell rope and announced Agincourt in such a comic way that we instantly felt better. One of the men put on his iron cap so his longish hair jets out all around the underneath, and stood stock and still in phrases, full of peat and made a goog, we a dorf and a doony brood, what coffer, blocker, collar, mate, full weary eftir couth weep, perfet mon woe and rush sprates sakbit, sorry with glar gladderit, hidausvers tramorts goget, our blanknet humans pref thakik, jockey slee and trowis sickerly, shock bonny wictus will na greet, cramacy, tires for bairns unbellied, our douce lasses, maculate for tirette, gauzy lads, brute for bail, Macaree's brief, our taken tale. Whereupon young McNaughton tossed his hat, shouting, "A fag for those by God protected liberties, a scabby priest, seals for sirens were suspected, whiskey split to tease the peace, and everyone took whatever coins they had on them, and likewise threw them in the air, and whosoever got heads paled, thinking they are far sure doomed to the front, and likewise and contrarily they tailed, got into a lather, figuring they destined for the rear, but the captain holds up a telegram from HQ that countermanded this altogether, so heads would be chiefly assigned. No, Johnny, not posterior. That'd be pretty pat, don't you think? The old switcheroo of a sign, a Michelangelo hardly worth mentioning, the confusion absolute and thus easily abated, for if one had a mind, one could simply ride the white pendulum side, that is, to side. The temporary transpositions logistically and pointedly useless, a practicum solely for the Manichean world, a world favored by metaphor and the man in the street. No, the isolate fact of the matter is heads were sent west and tails headed east, save Freiberger, who had the luck of landing sideways and so was not immediately shot on the spot, but rather, and you'll slap me for this, kissed on both cheeks and sent home, where he did not perish by the pistoled hand of a once-loving woman or incensed man, and similarly, where he did not grow grey surrounded by toe-top tots with strawberry-kissed lips who called him Bompa, as they fished lemon sours and licorice bits from his greatcoat pockets, but rather went on much as he had before, no more or no less, no better or no worse, no or, for that matter, at all, for Freiberger by nature lacked any talk by which to measure his tick, and thus by the time Freiberger unpedaled his bow, he had become a local river, sea reasonably deep, with a steady current good for Sunday boating and Saturday fishing, claiming only a few luckless lives now and again, as luck would have it. I had a mind to head west, my understanding was our As luck would have it, I had a mind to head west. My understanding was our company was to guard or attack the donjon, which I had not noticed, not before, but the fog had rolled in and my vision was constringed. I heard the lark and the nightingale and much confusion among chickens. There was the hearty tramp of a boatload of boots behind me, an orchestrate footfall such right, left, right, as has been heard from time immemorial, and we ourselves went on for some time in the same fashion, occasionally spying the spring of incipient heather, or the grand spine of a milk thistle passing beside one's brogan, bringing a tear to many a good man's eye. It was cooler than we expected, you nod, Jean, and you're a wise man at that. It's always cooler than one expects, especially around the back of the neck. But there's nothing to do but keep breathing. That's the secret. Just keep breathing. There you go. Out, in, never mind the mustard. Keep breathing. Out, in, out, in. There's nothing to it. Out, in, 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 slowly out and sweetly in, deeper now, don't be afraid, let your mother rest her hand on your chest and watch her smile. Go safely out, it's more dangerous in, but still you go, it's a bit like falling in love, in and out and in, out and out sweetly out, why such songs we have that are worth singing should be sung in the bush, and if I had legs I'd throw my arms around your neck and kiss your lammy cheek. You're a golden-faced boy, you with curls the color of sea foam and your heart warm as a cup of milk tea. You're a good man, flattered by sun and shade. Why, if I had a pipe, I'd play it, and if I had a tourniquet, I'd apply it. But there you go, you're breathing easy now, wondering about the dawn, don't deny it, Jose. You're peering at the sky, searching for purple in the black, listening for the cheer of that eastern lark. But this is but false disgrace, son, for what is light but the lack of dark, and what is dark but lesser light? Your complexion herein lies complete, and therefore needs no further predication. I've got a good feeling about this, as if I were laying outstretched under a sea-green tree, popping clouds with my pupils. Did I mention Freiberger would gradually grow blind, his eyes chilled to the deepest blue, his smile summarily indiscriminate? I suspect he was happier thus, as it may be fairly argued. Who amongst us might not arguably be, relieved as he was of the buttery obligation to specify his response? Smile, he did, and just keep breathing. That's the stuff. In, out, in, out, out. He emptied so prettily, pretty as a pitcher, unjugged as a lapine. He would have wept, but he had to keep breathing, so we So we beggared our breath and snuck snips of sorrow on the side. A few of the fellows took to fishing and somewhat swimming. He never heard from them again, but Freiberger welcomed the pennies. Me and a couple others pitched in, out in, out in. He granted all our wishes as if he were a well, and we approached the donjon with a renewed purpose, like hounds to the hunt. We harried each other's heels as we headed toward the tall and sightly tower. And then I woke, but briefly I woke and wondered where I was and why there were cockle shells under my shirt and the smell of baked walnuts tangled in my hair. I awoke and wondered what had become of my friends and how were my enemies. I wept for such wondering. My tears ran tongueless down my temples to season my unturned mind. And the man next to me was groaning, and another down the line screamed. My father used to say, hell's breaths are the screams of man, but I think he was wrong about that. It's whimper than silence that aspires the damned. In sufflate and marble or ash one stands, unmoved, the other scatters, unmade, ghost to ghost. No thing added to nothing's credit on no thing's account, and I screwed close my eyes against this constancy and wished I could cover them in copper, but luckily I fell back asleep, and my unit was almost at the gate now, behind which stood the donjon. The gate itself was 40 feet tall and a half as wide. The door had a hardened hoar, oak possibly, or ash pierced with foot-long iron nails, thick as a man's hand. The wood softly pocked with blisters and scabs. Huge rusted thorns, twisted and crooked, wreathed the roof, so if it fell it would run through a line of men to be drawn back up to wiggle on their hooks before being cast out again. Jesus, it was a fine fettle we'd come across, a muckle of a mess, for the door was our welcome. The walls it conjoined composed of sheets of Anzician stone, shorn from some northern hilltop where grim Visigoths buried their better members in hillocks overlooking the sea. There was not a fissure to be seen in these walls, the blocks packed tight as if woven by the Parcé. Some of our hearts sank like cherry stones, while others cheered and tossed their caps, believing ours to be a defensive posture, seeing themselves tucked safe inside as beetles in a sarcophagus, you say, Guy. Possibly, I forget which is properly multiplicate, and which stands a lulu, and which more simply passes. You're sharp right in that regard. It was a Parian structure. You could tell by the satirical cut of the chisel, here and there, so the shadow winks exactly, and the truth of our boot-lipped plight lies round in one's eyes, and eyes we've bolted our brows. Resolved to our raw-boned situation, we bayoneted our rifles and kissed our reflection in the shining steel. Those that thought themselves defenders sewed small silver stars to their shoulders and began addressing one another as comrade, while those of us who believed we were on the offense turned our jackets inside out to show off the soft brown lining and grasped each other's arms, bleeding brother than I, who both sides called Vespasian, or Four Eyes. I took my white handkerchief and affixed it to my bayonet like a flag and began waving it in unconditional surrender. I offered up a communal cup of der Muckerfuck and a crust of unbaked bread, still poor. Platjirsch caught a round shot by a man in a red plaid cap and went down like a mouthful of Marmite, and there was no turning back. We assumed our positions and fell to drawing lots amongst ourselves. The first group who got the short stick was marched in the middle and strafed. They pulled themselves into a unit and knelt, steadying their arms as if to shoot back. A large ragged one shouted an order, and a portly one with cheeks inflamed by roseola passed it on. The men grimaced down the length of their weapons and were cut in half by machine guns on both sides. Cut into quarters, therefore. The boy in front of me died with a sigh. His head fell to one side, and his cheek rested on another man's shoulder, and the other man, used to comforting his own children, put his arm around the lad and kissed the top of his head. There, he said, there, and he died. And one man dragged himself from the circle. Blood was coursing down his legs, and the bones of his hips were showing, an awful sheer white, unpeeled from shanks of purple meat. Still he inched himself along, quiet, towards us, trying to get back. His fingers dug at the dirt while his feet squirmed like fish at the bottom of a boat. He got close. I could see it in his eyes. He looked right at me, Johnny, right at me with a look I'll never forget. A look that was the full measure of the man, that put his heart on a platter heaped with hope and salted strings of need. He wanted to live, John, wanted it more than ever a man wanted for anything. For it's not a thing, you see my meaning. It's the breath of the thing he was wanting, the aforementioned rhythm and rhyme. He looked at me full of my time, and he wanted, and his desire fire was needle pure, and so it pierced me. It was my first wound, and the man looked at me and saw me still standing, still prevaricating, still searching for meaning, still chewing on the bit of gristle I called purpose, still, in short, consumed with facts and theorems. And he groaned then and coughed and died, and I awoke and put my hand to my side and drew it back, and there was plenty of blood and a good clean scratch. Nothing, that is, that wasn't also a settled fact. And I found my legs and set to composing a jig in honor of the fallen man. But red-haired M. Susan came along and said, M. Susan, have you been west before? Myself, compared to what, M. Susan? True enough, myself, you just thought you should prepare me, M. Susan, for what, myself? Once I get inside, M. Susan, chances aren't good, myself, there's a little enough in any event, M. Susan, and too much in each, myself, exactly, M. Susan, on the other hand, myself, there's that, M. Susan, always, myself. What you mean to say, M. Susan, come out with it, myself, sighs, palm trees, movie starts, M. Susan, stars, myself, television, naturally, computers, M. Susan, comparters, myself, it's a whole new world, M. Susan, again, myself, it can't be held, M. Susan, it never can, myself, still, M. Susan, still, myself, there's this, and he took a jelly donut from his pocket and silently ate, then left, and I took a scrap of paper from my pocket and a stub of a pencil and began to compose a list of things I'd hoped to see and never to see again. I divided them into 2 columns, then added a third, things I didn't mind noting so long as they were kept well in the background, and other things which could be seen but not heard, and upon finishing my list and folding it into 4 sections and dipping it into my breast pocket, I found myself along a wooded road. I wended withal under the shade of the mighty canopy, praying to meet dear patience or sweet charity along the way, though there was no possibility of hope. She's far too skittish for that, and would soon snatch out your eyes as look at you, but I kept a nice blue collar just in case, with a silver bear to warn the birds, and set out in one direction at the donjon, stopping now and again to welcome a wildflower and pet a stray kitten. It was a glorious day, Jack, and I no prisoner to my goal. The sun was full of vinegar and piss, and the sky refused all ointment. Every weed spit and smoldered, and blades of grass grew glint. Each tree came tipped with lavender, and each rock a filament. It was a glorious day, Jan. My breast was full as a robin's breast, and just as apt to burst. There was sausage in my veins, and roast pork beneath my feet. What's worse, you say, you callous bastard, how can you squat there armlessly stirring a pot of camp stew and feign sudden irony? It'll get you nowhere, you know. That bit of levity one wears like a rubber nose in the face of cold terror. Such weak, crooked lenitive proves a man's uncrutch, for unflappability and a sour sense of doom's the last refuge of the devout. Next thing you know, you'll go Presbyterian and start kicking the cat lickers, taking my word for it. Ivan, there's neither glory in disbelief nor salve in salvation. Later it will be better, though. Later there will be food on the high shelves and razors and in the rose parlor. All breath shall reek of spearmint and satisfaction. Later you and I shall walk uccello sulla mano through a glass door. On one side will be affixed a length of green tape to scale a man's height, in feet, that is, and inches, too, and if you look up and over there is a video camera to attract our entrance and the expulsions of others. Later we will ball butters of popcorn and ice slurpees and preen positively before a digital monitor in the back room, perched on a green leatherette chair between boxes of ramen noodle soup, shrimp perhaps, or pork. We will laugh to see ourselves historically in black and white, having been willing to be and in no danger of becoming. We will be amazed at the QV of our closed circuit situation and its unending verity, for it's a plain truth that color trivializes life, reminding us of other similarly colored things of staffed and distaffed meanings like rosebuds and bullet wounds. You see the simile? It becomes a bit much, the cleft, I mean, for I know we shall glisten in the absence of the tic-tac of our pigmentation. We will be black in places that come deep as desire's smooth nub, and your heart will snap at the alabaster vein in my eyes, and there will be a marvelous clap of gray, fluted with a long tapered neck, snapped off to reach the sweet-bellied ointment. The gray will smell of amaranth, and be soft as lead powder and gentle as pigeon dust, dappled as a New England wave and timeless as the concentric canvas, shadowed as a skin of granite and bright as a summer slab of cement. Your forearm will scream through the dark crescent of your sleeve, stronger by comparison, your hands beautiful, heartbreakingly rendered, the pale fingers long, more defined, the fingers of a fire god's second movement. The pale fingers linger more defiant, the tips glow from the friction of the unspun thread, the dip between the pale fingers a lacquered prepuce. promising ashen joy and eventual surrender, the web conjoining the pale thumb and forefinger turned to a trough from which the women of the town may safely draw water. Will becoming well, the wrist gentle white as the dove secretes beneath her wing. The tips glow from the friction of the unspun thread, the dip between the pale fingers, a lacquered preface, promising ashen joy and eventual surrender, the web conjoining the pale thumb and forefinger turned to a trough from which the women of the town may safely draw water. Will becoming well, the wrist gentle white as the dove secretes beneath her wing. There will be a clock running on screen at the time, reporting the date, the hour, the minute, denoting the slip, slip, slip of each salubrious second, proving our necessity and our permanence. For we are permanent, fixed here in time. As time past is time future, and time present is time past, and time future. There is nothing but that which was and will be, which is what is, and here we are, having nothing but time, being nothing but time. Time past is time future, and time present is forever and ever. Amen. We who walk above this running time, a nickel, a bottle, 10 cents a dime, it's a penny for a pound of paper, but it beats bean in the chips. Which chips would you today, Sean? Potato or corn? Perhaps pork. Shall they be curled or stripped, or tipped into triangles, puffed into mini balls, or dusted with orange cheese powder or cool ranch dressing? Be barbecue or macho nacho, embedded with chilies and lime, salt and vinegared, or onioned and sour creamed, or flaming hot? Choose, maquila morta poesia resurge. What tune hath thy Callio brought? He who, woo he, and rightly so. I'm going to try that again. It's a penny for a pound of paper, but it beats being in the chips. Which chips would you today, Sean? Potato or corn, perhaps pork? Shall they be curled or stripped or tipped into triangles, puffed into mini balls, or dusted with orange cheese powder or cool ranch dressing? Be barbecue or macho nacho, embedded with chilies and lime, salt and vinegared, or onioned and sour creamed, or be flaming hot? Choose, maquila morta poesia resurga. What tune hath thy Callio brought? Who he, wow, he, and rightly so. Your question's so perfectly posed, my darling. Balletic as a mug of beer, and soon as I find a clean pine plank, I will establish an arrondissement to handle all your concerns, but the real money will be in issuing permits. See Sally upstairs for fishing and the hunting of game, and Black Rod at window 7 for theocratic regulations, questions pertaining to natural law, and open-faced sandwiches. Meantime, could you please select a beverage from one of our wall coolers, and a personal hygiene product from aisle 3. Grapes, certainly. Hand sanitizer, of course. If you care for a sweet, go across the hall next to the Department of Motor Vehicles. I recommend the white chocolates. They're our most popular item. Pale palliative, to be sure, but then what, as the head of human resources winked, isn't. Still, the Boston baked beans barely move, and we can't give away the Mike and Ikes or the whatchamacallits, though the Malo cups and atomic warheads are going like gangbusters. I see you're eyeing the small plastic puppy that wags its head when moved. Note the spotted noggins cleverly attached by a bit of wire and weighted perfect for dash or floorboard. Why, this cute little fellow will provide hours of passenger enjoyment and something for father to watch as he drives. You say you don't drive? Impossible. There's no not driving. Not here, not if you expect to get there. At any rate, and don't come whining to me about the traffic, for that's what ball bearings are for. We're a proud people, sir. We like our flags magnetic, our pants pressed, and our presents wrapped in only red paper. This is where the murder occurred, right between the aisles. The corpse's body's badly bloated. The sea changes a man. Management apologizes and hopes you will overlook the forensic text scraping microfibers from the floor, and an empty bottle from my lips. You didn't hear it from me, but l'arbre de Jude, that's the flowering one, while the rosewood's dead as yesterday's sun. You're absolutely spot on, John. It's the mode of apprehension that sells Cheez-Its nowadays. Mode of productions for pollywogs and bootblacks, and you can rest assured photographs of the splatter will be used to prove conclusively such a trajectory could only have come from a mace circa 1173, Christmas Eve to be exact, unless it's the day after. Meantime, you can purchase a conciliatory candy bar, 3 for $1. I suggest you get 4. We're a proud people who know the value of creamy caramel and peanutty nougat, a great cookie crunch. This is our finest moment, my love, and if we could only see ourselves in digital, we know only positively when that moment passed, and what we were doing and how we were wearing our hair, for we've come clean from our glass houses and must go back to the land and set fire to the house and smash the garden. And here's where I get confused, for yesterday, or the day before, I received a postcard with a picture of hula girls doing their hula dance in front of an orange sunset, and a cup of black milk, and underneath in jolly up-and-down cursive was captioned, I am Sir Brian, brave as a lion, and I wept and nestled deeper into the side of my trench. I wept and wished we could speak plainly, just as two, but we're crowded here like bumblebees in the sea. Shrimp, you say, indeed. Do you hear them breathing out and out and in? Sometimes I think I've lost my mind from all the aspiration. Shrimp, you say, indeed. I pressed myself deeper into my slit of earth, for I am a proud people, and would have my country to come into. I am Sir Pat, played like a jack, and mark my encyclopedian words, I will tell the tale of Bobley and Mr. Titty, a man once who told such tales as mummers would play, but who has the time now, or the inkling. No one, that's right, Jenkins, not one among us, and feel free to use the highlighter to underscore the unimpertinent points, and ignore the rest, for we're a clan without a language, though we carefully burnish the hiss in our history, and bugger all the gluttery bites of our collective sin and starry-eyed salvation. Why, you can't hardly see a lawn jockey north of the Mason-Dixon, though I've reported someone swiped the live gnome from no man's land. That's one less than the point is. It's no fun anymore being us, not with absinthe and chewing gum. I dreamt the wood turned to water as I was walking, but that would cause me drown, so I would dreamt it the other way round. See, we're all of us rosy saviors, needing only the predicate disaster, and to make matters worse, they say the ceasefire is rallying. Some woman named Sylvia is running around with a basket full of tinder buttons, a basket full of butter buttons and glad tidings. We're to shoot her on sight, for she's nothing but trouble. That's one less of one more. So sing us a song now, will you, sweet John? Sing us a song such as your mom muttered in her cups. A song such as to-a-lura-lura-ray. If I don't die by midnight, 'twill be a brand new day. Admittedly, it's late, though we're safe from days so far, and you were an orphan, Mr. J. You never met your father, and your mother's a beatific vision. Her prenom was Faith, and her middle appellation Calvin. She bucketed no surname, but kept an extra set of keys and a spade of cinnamon-colored freckles dancing on her delicate nose. She smelled of something, to be sure, and when she turned like a worm from her too solid breast, she spat globs of bonny clabber into your glabrous beak. She loved you as any mother might. The moonlit men called her Elia, and the toothless woman Lamb. She was the dutiful daughter of one Emerson Scriblace, mutton-chopped solicitor and man-o'-war, and his wax wife, the former Effie Dean, who graced the common view with 3 sons and 2 other daughters. The boys all grew to men, half the girls as well. Mr. Scriblace set off his offspring to practice penmanship, which kept them close at home, unable to leap the lattice-swept wall or the wooden mouse of the galloping gaolers, or to penetrate the phalanx of frenetic frontikins and frith frindikines. There came a day when a wandering mannequin with curls the color of new potatoes and eyes clear as a child's weep came along, singing of the dawn and the current scone, and Faith plucked an armful of Jacob's ladder and climbed to her freedom and eternal reward, but only temporarily. Or to penetrate the phalanx of frenetic fontikins and frith frindikines. There came a day when a wondering mankind, with curls the color of new potatoes and eyes clear as a child's weep, came along, singing of the dawn and the current scone, and Faith plucked an armful of Jacob's ladder and climbed to her freedom and eternal reward, but only temporarily, for she and the minstrel set to squall their own sons and daughters until one day the beard disappeared, as you know, for he was your true father, missed by your mother solely as a hangnail. We've neglected to send flares to let the enemy know we're here, though I've thought our misery were enough to attract company. We've neglected to send flares to let the enemy know we're here, though I've thought our misery was enough to attract company, or, failing that, the superb barley stew you're brewing, you cook like a Chinese assassin or a serene antique queen, acquitted in English. It's the laudanum that gives you the night odor of It's the laudanum that gives the night odor of nutmeg. And can you see the stars already? The sky's stuffed with them. There's one if there's a one. Still, I thank you for the humming, the heroes of Vittoria so prettily. I don't know why, but I'm struck sour with melancholy. Is it so awful here in the wood? Not at all, not at all. Not Tatul, you're a mumbler, man. You'll not come to much if you don't speak up, or better yet, down. You've got to sing out lusty and long if you want to become, as the Praenamon said, the fair tenor of your fair race. All right, provitum commodum publico, said it. And what's the chance of that on a Sunday? I'd smack my forehead if it weren't adroit reminder of your limbless state. But you're correct to cure my mistake. You're absolutely right to whisper and slur, to insist on your persistent misunderstanding and the faint line itself. I'll keep my fingers crossed and pray you will eventually disregard altogether, for there's nothing that speaks to immortality like oblivion. And when you're at it, as you so uppishly note, do you have to sift through the sense of sound as such a course befits exactitude, and a strong ribbon of strong cream, but we've no point upon which to stick, and there's no use in me standing for anything, as even a jugged child could see. Even a jugged child could see, such as the young Francois Creever, son of a miller. As a boy, Francois loved nothing more than to sit by a hayrick and enjoy its discomforts, the musty air of the dying grasses, and the sharp pricks of straw which poked attentively through the rough weave of his broadcloth shirt, plying him with mathematics. But Francois wanted to be a poet, he'd heard somewhere that poets see things differently, and Francois cut an ogham to that effect in the wood of a hazelnut tree. An older boy named McGuill pulled up at the sound of the saw and saw it was a beautiful sound, lonesome as a winter pine, yet altogether friendly, like the picklock call of the rossignol or the silent kits of St. Ives. McGuill asked the young Francois to what end was the boy battering the gates of heaven. The violet-eyed Francois drew himself up on his thin knees to say there would come a time, and when such a time came, creeping on its brass buttoned belly, all good men and better women would have swung the spade, dug the keystone, done dress rehearsal, compounded ave, shouldered arms and armed shoulders, cleared the decks and decked the air. Francois to its brass, all good men and better women would have swung the spade, dug the keystone, done dress rehearsal, compounded ave, shouldered arms and armed shoulders, cleared the decks and decked the clare, trimmed the sails, sailed the trim, smoothing and palping and sculpting, rending feathered and snug, forewarned and forearmed, cut the powder and powdered the cute, counted all the cards, including the faceless, anointed the godless, and those in falling towers, and those with keys but no prisons, and those with prisons and no keys, and those licked into shape without their consent, and those who count and closely watch their eggs, and those who have no centers seen die. Amen. And he fell back exhausted. McGuill nodded, fingering a water-worn pebble in his pocket, and softly said, "Wait," he said later the older Francois would find the world beautiful, lonesome as a frozen shipwreck, yet altogether friendly like a barmaid in a bold cotton cap, or a child with rotten teeth, and would have it engraved on every approved memorial, chiseled and frocked each letter deeper and more beveled in its interior to be a better culvert for the tears undoubtedly shed overhead, or set scratched in English calligraph, or serifed in Algerian hashish. The first perfumed the monument self-satisfaction. The second meant pure sunlight through the forest, bubbling the warm milk-green wood and shivering the fiercest condottiery, resembling with its hinges and planes and cambered grace the common skeleton, that shock of white that runs through all of us, boy and man, women and petite fille, that fair camphor proof of our raw creation. Are you certain the pot's not on yet? Ready, I mean? I can smell squeak in every stir. You've added something on the sly, haven't you, precious? Confess, you culminate bastard, speak up or I'll beat you senseless. You thrush tortoise, you can't put one over on me, Monsieur Jose. It's calapash or calipee, I can't tell by the rounds of fat and the sense of mock narration. You think we'll put on a few pounds then? That'd be nice, to gain a little girth. I've been feeling a bit slight lately, less myself and more the other. I'm afraid it's taking away from my authority, dependent on a certain gravity innate, as it were, in the thing itself, which curves around the Pentecostal hedgerow and naturally corresponds to pounds lost and fistfuls of poetic frost. Whatever I'm worth on earth is far less than on Mars, for example, though more on Venus. That's physics, my friend, and there's no getting around it. It's stalwart as a salt marsh, though with winter's englassed grace and summer's spare depravity. We were reminiscing about various aspects of the donjon, how arrow loops filleted the turrets like a bit of Friday's fish, and how the south wall was thickly pitched. The tar whipped clear tears which some of the men caught in cups and called caudle and dropped. The air was singed with fortified excitement and the hot, crushing breath of the future tense. Neither stew nor stone spewed from the machicolation Neither stew nor stone spewed from the matriculation, but a burnt viscous dribble clung to the east, so we went west, and found this visage compounded and unfamiliar, windowless as the face of the father, held thrall like the mother to a thicket of briars, each twig bearing a slit-eyed, river-mud-colored lizard at its crown, warming its umber scutes in a rag of silver sunlight. There were hundreds of them, and when one was sufficiently suffused, it fell from its thorny perch, and another immediately took its place, seeming to come not from shade or underbrush, but from the very branch itself, the bark echoing with mute turtish beasts as the heart is unscient with its cataloguing of cruelties. The air was rich with dull brown droppings, whereupon half the platoon lay down and smoked a pipe and slept, refusing to wake, so we left them and retraced our steps, crushing shoots of spikenard underfoot, wondrous perfume rank rich as a Texas fart. There was a grove of withered fig trees, and poor Will Coffin spotted a spotted pelican and commenced crying. What, he sobbed, was the porpoise. Whereupon gentle Stern's imagist and Lance Corporal explained that altogether the beach was littered with crosses, and winter honey murmured in the bees, one gamely shouldered Scot and lock, for it was one's duty to duly shine one's boots, and brasso one's belt buckle, and each one of one's buttons, to carve a part in the hair with the tip of one's comb, and dab a bit of lily water behind one's well-washed knees and elbows. There's a line of loose madchins someone's left lying about. Grab one or two and commence trotting. And I did, and he did, and you did, and we did, word. My girl's not fat, just overemphasized. She grins like a goalkeeper and snaps her skirts like a mains. Her hair is batter blonde, and her eyes blue as sin. Her skin's a catch of tallow, and her lips pure lanolin. I'm a lucky man by Kringle, lucky to have been, lucky to have had oranges, and yellow lemons. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Thus I woke a third time to the jingle of an ass in a graveyard and the caudle of a violin. I cursed my waking, wishing the earth I clasped my breast were the pearl tits of my lady, and me still in my boots. Did I mention the sheer fineness of the footwear? Leather supple as an Inverness whore. Sole sturdy as St. Martin of Tours, each side stitched together by a team of crackerjack surgeons, the whole seamless in historical lament. I've had my quiver of sorrows, Ian Rude, strung and knocked and notched, Ian Rude, bowed in passing, Ian Rod, answer me, Ian Rude, or keep perfectly still, for I wouldn't deny Ian Rude. His own woes, soaring and bitter purpose, proved proof against the ringing beehive. Ah, it's the 11 road to which we refer, sir, fair playing field of referential grief and singular heartache. Good night, sweet lady, good night, for while I'm not entirely disagreeing with you, you being the man with the ladle and no means to stir, while I'm not disputing your core premise, I've noticed a cool, unbegrifflichkeit has crept into your comments and fiddling rhetoric, which does you no flattery, English sir, for the absolution of sin. Take a daily drop in water if you're not better. Well, you oughter. One day there will be freeways, and the day before that we'll gather at the banks of the depot to rub the bald head of the conductor and kiss the train so long. Hurry up, he'll say. Hurry up, it's time, sir. Miss Campbell of Sacramento will be there on the blue wool arm of Bill Hart from accounting. The McNeils of Ugadale will have their baby in wraps in the preambulator. A but-ugly infant it is, despite the pink ribbon strung through its weak hair. Glad Colin will have pinned his cattle for the day and settled the striking hens. Commander H. Reed will wax his mustache straight as a blackguard's strict attention. Mr. Theodore J. Mooney will arrive in his swallowtail coat, with Miss Carmichael on his arm. What a handsome couple, happy by the looks of the jig they're cutting next to those Persians, who'd set their broadcloth bags to one side and proposed a reel setting Miss Kirkwood and Miss MacLeod O'Rassy to spin in their sashes and bowls, twirl and tangle in the green May of their ardor, and the nuns from the orphanage will signal their children. Each tow-headed tot will toss a lily-white rose into the teeth of the cow-catcher, engine number 9, and each nun a nickel. The parson will clear his throat with a prefatory hawk and rub his sorely eczemaed hands before saying a few about progress and powdered biscuits, precisely recorded on tape by Jones, the newspaper man, who will commission one Francis McTavish to illustrate the same with a detailed sketch of Sonny Boy Ascendant. Irradiate skyways haloing from his white posterior as an ancient earth burns black beneath. Some said it was sacrilege sacrilegious, while others thought it was an excellent example of India ink and gum rubber, wrought lace delicate as a real Gothic cathedral. Later, when the bird died out and all their words given their exact meaning, one small child who'd snipped the head off his rose and kept it withering in his pocket noted the general resemblance to a powdered pulp. The first fisherman interrupted La Medusa. The child amended, and this was the final comparison, the one that would bore the best fruit, given the freezes to which we'll find free will freely prone, ceiling to the floor. I've information vegetable, my data quite consensible. I can subtract without addition, and act in subdivision in order theistic. I can cite the realistic as Commander General. I can cite the realistic as Commander General. My epic is prehensible by the commonest manimal that, not that that group. Oh, pick that up again. I've information vegetable, my data quite consensible. I can subtract without addition and act in subdivision in order theistic. I can cite the realistic as Commander General. My epic is prehensible by the commonest manimal, not that great blue anomalous, so indifferent to the likes of us. As the official in chief, it may be briefly said, I read much better in my head, for my syllables are but jeweled cruelties when I speak for me and you. And will I say, I will, as I say your will too, for we appreciate the gems and ballyhoots of more contemporary traffic. It's a nice loss of momentum, rare at such a swiftly categorical age. Secretly we aim to gum up the works, to take a fair drubbing and give ourselves the gait, going up, I should think, or at least something needing 3 steps, and to that 2-keyed end we'll dip our hands in paraffin and call for a pair of wicks, delighted to announce the birth of our red and weeping gum boils, and sing sweetest at the razor-thin slicing of our haunches, anything to delay the milkman's matinee, the awful yodeling of the rosy-fingered, the gape of yet another goddamn dawn. I'm sure I speak for me and you too when I say we're scotching time. We've duly considered the thick of the clock and rendered a verdict of not proven. In summation, ladies and gentlemums, there's no portal by which the prisoner may pass. Let him be kept on the dock, in a holding pattern, as will be said, for the objective purpose of serving a sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, doing his time, Dampfen und Hühlen, negligés et necrosis, cowboys and cowgirls, oyas, let us begin our formal proceedings in full retrograde. The court in recess, the jury excused, having been selected from among those matted hair peers what showed up and took a seat. You will find notebook and pencil underneath to be used as a flotation device in case of financing, to otherwise issue notes from a quarter till to a quarter after, scoring those tidbits of testimony and parsnips of parsimony as you feel might later prove most harmonious to a certain order of things. Persuasive, that is, to your sense of what is, while other facts pipe flutish around the base rendering. Please be advised such note-taking should not distract you from primary purpose of eyeing the oyster-shelled bastard, or gauging the traverse of his propository sin, and for those of you uncomfortable corkscrewing your black-bristled tail about the soft forms of your fellows, those who would refuse to be the empire's lapdog, don't fret, my pets, you'll get the hang soon enough, and if not that, the gate. But if you will be of any assistance, our bailiff will gladly comb you for nits and eggs of hate, with or without a prefatory sock in the eye. Now who will bear witness against time? You, or you, or you there with the bushkin and stew? Please step up to the box and place your left hand on this good book, hereby annulling and mooting every act of egregiousness you've heretofore cogitated. Really, it's that easy. While raising your right hand, gentle palm facing gently forward, and swear by the clear note to tell the yoked truth, to scratch and lay before Lord and man the very gumma and gamma of your reticulated infinity, dangling green-black buboes from your lungs, shedding sheets of slink blue skin. Let hollow yellow teeth snap and fall from your grim shattered jaw, and your bleeding tongue be splayed in slices, your eyes pricked clean from their sockets with the tip of a shepherd's short knife, sockets cleaned by the delicate sip of a bottle fly, your cheeks come stinking, sunken sumps of scum and weep, your guts tumble free from your belly, purple ripe with pain and shit swinging reciprocally. Let your heart reveal its soft vomitous rot, and long bones be marrowed with muddy stinking grit. Your sin can be high as a bit of bad fruit, and damnation corpuscle close. Yet still you palm the key to your prison, and if you place your hand on the good book, it'll be all right. Ah, right. Sorry, John, it's nothing personal if it makes you feel any better. I'm told there's there's a fellow whose sole occupation it is to hack the limbs from any who try to touch the book honestly. The sinner steps forward and whisk. Fast as that, faster zist, faster still, hick. All right, if you say so. Hick's a respectable and common clip. Quick as Hick does, the man of muckle might bring down his broad axe, whacking off first the right arm, causing the potential witness no end of puzzlement. Being naturally right-handed, there's little left to do but follow suit, as our friend Hansen can swear and attest. There's a certain order to the thing, a pale symmetry which must be kept in the dewlapped mind. I don't make up the rules, you know. I'm a bystander, or at least I was, before I lost the common genius of my common boots and their uncommon understanding, and so keeping with the in secula seculorum nature of the proceedings, the axeman dispatches the remainder, and said subtraction takes the stand and is bade face the clock, purportedly for the purpose of identification, but truth be told, he's the only one in there carrying a sickle. No, you're right. No, you're quite right. It was a scythe. Where's my head? And still the murdering thief coolly sits by the pile of fell hands, grinning like he's caught a whiff of quiff, and in the broad bolt of spoken silence that similarly ensues runs a whispered ick-nicked, 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 ick, a tick that proves unbearable to many sunburnt men and a bareful woman, and it's the dull pit-pat of sandbeams stacked upon itself and the sharp whistle of a tin flute bent in 3 places. Several jurors will fall to adorning the earth as 4 others would spit at the cornered sky, while the shore cries more or less, less and more, and the four-spun one, Simon Fitzgerald, immediately recognizable due to the profusion of red hair, shocking the head and shoulders and his huge hardwood oar. Simon Fitzgerald was a seafaring sort, a sailor by nature, a knight who dared the vast grey Gulf lease its antique patience, double daring the white-tipped froth which licks the land on both ends to equally prove order and chaos. In the constancy of formal accident, double dog daring, his reward be his main inheritance, water-born from his sea-chained fathers. This triple black dog dare, made under fate's faithless cowl, sent the giant gold Fitzgerald and his grey man's son in memory of Goodman deep beach to hoist the morning dark sail and strike for the great keep. The tar-tipped prow of his boat cut through gullies and gulpers, and sleek dolphins danced before its sturdy bow like an archer's muscle presages arrow's scent. Simon Fitzgerald kept his keel level as a statistician's head, and his bowsprit steve to his steadily aspirations. One morning Simon Fitzgerald and his men set out in best habit just before the night was tinctured pink, their craft cleft silver in the cold dark water, the moon spat surface pouting and puckering with the multitudinous beneath, ever changing, ever unchanged. And this is its rare and unusual beauty, not to be feared nor denied, but embraced as true and proper as the 5-fingered fact of a soldier's right hand, and his weak belly meat on this dawn's cusp. Simon Fitzgerald and his crew saw a crest on the unsullied horizon that did not crown and curl in the godly manner, but continued to rise, surf pushing in on itself side to side, accreting without abating, growing faster, growing first taller than the tallest longbow man, then taller than a favored summer rick, and again still taller, till the tip of Avalon's oak would not tickle this Heimer's beard, and yet then taller again, increasing unto itself 4-fold, higher than the swollen clouds of unburst skies, and it became clear from the way the prelate crossed with climbing water that it was undercut with scales, great scutes of great circumference, each plate as big as girl's cartwheel, thick-weathered as the broad planks the sailors swayed upon, and cleft with one cut rib like a poisonous snake. Not a man aboard did not feel the hot buttered breath of the Almighty coating the back of his neck then, and some cursed God for their mother's milk, some abused their senses, while others avid in blind supplication. 2 tars cast themselves on the salt water to unearth themselves, ere being too earthed, rather the cold watery lungs than the dry touch of that colder tooth. It was said Simon Fitzgerald, brave and bold-born, his head crowned fearless to bolted fate, eyed the beast breaching the crests and seized a hatchet from an awestruck sailor, and began to hew the jib-mast, and those sailors who could unscrew their minds for a moment from the avant terror turned to their good captain and were doubly confused, suspecting, if able to sustain such cogitation, their chief had let loose his faculties. No matter, for Simon Fitzgerald swung at the spar with the strength of 40 more. Those nearby soon bled from the chips that flew under his hot blade. He hacked till the cross-tap was 3/4 cut, and as suddenly halted, his axe-head gleaming white-red from its biting. Simon Fitzgerald stopped just as the sea-beast burst from its sea-sack, hydraulically keening its hunger, teeth long as a man's thigh and fair as the same bone, cruelly tapered to the stabbing point, and the trembling souls on deck too well felt the heat from its bleeding nostrils. Its plated skin now sinuous shone, purple rich as a prince's vein, and well mailed as his champion. The creature understrung with heavy gritted muscle, a ruff of stiff webbed spines radiated from its thick roped neck, particled underneath with fluted black barnacles, and the thing caught sight of the shivering sailors, and its eye flashed sudden yellow round jet slits of black, and it struck, taking two unfortunates, one grasped head first, his travails cut short, the other taken sideways as a dog carries a bone. The man's screams wormed each heart that heard them, and as the beast's teeth met, where men's bread begins its transformation, the poor wretch commended himself bodily to an Almighty in tones bursting with almonds' apologies. And as the wretched squaw wound to a periweary, and the creature tipped back its great ragged head to gullet its terrible meal, then did Simon Fitzgerald take up his axe and strike 3 more blows to the mast. Torturous blows which shook the ship's every timber and hewed the post from its mooring, and the beam slowly tilted toward the sea as Simon Fitzgerald put his back to it, till finally it fell, dropping plumb as if Simon Fitzgerald been a carpenter's son. It fell, striking the monster just in the maw, shattering the substance of its jaw, and dashing the awful mince from its mouth. The sailors below were besparged with marrow, man mixed with monster, and as hell's mastiff turned, raging towards Simon Fitzgerald, its jawbone hung cleaved from its hinge, it lunged at the brave captain, aiming not to feed but simply to kill. Like a man, the odious creature swung down upon our hero, intent on flensing flesh from spirit, like a god, a sour clod of blood and bile disgorged with each bitter breath. A lesser man would have faltered before such vile and evil an apparition, but Simon Fitzgerald held and bowed, waiting until the moment was ripest, and the creature almost upon him. He swings his axe in a sickle sweep and lays bare the place where the first root lies, meat and muscle split butcher neat, the bones crack clean from their joints, the murderer's heart, like the lover's uncaged from its solitary pew, and that organ could be seen for a second, shuddering side to side, keeping life's pluperfect time. But Simon Fitzgerald brought the axe back and sinks it deep into the heart itself. The monster screams, sticking in its throat at its center, is hewed in two, and black blood spews from the gushing hole, sleeting the rosy sea, and the men below, and the men below them, and those in the keep, and the beast fell back, untrebling the water as it died the dawn deeper, and the men shook off their fright, and praised Jesus and God, and Simon Fitzgerald, his red mane mizzled, and rouged redder still, they lifted him to their shoulders, and sang of his tempered mettle and base courage, and later the town herald Simon Fitzgerald, holding a feast of purple extravagance, its delicacies so exact compounded any addition would have been subtraction. They brought bowls of candied pears swimming in caramelized cream, and vanilla-kissed cups of poached keats, and russet nut meats in aching platters, long as a mother's farewell, overweighted with grilled honey lamb and brown butter haricots, and ginger hams with glazed apricots, and slingo veal bedded on garlicked baby potatoes, and soft tea-soaked cakes, and black chocolate sinned with warm brandy, and the grateful villagers presented Simon Fitzgerald with a gold axe banded in the purest silver, studded top and bottom with princely carbuncles, and so Simon Fitzgerald did pass boldly into the lore of his people, to be periodically invoked as courage's paragon and virtue's habitue, an unfettered spectre of team spirit. Such a mascot was the natural choice for our foreman. The rest of the veneer, I'm sorry to report, was far less distinguished, though in their faces was etched a peculiar apprehension, the rueful look of the care-for, a cheese-coated kind of desire, continent in denial. The women, for there were women jurors, if I'm any judge, of skirts, 4 and a half of them to be exact, who could have hummed the well-tempered caliver with the keynote precision of circus jugglers. The women had unknitted their brows in a plane of permanent wanting. They'd each spent a Parisian St. Urchin's childhood pressing their frozen foreheads against the debris glass of boulangerie, uselessly bleeding brittle fingers with short puffs of warm clouded breath, their sour milk sent and cracking the crowd's bottled death wish. It was Friday after all, and the weekend lies terribly long, what with soccer and a best friend sleeping over, and him home all day, parked in front of the tube. Useless, the children shivered like gutting light in their grizzled rags, and forgot what it was to run as their small joints curdled into stone. But Pierre the baker was not an unkind man. He would save scraps of dough and pastry points throughout the day, and after the shop door snapped after the coat of the last paying customer, Pierre would toss the lot onto his board and knead it into something of a shape, then slip it into his vast brick oven and bake. And this rude mix of bread and cake, provendered with the seed of the sunflower, the sesame, the caraway, and the poppy, a Creole strip of chocolate and dry string jambone, snippets of olive and onion, apricot and boudin, bits of cherry and black plum, and bits of oyster shells shucked by a one-legged sailor with only one crutch, soft-edged scrapes of dates, dragees, and candied citron, the nipples of dried figs, and the thin red skin from the rim of a jam jar, dusting of dill, rosemary, sage, and saffron, husks of peppercorn, shards of walnut, hazelnut, and marron, tongues of sweetened cream cheese and orange-flecked butter, a rough scrub of gray salt, a backhanded pat of marzipan, parings of meringue, and little thumbs of macaroon, the dough itself pot-shot, fluffy and dense by turn, compost of potato, pumpernickel, barley, wheat and rye, country white, and cornmeal, sour and soda. The urchins witnessed the loaf from Clothian incantation to yeasted ascension. The final mold slid into a wood peel, slid quickly and quickly committed to the oven, informed like man by the flame, consumed like man by either fire. They watched in wonder, their mouths slick wet and their bellies harrowing. They would wait, each minute of their waiting rising, like the dough rising with the boded sense of promised comfort, starch and smelling of bleach, and at the proper time the baker would extract the great golden loaf from the oven's throat and top its perfectly cracked crust with a thick icing crust flecked with vanilla and wrap it in parchment and hand-lib-on pane out back of his shop, and the aforementioned tykes would elbow and jab one another most ferociously to get at the bread. There were screams and tears and cries of "out of my way, you shit, you bitch, you fuck, you bleeding grey, greasy, smother-sucked eyeless abortion," and the children tore at the loaf with their rotting child teeth and filthy fingernails and cursed all the more, for the hot ice crushed could not be pierced by soft tooth or boneless nail, the former powdered on contact while the latter split and shred like paper lanterns, and so most of the children abandoned the bread and resumed their starving ways, and Pierre the baker felt himself quite vindicated. He believed sustenance ought only go to them that's got the heart for it, tactical and ideologic, and 4 little girls did faint, moving off with the feral pack only to circle back. 2 of them had knives secreted on their secreted on their person, having relieved a couple of drunken oyster sailors of the same 3 evenings previous, and those 2 with their 2 sisters further vindicated the baker, then tucked the bread up one of them's dirty skirts, and retreated up an unbarred stairwell, the sort often skeletoned against the plane of action to a tar paper roof with a breathtaking view of Manhattan. You've seen the skyline, I assume, and you'll agree it's something to see. We really ought to take snapshots along the way. You say we'll have no need of memory, then? You say we'll have no need of memory, then, but you're too predictable, my Kenyan chum. Pat as a sleek brown rat, pat as a riverbank that. I'd like to point out that just because you've lost your arms, you've got no corner. On the contrary, what you need to cultivate is a field of violet and wild parsley in the 4-way alkaline spring, for you know as well as I do and don't that the vista's been permanently infused with fact and fancy, and the spurious quail of our sun setting, those blue moons, yellow stars, pink hearts, and purple horseshoes, and the delicious red balloons from my mother's wounded mouth, magically frozen in me as my Nippon mushrooms or Manassas pillow. Have you seen the glass photographs housing the victorious dead, they who will not heal, for there's no one to forgive save themselves, and even if they did, do you think the divine no dialectician? The purpose of the pictorial is supplementary, my friend, my companion, my comparison. What we're really looking for is present tense communion, something between us and them, where one becomes the other's, for we're fleeting as licks of cream while they go on for brass-tipped centuries. Are you stamping your foot, then? You maggoted bastard, you've no call to complain. The clamorous fact of our matter is, as you know, as well as I, manifesta probation non-indigent. We warm our small chestnuts by an actual flickering fire and slurp sincerely shivering oysters. We insist, that is to say, on some daub measure of materiality, for we believe, despite our callous knees, that conflict completes, that the building renders concrete the sky as the cow punctuates the eye, and in our phenomenological contemperation, we refuse today. Am I going too fast for you, Jonesy? You look addled. That the building renders concrete the sky as the cow punctuates the eye, and in our phenomenological contemperation we refuse today. Am I going too fast for you, Jonesy? You look addled. Perhaps it's the light or lack thereof. Your right night's its own permanence, and what sweet, sweet comfort to be kept in the dark. I dread the crustate horizon, and finally augured moment will come confirmed in our poor flesh, done and undone. My only consolation is the soup you're brewing and the sight of schoolgirls under umbrellas. They do keep dry, and that's a thing worth cheering. Speaking of the girls, our jury listened with quotidian politeness to the testimony of the watchless brutes paraded before it. Each dropped a black pearl upon taking the stand, till the witness box was full of a excreted treasure. But Time was not impressed. He already bore a heavy string of annexed riches noosed round the neck. He yawned, and the whole court stood shock still at the gate. Do you remember, John, how puckered pink was the back of Time's throat, and how rubber red its front, just so? It was a water lily of a yawn, that sort that puts fish in a bowl and a man on the moon. It was a fearsome thing, terrific in the first. All it lacked for stature was a pair of pleated trousers, as the convivials say. Life's sad and death's bad, still birth is ever worse, and there is lying true as a gullet, true as a goon, true as the prick of the roasted thorn, the rose thorn, and the snick of a cane sword, and this is what happened immediately upon yawning, or in its aftermath. Time took a foil from its throat. Well, I can't answer that now, can I? I've no... Life's sad and death's bad, still birth is ever worse, and there is lying true as a gullet, true as a goon, true as the prick of the rose thorn and the snick of a cane sword, and this is what happened immediately upon yawning, or in its aftermath. Time took a foil from its throat. Well, I can't answer that now, can I? I've no idea whether it had been specially swallowed beforehand, was kept routinely sheathed, or like the egg to the soup was a dropped afterthought. Regardless, it had the effect of a hatchet broken out of glass, or a loose cap of cyanide beside a bicuspid, an emergency brought forth in case of an emergency. In any event, there Time was, wielding its warm epopee, its hair foliate with vine leaves, and wearing a cocked hat. The bailiff ordered it to freeze, which caused a round of frightened giggles most audibly from the bench. Time strikes the judge with the back of its hand, thereby condemning the court to a sentence of interminable length, defacing the justice. Come the Michaelmas, and the despondency of the future conditional was enough to make a man kick a minister and take a beekeeper from behind. Meantime, the court reporter worried over shorthanding the epistasis, but it couldn't be helped, for Time was running out on very tall shoes and had to be stopped at once. Unfortunately, the witness wore a bras libre, and thus could not be counted upon to seize the moment. But as fate, the coarse break, would have it, a passing cripple of uncommon beauty caused the thief to roll back, to pause, to pull up short, to delay and stay, forgetting such a breath would shatter all mirrors in the vicinity and frighten the poodle away. Time was beside itself, and we all enjoyed the break. I myself welcome any caesura. I was happy to pay the tax, affixed at 33% of a homemade apple pie, and after I forked over my contribution, I fell on its gray chiffon shoulders, and dreamt of a time my companions were not candle ends or cheese parings, when men were men and women too, when the world woke with a shout and stamped around the dung pool, complaining of nothing when truth was a thing to be steamed and parslayed and had like a clam, when this folly shat around my neck was mine and mine alone, and not a shared condition, for we all wish our own jellyfish, do you know, mi amor? All unhappy families are identical as apricots, and all men item, and the stone-centered quiddity of our suffering is what puts the bread on the butter or the butter on the bread. It's all very sad, this butter and bread business. It's as if we've given up dancing altogether, and although I find myself temporarily legless, I keep my hopes up. Never say die, that's what I say, not while there's still another limb of lamb. That's what hope dines on, and there is hope, sure as bread pudding. You see how I retreated there. I saw you wince at the coming shot, and so I recharacterized. I can, you know, nothing's written in stone, or it is, but we're penciled in at best. I retreated there. I saw you wince and coming shot, and so I recharacterized. I can, you know, nothing's written in stone, or it is, but we are penciled in at best. We're a sketchbook of emphatic caprices, a homespun comfort for the quilted set, those happy many who damn violence with but a single hand brightly ribboned at the wrist. Still a passing paraphilia made Time tarry. The two struck up an argument on the pleasures of sheet music, for which the spoiled beauty was a heartless advocate, but Time sneezed, categorically dismissing the whole encounter as hoarding and wasting. What was the point, Time clucked, of keeping track of the talk? It's a schoolboy's trick to note the passing minutiae, and the lady whose nails were bitten to the quick, but to no end, begged to disagree. She said such sweet sounds were in themselves sweetly spent, whereupon Time puffed its bejewelled breast and bragged there was no now that would lisp under his authority. But Time's rude boast was duly altered by me. Yes, you too, Juan. You're a genius. Don't let them tell you any different. Well, let's be honest. We're both geniuses. We have that at least. That'll give us some comfort in the early filleted light. We'll go out into a blaze of particulate glory, I imagine, with an eclat of fat and a frenzy of mythomania. You'll carry the flag of Japan, and all goose-step winsomely will be sautéed where we stood, actual as Yugoslavia, Rotherig as Iscariot, piquant as a tin of Boston brown bread and an eye sock of salmon, and the good Lord will see fit to pronounce our passing appropriate and our memorials Nancy pretty, and the flax-haired girls of our moist youth will festoon them furthermore with oblations of pippins and honey nut butter, and still Time stood, cemented in the steps like a movie star, whereupon several heretofore occluded gentlemen clocked the oarlock and clapped on a fresh pair of leg irons, allowing the broken bell a final riposte. She noted ants plague the prince's picnic, and small matters serve and usurp their masters. It was a bit oblique, we all agreed, but sort of saw her point, something to do with all the things being the undoing of the very thing they constitute, makers unmade, or some such sense of truth, as its scabbed constituents, and the prosecuting attorney made a very nice speech in which he quoted liberally from the Bible and Bard, making a whiskered gentleman cry and dog return to its vomit. It had to do with the sins of the minute, how it laps like a cat at the breath of the baby and nurses the white-capped desiccate, how it scratches one's ears and cottons one's eyes, or vice versa. It hardens the bowels and barbed wires the heart, and vice versa, slips a pink oven mitt over the slickered silver coils of a crossaired mind, and verso. Why, there's no telling the time. It's deaf to all tries. It's deaf to all tries and tintinnabulations, and doesn't give a fig for the penis or any other obverse proportion, but what it does count, but only itself. It clips its nasty toenails and counts 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, and 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 2, and you, and me, and 1, and 1, and he, and she, and 1, and 1, and we, and 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 1, and 1, and on, and on, and on, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 1, and on, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, like telephone poles stud the sides of a train tracks, and imprint dates spun like time. And important dates spike timelines on and on as the river of records scrubs your sandy winning shores and rises our knit socks separate as we catch the snowflakes of our nows up the stems of our tongues. And do you remember this one uprooted just today? Well, I do. It was served complete as a dish of stewed prunes and smelt of hummingbirds and gasoline. It was purely pis aller. We took a picture to last longer, we reasoned, and it worked, for we're not yet to morning. So you see the power of a creator demonstrable, sir. Why, anything can happen on the way to a donjon, including the circumambulation thereof. For we eventually made our way north, following our copper nose, extracted from a small cedar box lined with yesterday's news. We paused to admire the snout's snubbed authority and the passionate flare of its nostrils, the bridge arched slight as a dowager's eyebrow, indicating parabolic refinement and the need for an amarata. But what was thickened at the apogee, which abated any tendency towards unchanging airs, I thought the tip knobbish. But Ticho said no, and we held our nose and stumbled along north, as noted, where cabbage is king and freedom adkin. Have you been north, mine camarade, my conwan? Then you'll believe me when I say there's not an aspect like it. Everything's canted at an exact angle, and a flock of priests with protractors scuttles about, ascertaining each refraction and correcting it to half an arc minute. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The first approaches through a cove of shoe trees, the lower limbs garlanded with brilliant corpses, while partridges couple in their upper branches, and around each knotted trunk sits a panel of experts, representing all sides of every debate. So there's three, then, not counting Cadbury Schweppes, the moderator, whose function it is to interject humorous remarks and dopamine as needed. And though their conversation appears adversarial, it is sweetened with bon mots and the respectful showing of wrist and rump. As we passed a thin gentleman with a pince-nez display this, a crescent of pallid flesh hanging radiant as pearls from the slight pubic bone, whereupon the other experts, heretofore seated, shifted to a single side and raised their right hips and trumpeted their pomp satisfaction. One of our boys made the mistake of sniggering and was sneezed by several experts in waiting, who sprinkled him with cardamom and ticks and sent him swinging from the bottom of a boxwood. They stood in a semicircle and poked his breastbone with barbecue forks, setting the story lad spinning and sprinkling as he spun, whereupon the pantless professor lobbed oranges at the revolving body and the preludium for his lecture on system solar and otherwise gravity, I think it was, or impersonal dissipation, and it disheartened our side to see one of their own treated so demonstrably. A few cursed the country, this one, and some blamed the mission, that one, and the one who chewed his sibilant syllables complained of the lack of bird calls, while another one cried, "How?" in grief, just like in the movies, and yet we soldiered on, well past the grove of lucubration, and into the slough of despond, where the going got tough. We were to our calves in a clutch of vein muck, foot by foot wedged in the deep crevice bottoming the trench. Its thinnest part, though, the sides swelled from there inwards, engrossed with wet ruin and damp rust, swallowing any bracing hand put to them. Many a man uprooted a boot was pulled to prayer, and two went down together. It felt inevitable, as drownings sometimes do, despite the free air about the head and shoulders. The sky nettled purple-gray, sticking the sun, and a few boys fell to weeping. The chaplain slapped them and said, "Oh, be of little faith," which we felt a fair and reasonable request. So we affixed tassels to our tassets and counted ourselves faint among the supernumeraries. All we wanted was an unbottled beer or a draught of Liebfraumlich, and some happy music to sip her by. A bit of whistling in the smokehouse, don't you know, eases the conference, lumbago. But the slough was sucking our ankles so steadily we began to suffer beyond all philosophy. The fear of encroaching got to us, and Namshak were content to become firm affixed, to forego the solace and conceit of imagining ground as tread like water, and like water holds the same final promise of diving in either direction. Down or up, heaven or earth, isn't that the alternative? I can't recollect it at the moment, though it conjoins two satin-faced implausibles. And as we struggled, the mire clung like cooling pitch. It stunk and oozed like the devil's own perfume of sulphur and diuretic excursion. It was gritted with snatches of brindled fur and the bones of snapped birds, and ran liquid with hot vomit and pus. It was bitter cold and worse warm, and our teeth shook in their sockets, but even so we heard the bubbles and puffs of our dearly departing, those who had taken most deeply to the soil, their powder skin midden pooled and browned by their assignation. Later we took to calling them Boggles and Petey. Still there was a lick of rosewater running through our jaspers, and no matter how odd-hung seemed our creeped limbs, we knew, or should have proposed, there was worse to come, that the dark clay cloying our brogans was light verse compared to the end of the line. Ah, why so sour, Jimmy? You look like someone's pissed in your pot. It's only a kidney, mon fleur, sweetened with vinegar, or perhaps it's mine. I'm as salient as the next fellow and twice as pious. Why, I'd put pity in a cake and pat it, yes, indeedy. I'm chock full of aimless optimism, you. Two, we'd roll it, pat it, put it in a pan, bake it up as fast as we can, top the top with acid drops, and line the sides with sugar mice. Take it out and bramble it with bees. Save a slice for Bonnie Ann Stoudwater, the minister's daughter. She's the one that's got to get some. She's got a hankering for a congregation, a catechetic itch, if you catch my drift, as you tend to. Why, I recollect back on the Isle of Colstaff when I first saw you pocketing fresh scalps like there was no morrow, penny bright, as today. You were close then, weren't you? You two tossing each other about as if you were broken-faced biscuits looking for a spot of warm butter like Howard Carter and Albert of Fishbum. It's certainly beside the point, John, though it seemed fitting to step to the side, back, side up, and stand hatless for a breath, dedicating this tick to Bogles and Peavy. Now neatly in pace, Willie Bird chucked a couple of coppers in the general direction of where they'd last seen their eyes. We linked to imagine they'd gone splunking, and we'd like to imagine they'd gone spelunking. Spelunking? We'd like to imagine they'd gone spelunking after nips or fairies or some other aboriginal miss switch hitting post thighs and impartible breasts. We said a prayer to this effect, and after we'd added a right benedictus and a proper amen, adding first the decasyllables and then the single digits, Good Willie made the sign of the cross, and we all fell to laughing. In fits, you know how it is, Jackie. There's nothing like a cross for foolishness and a bit of razzmatazz, and we excavated ourselves, smiling, traversing from this to our next this, which appeared most beautiful in our eyes. But I'm getting ahead of myself, though that's insupportable given the bloody hams I'm perched on. But this was before the filthy lucubration had set in, when I'd still had my fine boots and white hen and stumped about with journalistic authority. We entered the fair hollow of Our Lady's throat, a balmy cove laid lush with flowers of manifold variety, when Fred collected a bouquet of field poppies and Carl snatched a fist of snapdragons. Blind Harry lay down in a bed of red orchids and moaned, while the captain fell to sketching a sunflower with a snub of charcoal, and the thickly freckled quartermaster professed his love of the progressive heliotrope. He cleared his throat with his finger and declaimed to the company of men, seeing as how I may continue to another day, or I may. Let it be known my fondness and fortune lie here among the flowers' faces, which I greatly prefer to others, as they alone bear no reflection to my own. I therefore commit to myself to their happy preserve, come what may, or mayn't. And he left off talking a moment, overcome with green sentiment. The flowers shook their skirts in satisfaction, and one of the boys, I think it was Auguste, capered up and handed him a dandelion, provoking a teary grin and a muttered, "So it is." The QM turns the wispy blossom in his hand. "So it is." He looks back at us with moist and meaty eyes. "Tum te duum humed Winfred." Though it wasn't as funny this time, yes, you agree. And that's just one of the spare reasons you're a genius, Jacoman. You see how things change. You got that from your mother, I assume. She had a habit of looking in the eyes of others, and you see where that got her. A babe in the basket and one on the bone. Best let covered mirrors lie, to fabricate uniform self-reflection. Do you think it's together or alone we're in? And what is this existential pronoun, and where properly set with the relic dialectic feature, the H, double hockey sticks? Who will pick baby bats with violet faces? And how naturally, dear, for we were enthralled to the mission, though what was the mission no one could recall, though we knew it had something to do with a cat's comb, and after saying that we paused and pursed our mouths upward, indicating no. That wasn't right, though it was a very important mission. We felt that warmly, and our feelings were bolstered by our bedrolls, for no one goes full pack on a fool's errand, ergo, as the Black Bishop said. Given our ample provisions and utter lack of knowledge, our office must be far greater than we know. Wait, what's that? Are you trying to applaud? A sad and sorry sight, sir, your shoulders shrugging up and in and down and out like a man carrying in an aching wind. Try it the other way, son, rotating the right sharply inward using a flinging motion, then swinging it back as you sling in the left. That's much better. That's got a nice tartish roll and the clap of my father's conviction. All you're wanting is a spot of rouge on the lips and a penciled pockmark. There on your right cheek, there where the blamed busts the blameless, starboard, that is, signifying beauty's air inherent, the phlegm of the flam redux. Time number 2 when man played God at God's behest. That's twice at the plate, and twice struck out for the self-same reason, for knowledge too gamely poached. And by such gaming was salvation penny proved, and to what human end my contemplation? To set science simmering over peace naturally. Scientia super pax, Wissenschaft überfried. La connaissance préférée par la paix, jamais, jamais, goes the refrain. And you're right again, the canon is made of song and silence, each in constant agreement. There's the yeasty need for immortality, that common hunger for forevermore, but it's only the one whose beard stops growing, who prances on his own foul legs, cheese-coated and slick with wet, while the set list stands everyone for rounds of cold beer. No, I'm not befogging the point, though that's a point, the effects of intoxication upon the spirit, or the spirit upon the intoxication. Helpless she is in her occludation, beauty as she is in our peregrination. We want it now, don't we, Giovanni? We want a bushel of apprehension and a never-ending light of day. We'd munch our mothers if we could have a moment longer. We'd be lick and scuttle the wainscot, but there's no choice except the choice, and here we are, our mouths stuffed with apple and the scent of brown sugar in our air. Still, the goddamned will dawn, you know that, don't you, Joan? Ah, tell me it won't. We'd be lick and scuttle the wainscot, but there's no choice except the choice. And here we are, our mouths stuffed with apple and the scent of brown sugar in our hair. Still, the goddamned will dawn, you know that, don't you, John? Ah, tell me it won't. That's a good hand. Tell me night will compose 1,000 tangos and will waltz every one. Tell me time will stop and play the bassoon, and our cares will be consequently blown to catastrophes, and our bewails clot into countless rare gumdrops. We'll bop till they drop, ignoring the Calvert perch on the buffet and the blueberries stuffed besides. We'll be cockled and muscled alive, oh, what's that you say, Black Blecket? Well, Black Blecket indeed. It's been said before, but bears repeating. Black Blecket, Black Blecket. What was the sound? Thank you for reminding me of our muddy boots hobbing across the loose stones, or we found an old cobble road leading back to the fortress. I can't recall from what direction we were north, I know, but I've a funny feeling we ended west, despite our concerted efforts to the contrary still. We found ourselves once again outside the Great Wall before a section made of jadeite, bubble cut to show the stone swirled fingerprint and the inhumanity of our resolve true. Well, you're astute, and I'm a clever fellow, so let me be the first and last to congratulate you on the addition of shoestring potatoes to your stew, with or without the potato. I won't ask where you got them, or how you managed to untie what looked like intentional knots. I think in any relationship one ought to preserve some mystery, for after all, isn't it that degree of unfathomability which keeps us smacking of the divine? Exactly so. You're a 4-fathom mystery to me, Sister Swallow, and ever shall be. I never know what you're doing with your hands, for example, or what you make of commandments in courthouses. True, it is contradictory, given the penalties, but I've wondered when I should be straying, for we found a little door in the far corner of the wall, carved to about 3/4 the size of a man, also composed of green stone, emerald, or tourmaline, with a faithless window made of gold leaf, and the body of the door rose here and there in the permanent pale pimples, as if the stone skin were studded with pearls, absurd but not impassable. We tucked daffodils in our buttonholes and behind the ear, an evening primrose, and pushed open the door. It was dark on the other side, dark and cool, though not unpleasant. Somewhere was the afterthought of fire, and thus its potential resurrection. We were quite jerry on the idea, so we hot-footed it through, pausing briefly to unhook Cook, who'd got caught by his vibraphone, and to pass the Champlain, for he donned his mitre and refused to doff it for any vesicular portal. He lay on his back and recrossed his arms, and he grabbed him alb, maniple, and pallium, shoving him over the threshold feet first, and when we had him and us on the other side, we stood him straight upright, smoothed his ruffled chasuble, and reached his nihili est with forensic devotion. It took a few moments longer to adjust to the honeycombed light. Corporal Vitiligo shook Stan from his musket, and said it was all the same, philosophy having long suffered such velvet shadows of faith, which Cook thought a beautiful sentiment, incontestably true, so promptly set it to music with banjos and a copper kettle drum, inspiring Ben Kirkwood, brother to the lover of Miss O'Ramsey, to act as precentor, who his middle finger and selected Psalm 78, reading the familiar verse in angelic cadence to the tune of our plumed harmony. We were stoked with satisfaction, happy as loose lobsters, until Kunz pointed out Kirkwood's psalterium suffered from rot, being mildewed through in irregular spots, unfeathering the source of our flaming inspiration, and this rot ran as well around the root of a leafless tree next to our orator, and blackened the ground at his feet at one such point of weakness. An eagle wheeled and stuck, shearing the lower limb of the luckless tree, and rendering the earth an open throat, from which triplets came, each 3-headed, and each headed 3-faced, and each face variously countenanced. One was 3, spotted young, bland, bored, and beside oneself, unshorn by history or the future continuous. 2 was 3, bearded ones, cool, cruel, and powerful, conformed shallow about the eyes. 3 was 3, grizzled ones, sunken-cheeked, liver-lipped, and toothless, jaws lacerated with impotent rage. They were all the same. We stood still, and Kirkwood faltered between opinions. We saw ourselves uncomposed, a rag, a bone, a hank of hair wrapped about the wrist, in our dreams, our formulations, the calculate of this to that, our days we otherwise know, this to this. We are constant made by such contingencies, true as all will do. We, I agree, such high fidelity is a real crippler. We prefer our bittersweet embodiments, ironclad and wrapped with tarred string, kept white, as they say, unblemished and unbeknownst, albuminate white, hoar frost white, the sheltered white of a rabbinical edict and an infant's open armpit, a white moreover in itself, egg-whole and solid as an eyeball, not softly plumbed with dark sour pits or the probing press of an icon. We arbor and forswear woolly growths nettling our sacred texts, mixing spore and dust and spore to no end or beginning, as amaranthine and blasphemous as ribbon candy and the reflexive pronoun. See yourself, you armless jag. You know the source of your agreement lies in the inability to tell the truth. You good for nothing but stew. Though the thought of your pot quickens my pulse and hastens the pace of my thought, even from here I spy the savory symptoms of a black butt of pork and the shag of a Turkish delight, though I wonder from where the pitchfork came. You stab and stir so cleverly, sir, you're very handy given your limitation. And what's that floating just there? Tell me later, will you? When there's a lag in the conversation, as there ought be shortly, we'll turn to the talk of your soup naturally as flowers to the sun, and agree it's much nicer to save such objects to savor later. Save them in the cork-capped bottle licked with port, or a babbling cave, a bored pit, where nothing grows but fungus and mistletoe, and nothing comes bursting to tongueless, nothing spewed. You can make a good green relish and tell me the base of your violet silk bouillon, and I'll tell you my middle name, no, not Bob or Burbet. Thanks, though that's vastly amusing, and if I might get a Burbet in edgewise, I'll continue on our way, for after we forsake saying our prayers and soothe little Dicky Leocourt, who had thrown himself on the ground and given himself to weeping, we picked up the tyke and tossed him in a bag, butter-colored with a worsted cream tie. We began down a river-run path towards the donjon, which, being near, we could barely see, just as man approaching a mountain observes no transcending peak but only accented elevation, and our way was imperiled by many low-hung branches and thick-jutting roots. Our feet were tripped and our faces whipped as we went along, not speaking or speaking of things now unspoken, but better spoken then, and a broken quiet crept through us as each man concentrated more on stepping over or ducking under, all in all just getting by. It's the getting of the getting by that comes up most difficult, Mr. Johnson, for there's no rest in dunking chair or the utmost floors, and none securely blessed but in the good Lord's autumnal bosom. I felt in the pit of my own pearled breast the treacle strength of the Almighty, and wished I'd saved to myself or to 3 others He will provide, foreshadowing the many shadowless flight. And had I heard coon dogs, then I would have added, He will protract, but we did not. It was silent as a seaside cemetery. We walked along this intolerant road, our faces bestripped of a prisoner's backside, our feet sore as night crawlers. I think I can speak for the entire company. There's none left that'll stop me, save you and your feathered mermaids, you daisy-strung bits of bold incomprehensibility. Like the fog and the philosopher, you really have to be there, but you've got bigger fish to fry. Is it cod that's bobbling so widely? No. Well, it was worth a shot, as are so many. You're right, as rich as my barrator. Aught's not worth shooting. There's a cottage comfort verite. I'd cross-stitch it in a sampler if I had your fingers and a snip of blue thread. But the crux of our crisis was yet to come. Carl caught a thorn in his side, but Sarge got it worse, for as we made our way down Blackstone's Lane, he was struck across the forehead by a particularly nasty branch, grey-green and lightly greased, and one I just slipped carefully past, which is no point. Pride, but a matter of some fact. There was a great moment, a snap, and a face come undone, a rouge memento shorn from brow to chin, split tip to lip, uncovering the bright common skull. The man looked puzzled at first, then sighed as he reached up to hold the flap of his eyes, his sudden anonymity a rude surprise. Just when you think you know a fellow to find he's everyone else still, we immediately received a communique from Commander Reed ordering us to itemize the Master Sergeant's effects and collate them with the gravitational. Sarge stood obligingly still as we went through his pockets and shook out his shoes. You found a book of romantic verses, Swinburne and such, dog-eared couplets, including "Forever this, forever you, from love's impermanence never knew." Was it Larry who noted the silent consonants, and Curly who said "Hoot knocked" beneath his sausage breath? I remember locating a locket containing the cameo of a young girl and a tiny pot of brown fat. Billy Bird counted all the loose change, saying there was none to speak of. There was, moreover, a petite crucifix made of tinfoil peeled from spearmint gum wrappers, and a lady's stem-wound watch that kept time like a pensioner, a drawstring sack of bubbles, and a nickel-plated moon. We committed each to memory, and the twins pronounced mess kit, and that was that then, and the man disrobed then, knowing he was to die then, wanting to slip back in and then as he slipped out, or simply to slip. There you go. Wanting to slip back in, and as he slipped out, or simply to slip simply out and simply in, or simply out and simply in, or in and out and in and out, or in and out and in and out and in and in and out and in or out or in and out or out in and in and out, and we're at it again. Dance with me, Jean. Let's do the fandango. You call me Booley. I'll put on my pewties, and we'll feign twain be in our homologous love and musical novelty. Will postulate our existence as if we were metaphysical poets. Patapoof, we'll dreeple and drizzle, drizen and drushel. We'll turn out the tables and sharpen our spoons. We'll droom by the light of the slavery oracle, affix gold-threaded roses to the napes of our necks, and swing forward and back like reassured thieves. For I love you and you love me, and well we might, or there's none left, and no right for all that matters is not told. Wouldn't you say you still, dearie? Faint take us and pass the dormitif. You look surprised, do you? It's hard to tell, being so dark still, and still so dark, and there's a thanks. Dawn is not yet in full feather. We've time to weep and gnash what's left of our teeth. Do you remember how we left the faceless man curled in a clutch of pink chrysanthemums? Making our way down the lane without further ado, we soon began to pass through the pastures of raspberries studded with pots of dark chocolate for dipping. Several pheasants stood by shaking their fists at the constricted green buds, thinking they were strawberries and stubborn at that. The sergeant first class, having just been promoted, strutted and swayed roosterish across the road, taking one surly fellow by the elbow to point out it was raspberries he was subjecting to slander, and raspberries by their nature rattle on to no other end, having neither the promise of pie nor, like Cain's thorns, the mark of immutable creation. And though the raspberry tart is rightly trumpeted, the strawberry's widespread obligation bubbles more bathwater. But the raw-nosed peasant was poorly humored, his jaw trembled in ire and perpetual offense. He rudely shrugged off the new top kick and said he would not stick over the strawberries. He would not stickle over these strawberries, for he knew too well interrogating fruit on its nature inevitably sows seeds of bitter discontent. And he said he would not stickle over these strawberries, for he knew too well interrogating fruit on its nature inevitably sows seeds of bitter discontent, which in turn leads to the discovery of apprehension and the attendant abandon of expectation, thereby permitting discontinuity while foraging, while foregoing the very sum of its preserves. And this bifold approach is the wormy route to all manner of agnostics. Therefore, the only course worth sticking to was insisting on strawberry therein, and by that be thereafter damned. But the new sergeant determined this was an issue of some honor thereabouts, or so shook the man by the black crease in the collar, chastising him for the intent girding his ignorance. Christ, said the non-com, fashion truth from fabrication, like the adroit tailor cuts his coat from other hides, exactly measured, stretched. The skin proves sturdy and impenetrable, yet inexplicably soft. He lines the fell with fleece, shorn from couch dreams, and the airy cushion of a poet's coma adorns its high collar and cuffs with silk brown fable, pipes the shoulders with feathers of smoke and carnard sauvage, and dips each pineapple button in bronze and brasso, then slips this perfect jacket about your inconsequential shoulders and promises you protection perpetual. You've been saved, laddie, suited and heavily cased, and thus must cease and desist in your calumny and defamation, for the produce you here harvest furthermore is and ever shall be the knitted rasp, and not the heart-shaped straw. And the non-com said all this most slowly, taking a surgeon's pains with his incision, but patience exaggerated extends no patience, and the foolish peasant shook off the man's grip and damned his donné, saying, "What's it to be a man if I can't name my fruits as I see fit? What's it to be a man if I can't name my fruits as I see fit? Why, isn't that the point of excommunication, that I may majestic make my single state, patricate my country with myself, fixing what is as God-given as what shall be, as what will be, to the bitter endless?" And the poor man shook in full fury as he spoke, setting little will to trembling, but spiriting the new master sergeant with Germanic resolve. You have been to Germany, Janelle. Do you recall then the empirical swath of thin sky and the rude proliferation of pine? Was it pine or lime? No matter. There was something perpendicular, something of significance, something that sheltered swans and encouraged supplication. There were castles, too, castles great and castles small, castles tall and castles quadrate, castles cordate, comate, clatherate, crenate, and plumate, plummy castles made of cranberries and scarlet crept consequence, castles that ruffled the hair on your arms and stalked your chest with flattery, castles that made you bemoan the length of your rude bones, even the long fevered boast of your bones, the one most common jocular slapped and plucked from shallow graves, unclothed by plough or storm, or the silk snout of a Labrador picking its way through the coarse stone. Rocks sharpened on rocks work their way into the cracked black paw, and the dog moves on whimpering, miserable mouth music mimicking as the fiddler haunts the peat bog, and the waiter passes the yellow paper. This one is yours, and that's my pen, for I'm the only pure proof of silence, and I'm put damn close. Oh, dance with me, Janny, just dance, just this once, just once more before we pass through rose and ash and enter the great donjon. Once we do, nothing will be the same, just as nothing was the same before and will continue to be. Nothing's as comforting as a swag of crochet in the arm of a clean night nurse. It's a world in a word, this cutwater nothing. Nothing wears pretty beaded slippers and tucks brown beetles up her long sleeves. Spring clouds soften nothing's demeanor, and winter's sun deafens her cries. Nothing tips at knotted cans and keeps sentiment decanted. Nothing yawns at Cupid's whisper and shakes Argo awake. Nothing is for nothing's sake. Why, nothing's one and nothing's two. There's nothing but nothing and nothing to do. Nothing wears a wig of human hair and a skirt of amber skin. Nothing is as nothing does, and nothing does all in. So let us cackle like spotted hens laying seedless eggs for gentlemen. Shout kickaboo at her randomness and crown our days with orifice. Nothing is and nothing shall be, and nothing was and nothing will do. We're bracketed as bedposts, stated and stateless. And if you knew how much I loved you, ma poitrine, you'd grow new shoulders and new arms and 2 new wrists to wrap in red ribbon, new fingers too, at least 6, and I'd sprout the legs of a seaman, and there'd be nothing we could not do, not between us two. We'd bury ourselves in the pebbled beach and laugh at salted water. Nothing would come of us, trimmed in gaiety and strung the sweet peals from children's tongues. Nothing will anoint us with the rack of lambs and pyramids. We'll wear simple crowns of paper cones and carry rods of dull-sabered light. We've come to nothing, just us two, and by our inverted victory do nothing prove. It's clams now, isn't it? We've put in the stew, nobbed in, and dream of wagging an index, just as the new Master Sergeant did upon hearing the pheasant's firm denial. Thrice he denied, or ought have, for there's too many cooks and not enough Simons concisely called Peter. The top kick whippered his prominent digit back and forth and stepped on a strawberry basket and admonished the serf to exchange rank servility for another kind as he shucked the shroud for the cap of many coolers. Yes, Ginot, it were several mistakes all worthy of making, for the point was raspberries, and to insist otherwise was to keep oneself hopeless as a loose thumb. But righteousness was never writ by rhetoric. Truths are scripted in spittle and sealed in our decay. The great one's hollow as a schoolboy's hand. Yes, that's a good man. Yes, you're right to admit the bivalves. Yes, for what other answer could there be but yes, and then again, no? Is it me, or have we become our argument? And will there be sides, then, and of what variety? The pheasant, as you know, did not cotton to the Master Sergeant's oracular assumptions. He denied the predicate, crying that he was not one to probe puddings for eggs, or question the 3-way conjunction for modest wit is the soul of breviary. And some day a young Oaxacan man would stand holding a handful of red-line take-out menus he was setting on the flats of apartment doorsteps, standing on a street named for something, stand and watch a group of girls playing softball across the street on a high school field that light dust scored in pasty white chalk. That chalk clinging to their feet. The man would stand across the street, wearing a red apron and a blue baseball cap. He would stand and smile. Another location written in white script across his back, and bowed over his left breast, and his eye would slant against the tipped afternoon sun. And the man would stand and whisper por favor, and time would stand for that second, and what the pheasant asked. Good would raspberries do then, and the top kick dipped his fingertips in the shadow of his lower lip, and would have painted him a picture, but his His contation proved costly, for the pheasant's wife knocked him off that soapbox with a brickbat lobbed from a furlong away. Or farther, she had a good arm and a better eye, and the master sergeant flew back, clearing entirely the strawberry patch. Yes, of course it was, if only momentarily, and we ran to find the poor man lying in a tangle of rusted vines, the back of his skull crushed completely. No one was more surprised than he. He looked as if he would weep with sympathy, and as his mouth filled with warm goblets of fruitless woe, he would have shook his head, demanding what satisfaction, we suppose, but such appetites can contract no cord. Then perhaps a napkin, a rag to wet and soak with his travails, providing damp composition and consolation of what prize. But neither was to be, and neither more was he, who, don't you agree, could have a contrary expectoration? Don't you agree the snubs of your shoulders have movement in them? Although I am uncertain as to the import I ought to pin to your unappendages, I could tack on a sailor's tattooed sinew and send you round the bend. Or would you rather the deft limbs of a fat man swathed in Vietnamese silk and confounded by self-puffery? Perhaps you prefer the cambric sleeves of a genuine lady and the thumbnails of a six-pack whore given the right tools. I could fashion the leather-branded watch of any oncologist or the crusted manacles of an African slave, downed while making a dash across what river, hounds snapping at his cracked heels, bound, poor fool, for rumination, to be hackneyed by history and drowned in the well of his best wishers, petitioned, white-lipped, and desiccant even as his mouth fills with the sumpy waters of the brown river. Phalanx forest fishing. Would you, could you, do you dare? Would you, could you, do you, dear? Deed I do, she said in her flower print dress. Lawsy, it's all the same to me. I've the blue tainted wrists of the common suicide. It's all the same to me. In or out's our common destiny. For those were my father's hunting dogs and my mother's wrists, faint as matchsticks and twice as tender. The flame failed at first, but not at second. She'd come in at night, put her hand on my chest to assure herself of the fact of my breath, and I didn't disappoint now, perhaps, but not then. You as well. Here in our sun-shorn present tense, having proved to be an ejaculation, an article indefinite, sujet sans predicate, my time an ill-measured loiter, minutes tipped hollow as a sausage's foreskin, hours drained like a bath, bloody tub, once it was full of babies. Where are they now? That's right, all gone. That's what becomes of belief and buoyancy, sweetheart. I haven't forgotten when you bore arms and they were beauties. They crooked and cradled the cracked skull of the top kick and comforted Carl, who took the loss hardest, though we didn't know why not even when Miss Mountain Stewart Jocosa appeared with a grab of hyacinth and a cup of cock-a-leaky, your arms still wrapped the grieving man as if you could compress his sudden laments to Logan water. But the best we could do was skin his sorrow and sort it into strips, tacked together with small squares of tin and worn between the knee, below the knee. The mirrored beauty of our design provoked the rest of our company to fits of throat-slitting, except dear Carl, who wanted nothing more than to set his hands floating lazily in the eye-green sea. Ich mag mir sorgen um die Meeresverschwung. He kept saying a canon, I think, a creed, but by then we were at the donjon door proper, sawed side to side like a magician's lovely assistant, the top half composed of goat's horns, blackberry bramble, red cups of cabbage leaves, salted figs, and sour cherries, the bottom barley stalks, oxtail, rabbit, and stuffed dove, a breast of pork hung somewhere, and dabs of sour cream and almonds still pocked. It's Schildenkronschup you're craving, you oxymoron, but you'll get none of it here, for we've arrived at our feather dust destiny, our mission having become what you might call a fait accompli. But it does no good to grieve not standing at the door, the slit of which spins waxed with bitch butter and licked exceptionally clean. We stood there proudly, me and my legs and you up in arms, our hair fluttered light in the breeze, and sunshine warmed the knitted backs of our necks and the subtle tips of our shoulders. I was taller, if you remember, and you were dipped in opium. We marveled at the knacked welter of our biceps and our patterns and our pasterns' honeyed breath. We were top and bottom suitably equipped to any formal hearing, though I had taken half a mo and properly consulted the times tables, including 9 and 7 in the crosstown bus. I would have seen how it would have turned out, that is, and how the soup could only be rightly spiced with the olio of us, now and evermore all men. What's round in the middle and lies in between, so unshadow your gentle brow and let's get cooking. Fortune means most when least seen. It is indeed Father Matthew who spoke plainly of Des Prés de Merveilles. The door was ajar as he muttered murder. Aguza qui letorben ni ochi alvero. For fear is the beginning of wisdom, and wisdom is dangerously apple-scented in this Fra Mat was exact as a lawyer's amendment, never doing what he was not afraid to do, finding in fried faith's sticking point. At home he made country omelets and blue grand souffles. In battle he wielded a club, slishing and slashing, bashing and mashing till the blunt was incarnadine. Cher père, Mr. Finley was once heard to say, thou art a liberal messenger, altering most severely that most abject object. Not afraid to break a few eggs. Untrue, untrue, said good Father Achew. I'm a publican, a first-rate abecedarian, thanks to the Lord bejesus. But you mistake the cold churl for though my club recruits a few new members, faith that moves the great oak more to pity man's poor topsoil than provide richer shade. Still I'm a whiskey widowmaker, separating bright yellow fact from clear white fiction. Fact is, Mr. Finney the priest slapped his palm on the table and leaned close to us. He stank of stingo and eel and coarse brown paper. Fact is, said Father Matthew, we fossicked like there was tomorrow today. Damn if you weren't right about that, Jaspers. There's not a second left judging today. We're piggish for our futures and would send our final dividends while slaughtering the stock through tonight's less luculent as the Leith or any longish. Jaspers, there's not a second sun left judging by today. We're piggish for our futures and would spend our final dividends while slaughtering the stock. Though tonight's luculent as the Leith or any longish river still, we may still husband the dawn. Let us raise our waxed leather cups to that, Jack, to the continuous ducking of the day. May our feathers turn clabbered as an abese's milk, and our loves come coppered in pearl, for as Suckling said, love is the fart of every heart, and as Mam said, courted with wine and a bit of tart, sic ars doluto ars. You're right to cross yourself there and murmur a gentle amen, for now we were inside the great Don John, there was nowhere to go, but up through the twins insisted on bending their knees to increasing degree as they walked, giving them the true appearance of descent, and we were all inclined to appreciate the gesture crowded in that ancient stairwell, shoved against one another in ascent. The stones had been well worn by the passing of many men, each step sunk in its middle most severely, less so on the sides, and the trough provided the smaller boot greater purchase, and entrapped the larger soul. We left Owan on the seventh step, foot soldier to the floor. He cursed and struck the wall with his rapier, hoping, I imagine, to hack a handful from the stone, but the walls were smooth as sea glass from centuries of seeking shoulders, and palms put and flat and hopeless, though now and again a lovely swan could be seen lifting from the surface, and the man next to me swore he spotted a brood of diving ducks, but the sound of Owan's sword was fire to our eyes. Freshly wailing, we crept on. We loved him like a sister, and M. Susan insisted he was he, trying for substitution, but no one paid attention and no one wanted to wait. Rumors began filtering down from the front that there was gray rock and ruin ahead, starvation, some whispered, while others spat and spoke of scissors. There were the serious ones, the ones who polish their cutgulls with coon cheese and hiss in the middle of les invalides. They keep their arms linked and their hearts profound. They were the real thing Methodists, if you'll pardon the expression, not like you and me, who eschew violent lactation and drip of wet kisses and regurgitate dreams. But be what you seem and seem to be, as the long man says, be full of salt as you will, without, and all will be forsaken, but it will prove fleeting as bacon and eggs. Mumpsimus, sumpsimus, and dry gene chips, we've that at least to look forward to. Our absolute annihilation, that and breakfast. And do you think they'll make a story of us, something small and padded with powdered sugar to hand round to the kiddies, or something sempiternal for the Volksmarch filled with fresh figs cooled under April's first glaze? Nous pinchons à l'époque que un engagement limité s'imposa à quelqu'un afin de prévenir l'avance de quelqu'un. I hope it will be as tasty as a moonlit moment and leave the same loose change. And so we made our way, noting how each stair pulled a pat of sandy cold water. Clear it was, pellucid as a ghost's throat. A great commotion broke out on the ride, for it had been discovered that some of the wall stones were a mere facade. One of the twins, I think it was, tripped and put his hand to the wall as he fell, and his palm pushed in the stone skin like one's palm. And his palm pushed in the stone skin like one palps a swollen belly. He pulled back with alarm and cried foul at the false front. His brother, whose name escapes me like a breath, drew his short sword and plunged, if that's the word, into the grey skin, sinking the blade to its pewtered hilt. He withdrew, examined the tip, shouting, "It's been kissed," and it was bust with the stick most corporeal. Several men stopped their climb and stood sorted as the twins pulled at the slit in the stone, stripping back the leathery hymen, skimming it from the wall, revealing a deep bright pocket sweltering heat and stink. "Come, Helios, asshole." The first twin tied a cheek silk handkerchief over his nose and mouth and plunged into the pit, while his brother nervously waited outside, explaining to the man with a pencil standing next to him that, at the age of 5, his other was amply freckled and loved dodgeball and corn on the cob, but refused all footwear, so his little boy feet were soil-brindled and harshed by grass and stone. The man with the pencil licked the lead and took it dutifully down, complete with punctuation, giving some comfort to the second twin. Then another great commotion, coming this time within, a shout sounds, a scuffle's rasp and clang, the rattle and grate of stone against skin, the hollow ring of wood cracking bone and tooth-kneading nail, our ears pierced with skirls of pain that mirrored in our mouths, sounds plumped and fevered by fear in the hot, stinking pouch, sense suffused, sense all radiant from all. The impact wall, unforgiving till the first twin re-emerged, head bathed in a mulch of sweat and blood rust, dragging some novel abomination from its womb. He threw it at our feet, wise and small and oblique as all abortions, eyes dull and green, and mouth sharply beaked, yellow as a hen, eyes set side to side like a winter flounder, hands and wings stumped and stunted, useless circling things, each shaft broken in its middle and each barb licked in green sweat, setting each filament against its mate. Its trunk was no trunk, but the staved hollow of a starveling. Though pearls of fresh meat clotted its rancid hackle, the twin bore a bloody stripe across his arm, and we saw how the foot claws were composed of unadulterate gold, each talon iron-tipped, each wrapped in tar paper. Silver gaffs were its spurs, pared razor-thin and razor-sharp. Sickles were its sickles, so it rattled and clappered where it lay. The beast snapped open its beak as if to bite, displaying the serpent's bitter fangs and black cleft tongue, and the men next to me, Private Gunsar Mooney of Inverness and Calabasas, swooned at the cockatrice, having been previously ignorant of all mythology. He was shortly revived with the promise of chocolates and colocynth, and we set to invigorating the wounded creature. We thumped his chest with the heel of our boot, and it proved hypocritical as an emptied-eyed lecturer. It wept blood-red tears As an empty-eyed lecturer, it wept blood-red tears and said it was fame, God's second creation, but we couldn't believe it. It had been so corporal and communicative as Sunday's cloth napkin. We ordered it to provide some form of identification, but fame smiled at that and said it was as we ought know, bereft of insular identity, and moreover recognition lie with it, not us, just as when these, the monster trembled its fecal wings, were indecently employed, I would flit from shoulder to shoulder, my attentions drawn by the wit of one, the rude beauty of another, my eye eyeing him who certainly, interrupted Jean-Paul Luc, who'd whipped his way back from the front, his handsome brow tressed with anger. There were better blooms and greater erudition. Why choose this one over that one for your clarid considerations? And he raised his crop, but fame drew back and retorted, my perch is not without its consideration, for there's many who welcome my bite, and as it spoke, its tongue tips licked their air most viperish, and who do willingly part with a bit of heart to savour my petulant favours, but Luke bargained hard. Odiferous fuck, what of those chosen who never profit by their renown? Tally who, queried the creature, and to what percent? 25, 25, 6, 800,002. I will not account them like a gossip of symptoms, said Luke, to which the beast rejoined, names then if numbers undo. There are too many. Luke struck his thigh in agitation. Of these too few, these Jesses and Jesui, Glock dropped and driven by, of Isaacs gassed in Hillish mass, of Abulahim and Chogukum blown to kingdom came, of wee Brittany's smithereen, or unbunded are homemade by the bedful, their bloody photos beguile the brain, yet in truth they are no more loved alive than the moon, yet once dead play the sun, commanding the very maw of heaven, the gluttonous heaven. Would that it choked on your freakish compost, and fame edged forward its golden beak twisting to a grin, more awful in its confidence. Those are those who I do not recognize. Still, you misalign me with Sister Fortune and her random charity, more capricious and calculate than even me, son of Seraphim. I am, you think my objects selected for their own properties. You misalign me with Sister Fortune. Still, you misalign me with Sister Fortunate and her random charity, more capricious and calculate than even me, son of Seraphim. I am, you think, my objects selected for their own properties, who you then judge unworthy of the boon and echo of my recognition. And Luke made his look an eye, and the beast continued, you, captain, discredit my value, yet protest it promiscuous, and thereby increase its estimation. And Luke sensibly rejoined, maledictio, pimp, for men should speak of their better brothers as plants grow stronger, bent towards stronger light. What of criminals, wondered the second twin, tired now of waiting to kill the creature? Shouldn't they be renowned as well, so their sins may be known well known and well condemned? Well, his brother added, nursing the wound on his arm, we should also note the lucky, so we can see how good comes like a crocus through a frost. I quite admire the selfless, added a fat man with freckles on his back, and am always curious how they wear their hair. I agree, said Berwin, the former smith, his hands thick with work, his face still forged flush. The selfless are constantly interesting, as are those who excel in tricks of perceived fancy and persistence. You mean actors, said the first twin, biting a bit of loose skin. Yes, though not all actors and not only actors. It's more an ineffable quality, really, said the other, and the fat man nodded. I see what you mean. It's the mask itself which suggests something else. That's what's alluring. Well, now you're talking about persona. Said a thin man with a port wine patch over one eye. Lugged lions and bears, thrash all, wish returns us to the question of greatness and ever persuasion. Lions and bears, thrash all, wish returns us to the question of greatness and every persuasion. And fame struck out then, faster than any of us could comprehend. It nailed its iron-tipped talons across the throat of Jean-Paul, bringing thin ribbons of blood along the width which slowly unfurled over his breast. Luke paled and put a trembling hand to his injury, then silently regarded his spotted palm at arm's length for a breath, brought it close, and fainted dead away. Fame stood over his body and shook its foil sickles and twice crowed, Look, look, and we did, and it is an amazement, for Jean-Paul Luc evaded 2 of 4 dimensions, his form foreshortened, flattened, constricting its extremities, his facial features cut and etched in an antique collar until all that is left is a coin's bright profile. Encircled by fame's deadly furrows, the fiend crowed once more. See how he is thrifty spent, being wooed and won by a lover's eyes. I blind my beloved as he unshutters me, for there is only cupidity in such saving. And Private Mooney fully resuscitated brave and foolishly seized the beast by its rank and gobleted neck and made some rebuke, the content of which slips my mind for the moment, though it was a piercing insight at the time and elucidated the matter most satisfactorily. But Fame's black tongue wound round the boy's soft neck and squeezed altogether slowly, and there was nothing we could do, or did do, or will do to stop the murder. Later we agreed it was as if we rooted on the spot, anchored like now in time's perpetual hinge, the articulation between before and after, like now, stuck in then, and not a one among us could recall making the slightest attempt to lift an arm or leg against the creature, each sensing our gloveless and bootless nature, knowing then, like now, offensive movement was beyond our present capacity or capability. It was a long-distance number, sure to be busy, so why the second ten would crack his knuckles over his oatmeal, even try, and we nodded and quietly spooned salt through our bowl. Though now, looking back, I wonder if the death of Gunsar Mooney wasn't in the cards all along, given his lack of currency. But such thoughts are freshly minted excuses, you can be sure of that, Jack. Sure as Fame dragged the hapless Gunsar back to its den, sickles and toes scuttling against stone, stones splitting like skin to swallow them, like the sky takes in hare and falcon and returns to its inviolate state, and waits for fate's next mate. The first twin cried in surprise as the lips of the wound on his arm sealed themselves shut, as the creature archived itself, as, after a moment, came a sound we'd never forget, like now, a feeding sound, a brute echo of snapping bone and the wet tear of flesh, first vociferous, then more awful in its subdued satisfaction. And weren't you the one who pocketed Jean Paul? Do you know you'd be needing alms, Johansen, or did you think Fame left a gratuity? We promised to mytho-poeticize Gunsar Mooney, and we've kept that bet for 3 years, or at least as many nights I've lost track of time. Though not the light, there's to be another, my grace. Sure as we are, there will be another Germany, frothy with rocks and waxed schooner brew, a despaired Teuton, wherein Gertrude and it can laugh to our heart's content, sling steins without ponderous consequences, and roo for the home team, and I hope so, for permanency lies nearest my inward heart, though the outward quabs with the possibility of some afterlife. It's true, corrupt, says you. Again true, for rank and reviled truths keep men from lapping at mirages as they quaff intoxicants. No hopes but in small beer. Similarly, we stepped up the stairs, holding hands and shouting tra-la-la, la-dia-dia, provoking fits of zing-boom, tararel. We held the blues on the run, and the stairs as well. The steps began to arch towards the night, the right making the circle before us larger than the circle we had just completed, and the next circle larger than the one, and again each circumambulation took 40 minutes longer than the round before, and upon the third traverse we felt a bitter wind that bit to the bone and blew thinner men to their knees. We bent ourselves towards the blast and found ourselves in a corridor strung with cages. Each cage swung wildly in the tempest, jangled and wind-whipped like tavern lanterns in a storm. A true torrent it was, hail big and unforgiving as an American fist, raving sleet that nailed shut our lips and eyelids, the whole slabbed frigid as a corpse's armpit. My skin was purple with chill and cannonade, some of it tinted and augured pink. A fearsome howling commenced, freezing us further, so frightened were we unhappy few we evacuated, or would have had it been warmer. But in this puckered corner, crap fell frozen from us, and soon the stairs were littered with bitter shitballs and bright gold bands drossed many men's trousers. The bravest among us bent our heads back and tore the lice from our lashes, and saw each cage The bravest among us bent our heads back and tore the ice from our lashes, and saw each cage was occupado, and the hands of each prisoner affixed to the bars by a girdle of solid red ice, as if the poor inmate, trying to gain some purchase in the gale, had grasped the sides of his cage, only to stick fast to the metal like a schoolboy licking a lamp-post in winter. And in truth, half the unfortunates were stuck by their tongues. They then doubly cursed, for as their cages danced in the wind, the mouth flesh torn from the iron like a babe peeled from his mother's grip, keen a freezing froth of blood and spittle from each whore-bitten gape, the foul spume turning into a new lock of ice to be broken by the next breeze, and the ones caught by their paws howled like collared dogs, and could winch themselves free, trying so mightily one waited for an arm to snap from its socket, or a wrist to break in two. Instead, the skin of the palm sheared to the meat beneath, the cooling hot blood from these distempered mouths and hands flung away in rosy mitts and eggs that were roped into a mottled mitten, or muffler emboldening a flash embrace of the bars, provoking fresher defeat. Each cage thickly trophied with these thin and brittle scalps, and the little drummer boy cries, "What?" And this innocent wanderer drew whistles and catcalls from the militated dark, and one fastened by his hands bawled as impudently as he could, his cadence corrupt by the flourish gale. "What wonders who? And I suggest he see for himself. See," he scoffed, "not at this latitude or in this housed hour, for we're at the full edge of the eclipse." I saw then through my own rhyme lashes how his eyes and the eyes of his companions were cartooned and clouded ice, cartoned and clouded ice, and they peered through these false glasses and hooted who philosophically, and I, toes bayed in fur-lined boots, a gray seal or a bright moleskin quip, "We are the ones whose fortunes can still be read, and whose breath is sweet and colorless." "Then will you have no business here?" said the garrulous one, and resumed wringing his hands, straining to them free from the frost. "For we're in a fixed rate of exchange. I myself was something once, and, as you can see, will be again. It's a cornucopuscence of resurrection you're in, costing like the snake but a bit of skin." And I answer slowly as the cold stuns my lips, confusing my speech. "Were to take the John, and a tongue-bound inmate, more freshly apprenticed, his cage thatched just once or twice, his hands loosely manacled, croaked, 'Ah, ooh, oh,' and again, 'Ah, ooh, oh,' then a third time with some great urgency, and then when no reply was forthcoming, when in fresh frustration, and the salt of his tears cured his tears, and the palm-bound spirit stopped struggling to clarify in strong southern accent, 'Georgia, I think, or Arkansas,' my brother asked by whose order. And aren't I proud of my John then, taking a good poke at the indentured bastard? Good aim, too, your staff slipped neatly between the bars, despite their constant movement. You had an arm on you, I'll attest to that, too, to be exact, and weren't we happy as parolees when you smote his side and it snapped open, neat as a lady's purse, and like warm breath clouds the mouth on a cold morning, a blast of air colder than any cold felt or seen by man glittered from this vent, and he screamed in pain and wrenched his hand from its ice clamp and clapped his side shut, screaming in greater pain, a hero's pain toasted with sesame, while I pressed my opportunity. 'Tell us who you are, so we know that for which you suffer,' and the prisoner, lips bent back to bare blue gums. He dared not weep over his weeping wound, though the globes of ice that were his eyes seemed brighter just a bit, trembled and licked all around his mouth a stubble of icicles, embearding the orifice, and quod, 'Suffering is a sovereign vengeance and a swift virtue.' Thus we marry our worst part, for it was us that did us in. Too vague, says the drummer boy, meaning pronoun or acronym, irony or history, lower or upper case, mister. So I try again, in direction I sniff, is not what befazes you like a paper skiff. I was proud of the rhyme of the thing, you see, jolly, for form was beginning to unfold, and the concrete and bitter air which undid you continues to undo. You're right, it was a little much, but there were reports to be made, and we needed to fill all the spaces. Om nihi uganik, hissed and grunted the tongue-tied one, which his consociate was after taking a sharp toss and resizing his bars, unwinded as romantic, whereupon I struck Plutus's raw coop with both my hands proving well unctioned against the frozen pin, setting it frisking across the current, so the tongue therein dissembled in 4 respects, and the hand-held one laughed at his cousin, calling through his frigid beard. Note how the great author quarters his words, though I may have as neatly foretold, have I been one versed in onomancy, which was quite pretty, we thought, as another whore-fisted one bellowed, "A posterior," between blustered cheeks, as another chattered in his teeth, "Witness how my predecessor quit it. He's the guy who'll kill it, the common sense of is, but can't duck the little princess." And the hand-held one darkened and wriggled his fresh frozen fist violently, and violently interrupted, "Soon as I'm free, Junior, I'll fetch you a fish that'll make you rue the state of Florida." And the unfaithful poet cackled through his fractured kiss as the first politician jerked his hand free and sent his cage swinging mad as a boat-tossed sea, setting a sudden series of fidelities spiraling through the chamber, defrosting tongues, unpocketing hand, and as each cell was tossed in a upended, we could see then at the top of each a steel spike, and on that spike a small head pike-necked crown, or two heads set like a pair of parents or parentheses. The hand-held prisoner had a miniature Caesar Julius, like the juice. Another inmate sported a tiny Napoleon with a large cigar. A third had twin Victorian Alberts, and there was a black-faced German above the chatterer. And when that one spun, a white-faced German showed on the other side, and these heads spun and screamed through the air like sirens as the newly liberated scrambled to right their cold-spun prisons. And the provisional poet lunged to restick his tongue. But I kick his house and demand his account. I am anonymous, he whimpered, trying to slow his pitch, or might as well be, seeing there's no genius, and ergo no sense working in stone, don't you agree, sir? He paused until someone, the chimp, I believe, said, "You betcha," then torqued towards the bars, uncurling his woe-riven tongue. But I bat him back again, and back again he goes, heavily, his side now fixed to his confinement. If you've got genius, I go, drawing a bead, then you won't mind giving up the ghosts, you see, how it was ironized as a Sunday night fish fry, and didn't he confess then being already battered and grilled? I mouthed without meaning my morality, my immoral platform. I played puppet master to my masters and patty cake with saints. I capstained what I'd capsized, commanded second hand, coined tragedy commerce and comedy the same. I made crosses, oughts, and convinced husks they housed heaven, and the poet angled towards the chatterer and moved his mouth, causing the other to speak. I loved life that was mostly unconscious, while will made me feel all nauseous. Thought my noise was flawless, come up like the sun done, like my father before I've begun. Let me tell you what our cause is, be. And we put our hands over our ears and screamed, and a man with the port wine stained purity in his eye took me by the elbow and introduced himself as Sandy Fry. He said orders where was time to go, and I gladly left his corner, stamping my feet to untooth the cold as we rounded the corner. I tossed a final glance back, but the figures were hidden in their swirling inkhorns of ice, and the whistled wind obliterated all the words, and so we went, soon splintering ourselves into two companies. It's all right, two things, unless it's three. One side the right again, Jacques. We is our objective correlative, though the subjective correlative, would you not agree, highly carbonates ontology, and is what prompted the right flank to sing in perfect Vietnamese, Ba Kyong Hu, Phi Kyong, which means you don't get me yet, do you? Who, which fetched the perfectly composed reply, Swa Rokang Kustyok Lami, meaning no, we don't have American cigarettes here, and Tyler the water poet cited this as further proof of the wonderworks of Saint Philomena, for apparently she was disinterested, if not here, elsewhere, though he allowed it was as dead certain accident, for they found her in the cemetery of Saint Priscilla, also known as Prisca, which is prettier, having the slap and salt of the sea about it, and St. Prisius was soul-stuffed at the sea and astonishingly beach-like, studded with sand-castles and starfish, a steady marine breeze refreshed from the west, bearing the scent of sunscreen and warm tuna salad. How children would dig for sand dabs and little gray crabs while adults sat under cutaway umbrellas and slapped sand fleas behind their knees. One Memorial Day in 1802, a small boy named Reggie Peacock, who had a belly potted as a poinsettia and a tuft of clear down gracing the small of his back, was not 3 feet from his mom and dad, digging with a red plastic shovel and matching bucket, and occasionally sniffling rivulets of clear mucus back into his small nostrils. Reggie was digging, he supposed, to China or thereabouts, digging deep past the dry and into the wet of the sand, where the salt water seeped into the sides and white spiders scuttled for safety, digging deeper where his hands purpled and chafed from the unbaked sand, and just before he had to stop for half a jelly sandwich and 4 cornichons, Reggie found a blue glass bottle with a clear glass stopper, top and bottom cut in a pentagon, but billowing octangular in the middle, too small to hold a pirate's treasure map or a penitent's note of undue desperation. The small boy held the small bottle up, examining it most quizzically, and in due course unground the glass cork, revealing flakes of trust and the scent of an ancient sigmure. Reggie was naturally disappointed, but decided to rinse the feel and present it to his man, who reacted most satisfactorily to any gift of his with squeals and coos, and isn't Isn't it, boy, you two fools, and best of all, wet kisses right on the lips. So Reggie clambered out of his sandy pit and proceeded seaward. But having gone one step, noticed his nails were decidedly longer than Nurse had scissored them the night before, and after another step felt his hair, which had been kept in a fashionable bob, brush past his shoulders and down his back another step more. His lips were longer, heavier, and thickly haired. His feet, he found, came further away, and his dear little bathing trunks could no longer contain his suddenly rude member. Shocked, young Reggie cried out, but his voice bellowed bass and caused his darling mommy to look at him and scream, and his papa to leap to his feet, saying, "See here, sir, what this is about." Unanswerable in any event, but particularly on the occasion of the thaumaturgy. Ah, yeah, ought I gather by the juke of your head you are inclined to agree, or do you think this lucubration mere lip labor? Don't tell me, Yaman. I see by the empty set of your shoulders you've blunt recollection, and I would thus suggest Master Peacock's seat on the committee for the erection of Momentalia, which was permanent. He provided moral fibre stout as a butcher's thumb. He knew his psalms like the back of a hand, and told matins like a Scandinavian. He never loved better than the Bible. He cared, but lacked opinion. His empire unfettered by empiricism, and some Reginald Peacock was the altern of the earth, Ptolemaic, and it began when he was no longer a lad, as it will do. You remember the day you mothered the child you were, and beget your own very father? Why, it's as if it were yesterday, and I believe it was, and then again tomorrow. Do you wonder if it's summer? This evening it must be, for spring's but a memory, yet I feel real heat on the back of my neck and a sure sense of fall. Now why Reginald Peacock and his preternatural extension? It's got no bearing or anything, for neither man nor boy was there in the Don John, of course. Have you not been paying strict attention for all your nodding? Are you all too busy mucking about in your more true? Or are you too busy mucking about in your more true? It do smell most delicious, dearie, I'll grant you. It's to die for. Well, that's a bonny mot. My shaking bud, there's none like me seeming to zing one off with the deadly sporadic accuracy of a bullfrog. But I require both your ears and half your conjugation, for the lack of you will be the proof of me. We're vesiculate as hydrocephalic twins. We're engaged enemies, and we both understand that in the end, it's Exodus acta probat. We have our standing orders written on rice paper with a feather edge dipped in warm chocolate. We'll do while we have to, your airless anew. It was indeed the wonder of Saint Philomena that started me on the chalked path to righteousness, or at least moving ahead for the Taylor the Water poet appeared. For though Taylor the Water poet appears in our corridor, he was made in the trenches, right down to the black bristles thatching his dimpled chin. He was the first to suffer shell shock, though none noticed at the time, having grown too used to the sort of painting he passed off as new. I'm stalling, true, but don't you think there's chapters between cantos and billions of baby breaths, just as a matter of harsh technique later, when the world is rife with whiskey and the posing feet of ordinary men, after the phone has warbled through the dying lynchen, and winter brightly blooded the pale cheek, after 11 cents of schoolchildren have gathered nosegays of juice ears and bunched them with rubber bands. We'll picnic then, spreading our red-cheeked tablecloth and our seasonal plastic plates. You wanted the sectional dinnerware cosseted by food kept segregate as sins. Don't correct me, I'll wear torts or as tarts, composed of honey and fig and well-kneaded dough, black around the edges and raw within, but as each cake has its constancy, each crime can be grossly characterized. Thus the man who shoots the night clerk, who has already emptied the register and offered extra lotto tickets and packs of menthol cigarettes, is condemned for his vile cupidity, via the felony murder rule, which includes among its preambulations death to those who take and kill, whereas murder simple is not rewarded in kind, nor is complex theft, and the one who comes in the window and croons lamb while he thumps you like a yellow melon is more taken to task for the home intrusion than the split knees and soul of you. Utterly remarkable and speechless event, his transgression is trespass, less more virulent, as for me we allow no cause, though I'm a thief most murderous, or a murderer most thievish, for on this day of gentle avarice there is no iniquity in any consumption. Death comes in inches, ham to ham with life, and as there is no mechanical difference between the bow of a cello and the rasp of a saw, and as the sweet scent of rotting dog reaches the nostrils with the same alacrity as the decay of roses, and by the same moted measure there is no difference between these sentiments, save opinion, and as there is no difference between these, so there is no difference between moments of life and moments of death, save sentiment. And what is sentiment but tasteless preference still? We've got franks and beans and potato salad with real egg mayonnaise, and after the sun goes down there will be ice cream sundaes for the kiddies and ice-cold beer for the aldermen. And let us incant God the Fader, God the Sown, God the Holy Ghost of Booth, and remember for a peat-filled moment from where we've come nothing, and what we've come to, organized composure. We thought we'd never catch up, but we have relish and mustard too, the smell of which is vastly overrated. We'll run sack races, burning and looting everything in our path. We'll rape the dogs and tie the women out back. Later the bitches will run by our sides while we ravish the gentlemen, who weep pink and prettily. Love is ever green when most red. This is when Carl determines to resurrect, though a couple of the Shropshire boys swore he weren't ever dead, making it less of a trick. Even so, Sandy Fry cracked them a good one in the mouth and pointed out any gore worth his salt can bounce back from that. But it's a rare one to show up same as before, undigested, no better, no worse, unaltered by his alteration, history running off him like sheets of white pudding. That's the honest test of a god. And we understood and set to beating Taylor, the water poet, for falling for the gag. It's a raw thing to admit, but I kicked him in the side once he got knocked down. It was cowardly by halves, given the supple calf leather of my boot and the tenor of our oblation. I see this was a waste of perfectly good violence, but it's difficult not to overeat at the feast, and harder still to forswear the thick of a bullet into a body's bloat, and the crackle of a bone broken over an open fire. It's music to my ears, Johnny, the sawing and rasping and bowing and moaning. I'd lead you if you promised to follow. We'll swell as we dance the Sir Roger de Coverley and think of old Virginie, the verdant queen, how the sea comes up to the shore and the mountains snub, heaven's latched gate, the grass green as an amputee and daubed with the same good grease. There's no finer bed on which to lie, bubbling and gurgling. The eye rolled mirrored to the sky. I fell in love there. Her eyes were blank as cowpeas, her heart pitted as an apricot. She was blow-blipped as a refugee, and she made a boy of me, using only spare parts, but the world springs from an empty set, John, it's true. Nothing comes from nothing, and nothing goes right back. Divide by nothing, and you get infinity. Divide by infinity, and you get nothing. And isn't that the zipper truth of our predicament? Our lovely patch of darkness foreshadowing the dawn it forestalls, our small void begat with ghosts and virtuosity as any celestial vacuum. Out of aught comes naught. Out of aught comes naught, and from naught naughty comes. There's love still above all, and still only that, my muddy Valentine. Wretched you are, and therefore to be hung. Bemurred you are, and therefore to be impaled. For no woman-sired son has no arms, and two heads, as the Red Queen says, are hardly ever better than one. Still, our passion will triumph over the snippets of our birth and the hopelessness of our recognition. We will be untempered by time's misprision, and the prospect of picnickers, perhaps we will be untempered by time's misprision, and the prospect of picnickers, perhaps they will serve a fine stew such as you, beautiful boy, and overheard sweet poached figs will tremble from the bicafico, will tremble from the bicafico who alights to unseat them with her beak. As I've picked you and you me, and as we become one as birth-strangled twins, let us begin, O salutaris hostia, quae caeli pandis ostium bella pramunt hostilia derebur fer auxilium unit tronque dominio sit sepulturna gloria qui vitam sine termini nobis donet in ac patria. Amen, amen. Either way it'll be German or Mary Magdalene, says you, and I suffer your relentless correctness. You've the logic of a mirror and the heartbeat of an assassin. You wait for the in-between to squeeze the trigger. What makes you so good is there's never another shudder to disrupt the shot. The enemy drops like Georgia peaches in your sights, not reversed. Mirror-like, but rather inverse, like an umbrella blown backwards on a blustery day. The earth within moves without, like the ripe fruit, heavy with compost. Compost still? There's no prospecting mortality, though many a grave wants its digger, and Sandy Fry wasn't wrong when he led us from that icy circle to the next level. Do you recollect, love? How the corridor arched in constant ascent like the eagle with seeming ease hurls itself against the earth's pull in preparation for the pitch of the kill. We were cast in the same sense of security by the effortlessness of the grade and the lovely tapestries that began to appear on the walls. Large and small they were, 7 in some. The first one a large one exceeding the length from floor to ceiling, so the top fringe bent to the floor and the bottom curled past our heads like Rapunzel making a veil of her locks. There was the odor of aloe and polished balsam, and past the garnet and indigo borders there was woven a dark field crowded with flowers, wild exotic stems, certain pattern most naturally into a knotted union of E and U, copses of trees laden with fruit, all variety, their trunks regularly sized and their branches extending. Some were barked smooth as a lady's shin, others were rough and regular stripes. One concealed a small boy peeping on a wedging party, the bride black as a berry and ripely unplucked. Her gold gown studded at wrist and neck with crimson fleurs de lis. In her right hand she held a thistle-tipped scepter, and the lips were bitten pink as the inside of plums. The groom was pale and his hair fashionably long, and woven of some gentle gold as his love's dress, his single feather curled from his snug red cap to the curl touch of his chin. His eyes were knots of blue, a lute stagnant over his shoulder, and a sword scabbard at his side. He held his arms towards the priest, and his hand was a dove lifting in flight. Pale hounds primed near the happy couple, as did several ladies and their gentlemen. The priest was clean-shaven as a priest and thin, his right palm put in final benediction. His vestments white as knifed butter, and his feet cast in chestnuts, and this was followed by a small carpet no bigger than a man's thumb. We took turns peering at it under a magnifying glass provided by the quartermaster. It showed Cleopatra seizing the asp, provoking the hiss of history and the continent of her discontent, her circumnavigation now complete, for love lives not in marble, nor does fire linger as fire, and the clown's trick lies in warming his queen. Though we're all canker-bit by birth, it's no great shakes to expire. Milk does it regularly, as do many college freshmen consumed by the mirror gaze. For love, true love, my darling, is bicipitous, armor being no more. We're proof of that, aren't we? With my Tweedledum and your Tweedledee, our devotion goes past the red carpet and into eternity. The things we put up with still, the sky will hang in the moon of an armpit, and the sun's spinach in the cut of an eye. I slipped my arm through yours, remember, and you touched my leg, gentle and thrift. We had limbs to spare between us, and moved then to the third tapestry of a size somewhere between the first two, spun all in blue of such triple depth and subtle variation that had we not been as crowded then, we might in haste have mistaken it for a pure field, plowed, waiting seed, but our glut sluggard passage revealed small figures woven in the furrows, this way and that way, so if one grasped the tapestry and bent it purposefully this way and that, one would be regarded with a series of related but discrete pictographs, a double folio to be exact, though cloth is capable of much, fixed, thus unfixed, the art hidden herein as ordinate, but did partition in part to tell the tale of a city likewise rendered, its denizens set against each other with flagless ferocity, though there was a tint of cobalt between them, one pleat revealed, a temple schismed by mounting men ripping plaster from walls and clothes from their brothers' backs, once naked. They flayed the next layer, leaving their fellows unskinned and their sanctorum demortared, exposing the terrible skeletons of each. Then these creatures unfolded to tear one another, snapping ribs from cages and staving in all supports, leaving a rubble of smoking organ, meat, and rock, while the diagonal fold disclosed the aftermath of a marketplace bombing. Here the dyer's hand must have faltered, for within this wrinkle all picks were fungible. We found pinioned in a light blue vertical seam, quad semper, quad ubi, but the best had faded. Carl said this was the motto of the Reichswehr, and showed us his belt buckle, brass wrapped in a brunette braid. The next tapestry was your favorite, Jacques, fabricated entirely of gingerbread men and their horses, adorned with gumdrop buttons and buttercream manes. Marshalled by a king with a skull full of caramel custard, he raised his whip of black licorice, his troops sounding off to the tune of a graham cracker bugle in the red, white, and blue of mother's treggies. Thought I saw the stars and bars tattooed in poppy seed on one rider's bedroll. She would have liked that at any event. It was a magnificent sight, baked more beauteous by bloodthirsty marzipan Indians lining the enjambed horizon, as will be seen in many motion pictures, and the boys fell to eating the art. For certain beauty is destined for certain consumption, and it was quite delicious, that's what the captain said, though where he came from no one was certain. Golgotha, said Happy Jack, who had a passion for phrenology. You're a nut, said one of the corporals. Look at the shoulders on him. He's from Hopewell. Sure as if he sprouted a set of wings. Aye, you're dafter than he, shouted an unruly medic with a walrus mustache, and he called Tel Bethcutta, hissed Tauzars. It's Freiburg that spawned Janvel, that, Heersman. There's a lick of tribulation about the knee, and a quet Catholic air and desperation throughout. Faith, cunt's right, murmured the man next to me, whose name I didn't catch. He bit the skin from his fingertips and smelt of broken peppermint. But our captain refused to confirm or deny. He coyly turned his head, letting the light from the tapestry silhouette his profile, most becomingly chewing on the scalp of one of the cavalry, though they'd just come to help. It was sugar spun clingy and cool as angel hair, and I broke off a bit of drummer boy which wept at the touch of my tongue and filled my mouth with meat. As I ate, I saw before me a pasture not imagined but envisioned, a holograph fat about the heart, sweetly conjured beyond my ken, of a girl and boy wandering in a dark wood, picking from the plants their botanical food. Wrist pale roots and fat brown nuts and berries blown big as your nose, and I felt great anxiety at their selection. I trembled with real fear as they put buds to lips with no thought of poison, and poison was there in that dark wood, but it was the fruits of the forest that withered and died under the infant's breath. And then when the little girl dropped a death cap into her maw, the malignant toadstool crumbled to black dust on the pink slab, and the little girl laughed, and her brother took her hand, and the children, having thus fortified themselves with mortality, squealed and skipped off among the bedded moss. Leaving my mind uncomposed and my mouth overwatering, the captain barked at us to keep marching, for it was Friday, and we were trapping still upwards, and it was mostly dark, as noted, though a dark less variable than the black of night, which, like the ocean it discolors, reveals itself to be of changeable depth. Abated by a passing cloud, and finding starlight augment in a sudden clearing, the sea is taffeta to the sky, who waves more violent and it's too gentle unending. This was an absolute dart, one that precedes terror. I held fast to the belt of the man before me, and the man behind me, and the man behind held mine, and we fell to speechlessness. But for the feetful stammer of our feet and the squeak of our hauberk, it was silent as Saturday. The man next to me, whose face I could not see, began breathing in such a way I thought I could discern his vain petition, but in this he was interpled, for we split out into a vast plain, windswept, if that's the word, barren, if that's another, and the sky came lighter and the air more heightened. With anxiety, we scanned the borders for an enemy. We could feel them hovering like deer, knowing the jackals near, though which was which remains a mystery, and sure enough, one of ours gave a shout and began running toward the edge of the field, and the man behind me drew an arrow and put string blind to notch, the strands of his shoulder strained to the bend mighty bow, whose crack matches the click of the 45 hammer prime to the left of me. The one at my right racks a double-barreled shotgun, and his brother runs an oil chain between his fingers, setting it to tricks like a knowledgeable serpent, and the man flanking him is double-armed with mace and a tin can on a smooth chain, and from all sides come the sound of death's preface, a throat-clearing rattle of tackle and tag, the rasp of unscathed swords, and the sap of sight oilskin, all tattooed with the precipitate scent of hyacinth and the flavor of past things. Sweat came from me most copiously, and a gust of red rain swept the plain, giving the men the sudden appearance of weeping blood tears. I found myself immediately incapable of selecting a weapon, though a revolver tucks itself in my belt and a razor nestles in the collar of my boot. Furthermore, my forearms are hot spiked mail, my sides stroked with razor wire, and if I'm not mistaken for someone else, I believe both bazooka and bombard crossed my back, though the latter proves to be made of Georgia cotton and Virginia tobacco. made of Georgia cotton and Virginia tobacco. Good for stuffing, not stiffing. Say, that's a good one, Johnny. Ripe as the stubs of my knees and the snubs of your shoulders. You're a funny man, my companion, funny as a crutch or a latex hand. But as I was saying, I'd become frozen, unable to opt for either reflex, offense, or defense. And you, Rosie Johnson, you said to me, Si qui amat Christum mundum non diligit istum. Says you, if a man cares for Christ, he will not cleave to this world. That's right, Jack. Give us a nod, for we remember it well. But what the hell did it mean? I am confused as a penny pack of firecrackers. For, or on the one hand, by refusing to cleave, did or do you signify a glad departing of the bonny Terra? Or is it merely its reverse? And were and are you charging the careful to cling, be smirched, be fouled, but finally be fixed? Or is it thirdly the great refusal you reference, by which, and we'll get back to this, namelessness is gladly named? But the man next to me, the bow-legged one who previously clutched my belt with real affection, fell, and then 2 men down similarly succumbed, provoking a wave of pitted terror, not so much at the proximate decreasing, but at the unfathomability of its effectuation. For the new corpses bore neither bullet hole nor battle slash, were unblenched with gas and unriddled with insecurity. We checked the sky for flechettes and found none. The bottoms of our feet were clean as kittens, and the throats of the deadly neatly unpinked, their lips unkissed by contagion or cannon, their bowels unrifled by bayonet or poison. In some we could not divine the method in our fellowers' murder, but could likewise neither deny their deft selection, for even as we made our inquiries, as the cook applied green eye-shade and a mouche left to his left cheek, a swarm of insects descended in our midst and arranged themselves into the perfect shape of a perfect woman. The copper spread of her lips provided by flirts of velvet wasps. Her hair was the work of honeybees, clustered like grapes in stray yellow jackets, unseasonably mating. Her alabaster skin a fair illuminate of lice and termite, and the glossy black pits of her eyes and the intoxicating furrow at the base of her throat, a blaze of dung beetles. Why, she was not beautiful, but beauty herself. She smelt of risotto suffused with morels, and the soups of onions sweated sweet as caramels. She was, in a word, irresistible, a method of savory contrivance. The bombination of bugs did not mute her charms, but richly cast her as our potluck Mora. She languidly extended a snow-white arm, pointed to the man beside me, not the dead one, another, a youngster who still coddled hope like a damn egg in a cup, and the sleek of her dark nail was a cockroach's polished electron. And the lad gasped his last and dropped where he stood, and to tell you the truth, not a man among us didn't envy the lucky bastard. To be picked by her seemed the work of a lifetime, and again a vision touched before me of newspapers and hot dogs, both served on sticks, of blue ribbons giving puddings in form of presidents, of books made of leek soup and letters wrought in ether, thoughtless and quick, of things coupled with other things in a way most carefully indiscriminate. I felt a great confusion and a need to dissertate. The universe swelled in midsummer, and suddenly I saw the world through a microscope, or not at all, and it was rife with gasping quarks and shivering alphabets stripped of breath. There was nothing in toto that couldn't be cradled in the palm of one hand or probed with its tweezer's twin points. My eyes were bejeweled by this pocket-change cosmos. Suddenly I understood everything, or not at all. It's a choice, you see. We're pro-choice here. Our concept is presumptively vital as anyone else's, or more so given my people's proclivity for prominent cheekbones and snap judgments. But I realized none of us were breathing in or out. We couldn't decide. The heat, you see, was killing us. For one selection seemed reasonable as any other, and neither exceptionally necessary. Yet we were dropping like slings for want of determination, and the corpses of the dead began to stretch their limbs upon the cracked and barren plain and stinking imitatio Dei, which provoked scattered laughter amongst the men as they tried to unstick their shirts from their sides. But the Right Reverend, no, I know he wasn't, but he ought to have been, for his hands were soft as pancakes and his mane democratic as mapled oatmeal. Dr. James Jones, born in a very small town in South Dakota, which he meant some day to visit, having left on the 12th day after his ill blusterous birth, moving to the greater Seattle area, where he remained for 6 months before moving to Virginia or Maryland or Ohio or Kansas or New York or Massachusetts, though not Nebraska, Arizona, or Rhode Island, and never over there, for Dr. Jones was thoroughly American, comfortable everywhere and in no particular fashion. Like a man in a dress, he imagined all existence. He got down on his marrow bones every night and thanked the infinite that had made him so latently perfect, concluding with a concluding with a muscetate amen, and it was by his compositive he proved his pudding. He kept a small mirror affixed to his keychain by a purple thread, and knew a little of this and a drop of that, and to those who would delve into one and skip altogether another, Dr. Jones would produce his small mirror and sing, I wish I was in the land of cotton, old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixie man. The Dixie referencing natural confession, the appended man meaning the father. Look away, a bouncing prayer to pretermit time. That sneakered sin, old times being not forgotten, for sin's age as great trees, growing tall and part of the scenery. Landscapes are pricked with genius, and rotten Caesars divot the earth, why we ourselves dive like buckets into the deeper well. And Vas ist Tara and Osvisim once deplanted, uncamped, the parchment shades drawn and the porch door slammed shut, the land of cotton villain to our belaying to our immortality, that cloud-studded leafless hereafter sketched so prettily by W. Blake and several others. I wish I was, don't we all, brother? What cottered comfort might one take if one could rest on having been compossibly affixed like a cancelled stamp, permanent as a played violin, and leaves painted on sidewalks, and by these yoked fruits shall ye know me, and something about the dyed hand, if read backwards, nearly everything makes sense, ma'am. Later we will know this to be the honeysuckle spread of our boneless hips, and consequently shall reduce our purview to the smallest possible points, petiter than kinder, more modest than mice, more singularly transparent and multiplicate than the light in the eye of a fly, and there will be many photographs, more of them dead and more of us grieving, those twin columns of mortal grievances being the woeful what history settles, in whose sad account and the lessons of Dr. Jones will be lost. Sure as I'm hunkered here, we will plunge headfirst into the constancy of being, feeding of our future, forgetting such consumption as simply sausage-making, the transubstantiation of bad to first. Ho, ho, Giotto, another close-tailored turn of the tongue. You've the stealth and accuracy of a bullfrog. It's nice to see you learned something from this contretemps besides buttering parsnips, which might be a nice addition to your brew. The aroma already included buttered toast, anchovy paste, and scrambled egg. Or, I don't know, my Scotch woodcock, which I do, having been raised between heather and heath, the younger thistle and thatch, the flapjack and paddywhack, kirk and kilt. There's no proof of that, and I'm not yet certain to which country I ought to be obdurate. There's so few from which to choose, and they all present compelling argument, being absent and uninnocent. Do you agree with me, Jenny? And if you don't, let's not betoken the point, though if I'd half a mind, I'd lightly admit a small copper with your hands on one side and my legs on the other. We can flip it between ourselves like a trinity of grey ladies and be as temporarily complete, the most one can hope for in any event and throughout all infinity. For the glint of our minty affining might attract a hero, as is read about in books, one armed with a silver shield, magic boots, and a white radish, something for everyone. Who would care from our present perspective to art, like the eagle from the pyramid's eye? Can you imagine, my love, a hero? It's practically mathematical. Being at once the greatest common divisor and denominator, we could use man like that in a box of allumettes. For a spark of refined light would prove the night and belay my fear of dawn, now as simple as 3 piles of concrete and 1 heap of asphalt, or vice versa. If you weren't here, Brother John, I've coiled up in a saccule long ago, resting my defeat at the hands of La Goulou. Piles of concrete on 1 heap of asphalt, or vice versa. If you weren't here, Brother John, I'd coiled up in a saccule long ago, resting my defeat at the hands of La Goulou, she that feasts on the evil served hot and fresh by man, savored by the salt of their best intentions, piquant as a pocket full of posies. You're thinking the bug woman was her, but no, for the insect was the terror of drier discriminations, while La Goulou is beauty compounded into solid perfection of such in scattered dimension one trembled in feel and orbital emotion, hurled through the pit of one's eye by the thrust of the gaze itself, the gaze that jetties and spirals through one's psyche to form a new double helix of bullfights and god temples, of thunderclamps and tiny fingertips, rats running grease back through the streets and pigeons missing one eye, replacing one's old genetic code with the qualia of boundless probability. probability, the cereal substance blossoms and blossoms again like bushes of black roses, the hips plucked and dried, collapsing all surrounds under their empty budded burdens as the glutton, consumed by his ever-emptying sack, fills his mouth with wash and tin. Elsbel, and you best not forget your table manners and string. Though I've admitted elaboration on actions of the Right Reverend Dr. Jones, my lips tangled with tar baby kisses. Pardon my four agas. I was saying Dr. Jones pushed his man to the main, pushed his way to the man in the back. I've omitted the elaboration on the actions of the Right Reverend Dr. Jones. My lips tangled with tar baby kisses. Pardon my four agas. As I was saying, Dr. Jones pushed his way to the man in the back bearing the fire across. Anibas was his name. He shook his heavy head and clutched the trunk. Legend will be he burnt the ends himself using his press money sometime after the first fracas, or perhaps before, and he must dashed up and dipped the cross in the clean blood of his countrymen. But when Dr. Jones held his arms toward the token, Anemus refused to fork it over. No, what am I saying? I must have been facing the other direction at the time, watching the pears blush at the base, for it was entirely opposite. Anemus extended the fire cross towards the retreating Dr. J, so the latter might make it forward to incinerate the insectarium. But Jones refused, said there was a purpose to plague, and it was mysterious articulation. Noble, tell us if we... Anemus extended the fire cross towards the retreating Dr. J, so the latter might take it forward to incinerate the insectarium, but Jones refused, said there was a purpose to plague, and its mysterious articulation, a knowable telos if we settle on our nomenclature, for we can't destroy the facility of discrimination till we've defined what to call it. Chopsticks, that is, for names and prenoms are important by half and half again, and as the soul may be deemed conscious or conscience, anima or animus, will or just plain willy, and John at the dawn is Jack at night, so the current administration needed to ascertain by what denomination the phenomenon would be known, if it were known, and the playbills printed accordingly. Nor was this a mere matter of semantics, for by one's baptism one's breath is petitioned, and the populace duly termed in secutor. It's an ordinal system, that's all, brother, a means by which one may know who's to be held and who's to be held responsible later. The two sets could be cross-referenced to find who's too good to be forgotten, though this had never come to any statistical conclusion, though it had been Dr. Jones' personal experience that no one named Diderot could fiddle worth a fig, whilst most Pablos were fair porters, especially in your alluvial cities. Still, those who rolled Stein in their cognomen had best be used to scant accommodation, and he never met a man called Fauchentulli that wouldn't put up a fight, and good, and he must listen to this and crowded his tangled brows together. He was sturdy as the oak he'd hacked in half for his cross, and black hair sprung from his face and shoulders with the same coarse determination. He was, in a sum, a man without thought or hesitation. Feeling ran through him, heavy as muscle in a runner's leg. Why, Dr. Jones aloud, it's all hobjobtion, to be sure. There's no more or less firm truth in this than in another pair of trousers, and sometimes bum pucker's better than a kiss, topologically speaking, and he winked and put his hand as if to touch the cross, only to have Anemus draw a pistol from his pocket and shoot Dr. James Jones dead on the spot. The Reverend's refusal, you see, to bear the burden of declaring an enemy was simple horror to the simple man and Dr. Jones. The Right Reverend, who was, but shouldn't have been, though that's rectified in a hot second, was shocked at the carnation beflowering his bosom. He sat down abruptly and began reciting state capitals, starting with Nome, ending with Sacramento. And Anemus, pistol smoking, turned to me and held out the fire cross, and I stepped over the dying doctor and reached towards the standard, fully intending to, and this I swear on a stack of pastors, to take it up not out of fear, but what's fear but lack of ambition, but because the buzz of the bugs was becoming the galled hiss of the gok-shuker, and the fall of the soldiers foolish as the Nazarene himself, and if it was selection I wanted, now I wanted none of it, for I saw how choice in the collective was no choice at all, and by the process of elimination cake becomes make, and uncommon wonderment common understanding, and I would have seized the cross with winter's knotted fury, save that the sky cracked open, and rain, real rain, began to spot the plain, rain thick and promising as spring rain, the first fat drops coaxing out the smell of the soil, and the undying promise of mud. Do you remember mud, Ivan? It sucked my boots with a lover's dedication. I missed the mud as I missed my shoes, for both held me in high esteem, and suffered my imprint gladly, and it began raining harder, long, loud needles that stung the bare cheek and threatened ammunition. The men brought out their umbrellas, the infantry's were dull green, the cavalry's bore stripes of blue, while the officers cursed and huddled under sheets of black newspaper. Your umbrella was yellow and spotted with baby ducks, mine a clear plastic I could see through, and the bug woman dispersed directly, heaven dispatching her waspish constituency to the four corners. Then the colonel, who I thought long since deceased, stepped in the middle of the rain now, coming down pitchfork, slashing the rifled hand and flogging the face of every man, rendering us almost determinate, and from under a borrowed bumper-shoot decorated in April daisies, the colonel ordered us to rally. There's one more circle to traverse before we get to the top and bottom of this min, he shouted over the raging brattle, his dewy mustache sparkling in the gloom. So leave dead and let the dying boys, the great gardener will see they planted, and with this, ipse dixit, I confess I left not one of the three men on the ground, one whispering Mama, and I pray now the red curl of his chest held to the end, her who held him safe and hairless, my baby, my pretty garçon, meine kleine Beeline, boyo mine. She'll rub his damp head and kiss the soft of his neck when he's all achy. But I had my orders, and on this matter I seek small consolation, as my guilt will be determined by my assignation. In other words, dear brother, who are we fighting for? For it occurs to me that tales they will tell come the honeyed winter of the breath and proof of our obligation will depend to which envelope we appended, affixed like stamps, posted after a loving lick up of the backside and a thumb pressed firmly on the brow, like all deliveries, will bear the brunt of our cancellation, perhaps will be German, our guilt vulgate as our Volkslied, will carry anon despite the canker's stink and unsetter rose, though if we catch a coupe de bonheur, all be Gallic, our souls come garlicked and cold as leaky potato soup, or maybe we'll ride Lady Fortuna barebacked and side to side. We'll yippee-ki-yay in the American way, barren of history as a fetus, beggared by unripe pride. Then again we might fall in love with our ancestral halls, our clansmen peeping between purple curtains and Ma's tea cozy collection. Our will reek of whiskey and the rot of soft teeth. We'll be discreet eternally and triple visaged. Naturally cheer up, Jackson, for if we be Chinese, our guilt's unfathomable. If Russian, impenetrable. Irish, mutual. Haitian and Dutch, negotiable and negligible. Persian, monumental. Israeli, interminable. African, most Oedipal. It's altogether incredible. And if by some happy chance you and I, we bund of brother, if we can warp the terrible tide of time and stay beauty in the eye of a fly, and the dew of divine authority, then my darling will be tallied by nothing short of pencil lead, kissed and put to paper, in other words, treasure heart, and dizzy me with those of all of our 7 sorrows, and as great as those, as the one undone, as I turned away from the dying, a cavern grew beneath my feet, I fell, as we all fall, as we fell, our fatigues were flayed from us by the speed of the fall, till we were peeled bare as onions, while black bouchets ballooned our necks and armpits, and scarlet lesions blossomed inside and out, sorely mapping each man's skin. The force of the fall pulls first the head's thatch, then the finer hairs that ungrace man's limb, then the coarse rude bush, were plucked and puckered, burnt cold by the bald wind, the blinding wind. I wept from the steel percussion, and slit my eyes to see my oppositions. The cavern sides were coated in skeletons, and wombed in hard sap like ambered insects, and sympathetic cameos placed irregularly apart as necks, bones cast this way and that, and why not burials, unhoused and unneighbored. As we fell, the skeletons become increasingly fleshed, growing fatter and more crowded, first composing themselves with putrefying meat and reeky hanks of tanner's skins, bowels hung unhoused like salt-rotted hemp, and time-bitten hands seemed to move and move still, slowly pawing the polluted treacle, raw finger bones jut from fingers and bleeding flesh, eye sockets wrung hollow as clappered hearts and mouths unpearled gape. We began to accelerate, the wind tearing our muscles and skin. I abandoned my attempt to breathe like one drowning who's seen the waterline vaulted in the sky, decides to die so as to rise, hope engraft in hopelessness. We were passing the next tier, a larger congress of decay, those more recently, but not freshly wounded. Their blood ran cool and thick as buttermilk. One had his throat carved open in a mock smile, his skin the color of pigeons' eggs, his dull breast tacky as a butcher's counter. He was trapped from the waist up in sticks, arms fixed to his sides, hands submerged in the mire. His shoulders shake and shudder as he tries to wrench them free. Sinews snap and reel back like ropes overtaxed, tortured by some unseen electricity. He is purposely silent, his mouth stitched shut in concentration while the wind of all fall whistles through gaping pipe like a crude flute. His eyes, as all eyes here, are sealed with iron wire, but still occupies it as if the gorged globes had some fixed and liquid image, and beneath him a woman hacked and overturned, a dark furrow hoed from throat to gut from which the heartstone had been plucked. Her empurpled limbs lie ill-equate, her tears flow tree sappish she moves. Her tears flow tree sappish, she moves still but moves slow in soundless eloquence. Then two women conjoined by skull, heart, and hip, named Rose and Rot, thrust themselves forward and back like dogs unwilling and leash. Then there were three of them, then, compounded by virtue of having been broken on the wheel, though there had been a trial beforehand in which each was required to sing an ode to winter snow and gun butter, whilst carrying a white hot poker across the round square. The footstalls of the cathedral, my mistake. The trial came after. The local populace favored Anise for flavoring sausage, and Dornoch Law for tautological beauty. Execute first, try later. That's the ticket. Rarely is found an instance of real innocence anyhow, and if so, the unjustly condemned reap the benefit of instant martyrdom. It's satisfying as maple syrup, warm drizzled slow over a dollar stack, for 'tis far, far better, the assembly agreed, to wrongfully perish than live under a cloud of unproved accusation. The tripleted twins were changed with unshadowed prognostics, and the entire town gathered at the parvis to watch the executioner lift the wheel high and bring it down. 8 of their legs shattered in twice as many pieces. Each woman flopped frantic as a small fish fleshly caught attempts to toss itself from the boat's bottom, but were constrained in this by their communal parts. Finally, like the fish, red-slitted sides dilating open, hinging closed, their eyes started to cloud, and they fell into an exhausted and agitated silence. Rendered substance, rose and rot, to rose and rot again. The executioner hoisted the great wood wheel, banded bound the rim by the layer of soft wet lead, and dropped it near comically across their reciprocate ticker, and Rosenrot grasped, and Rosenrot gulped, and Rosenrot would have slipped into that murderous sleep but for pain's floating point. And Rosenrot, who not for naught would be found guilty of infinite abomination, failing most miserably the perp walk to the church door, knew Rosenrot would rally if there were reason, for her sister was and would be innocent, susceptible to cushioned logic, and as a chair professor, Rosenrot whispered to Rosenrot that the executioner would eat cabbage twice before the day was done, and cabbage twice is death, and death redux, Rosenrot rallied, is no death at all, and the Trinity shared an end-stop smile before the wheel bounced from one set of wrists to another, unknitting their palms, leadening their eyes, setting them steaming like stew-pots. They expired most prettily, severally and jointy, and we fell past them foolishly, weeping to a third level which stung of shit, where the freshest slubder gullions dangle by the ankles from peat nets, wiggling and bleeding like shovel-split worms, split pink from the side of a hole. This final clutch was the best attended, for these were the ones who clung to habits of belief, yet proclaimed themselves libre, and their compadres who wore the cynic's sluck belt, unfolding art from fact and fact from art. Each man's art and every man's fact, their pleaded conceit and own adoration. The most famous flailed side to side, while common the others bent back, aiming their shame shameless at some higher authority, their eyes open and gobbed with dirt, slightless still, they whipped about as live fish gripped tight by the tail, taking no comfort from each other's company, complaining of the physiological abstraction as a predecessor of purely logical obstruction. Berkeley, a fat man, thundered, butting his snowy head into the shoulder of the woman next to him. A steady diuretic stream issued from his backside, and he was slashed from ash to jaw and he was slashed from ass to jawline. His several skins billowed and snapped like a cutter's sheets in high wind, the wind sallying waves of shit and blood. The fat man bleeds irregularly at the padded joints, weeping and creeping with each sidewards. Flop and flap, he'd been flayed like a blanched peach. His pot cheeks peeled and inflamed for what sin I could not be certain. Dung dropped down the woman's walled sides and stripped her white hair black. She was thin and thickly stained, her breast drained and propped with small round bones. Her caved belly a casement to the stinking smut, and she did not know who it was who husbanded her, as he could not see himself wifed with she. They were that different, yet exactly the same, each of them bound in their dim prospects like so many couples. Then it seemed the woman saw us, her clouded eyes bulged cartoonish, and she flung herself away as if she still had our axes, and we did. Who, she shrieked, are you? And we apologized, for she was right, of course. We were nobody, but our demurrer did not set aside the main of her complaint to wonder at my meaning, and the shivered fat man yaped. Ache, sunshine, we've all wondered at that, and the shock of his laugh caused him to lose a fresh sweep of blood and shit. He moaned in consequent pain, and she, newly bewigged, sniped, keep your secretions to yourself, you pointless twitted windbag, or haven't you learned? And a large pale turd fell from her into the abyss, prompting the fat man to call, learn I do from sister's dew-droppings, which was repaid, pearls compared to your discourse. Whereupon the fat man puffed out his crapulous cheeks and began lisping like a campus orator. Pardon me, I'm a flirts, nurse of Anglo-Saxony, as pointless-titted nurses be, in pawn my sainted mammy's wart. History's nurse on Ein, gas peep, she trumpeted, proclaiming through cracked lips, I am the harden of hope, my lines crystalline as truth, my tables ablative, and she split another fat turd allegorical. There's my red hen, yelled the fat man, playing slap-faced eggs for gentlemen. He stuck his tongue lewdly, tickled the air with its tip, and winkled, whilst roostering the ladies, then flipped backwards, displaying his hors d'oeuvre to ask, one for pay, the other for free. The immaculate moon emboldened me to ask why they were never here and fetched, for although I understood the thinner one believed a set of things, though constitutives were rather idiodialectic, while the fatter was less settled and no more sure, and thus they winded outrages at each other, which appeared in their latter stages loosely, alphabetically, although strictly lunatic. Why? The woman interrupted, think freely at all then, why ruminate without remuneration? Why consider sans consideration? Why, she spat, account when you can cash in, but see how she pawed apart the crammy pulp of her chest like a ghastly fit curtain, cogitate, and her heart was smooth and still as a futureless babe. See, sighed the fat man, flopping facewards, and the speniorish thinker. All right, why contemplate when you can? Why reason when you can Rochambeau? Why colligate if there's no kittens, me, kitschy-coo? Whereupon she spun at him with claws extended and stripped a length of lacy blue skin from his throat, which she shook at him from the tip of her talon, hissing desist, and the fat man clapped his divided hand across her new collar and drove sideways into the mire. She turned to us, smoothing her savage shitted breast like a girl pats a curl in place, and lifted her chin. I was the public one who stood against the horizon, and for the dance my thoughts were clear as light on a leaf, and as prone to photosynthesis during my dark reaction, I turned my hand to the telling of tales. I wrote romances of every budded variety, some temporal, some satirical, some majuscule et minuscule, yet all of them polemical, souffled with cornified persuasion and a the jussive mood. I failed to see the eye slits in my own masks. I betted my fellows like a Greek and set to sniping. I forgot gods, pare only their nails, and forced my creations to contort around what should instead of what would. I was besotted with self, and I had the dust gift of ubiquity, and in my muse I failed to see the stick creeping about my feet, and I found myself in the one true city which stands eternally cleft as man's own mind. And they wanted me to sanction a truth to wrap my lips round, shofar or scimitar to decide, but each had its argument, and I would not humble myself between them. I spoke of fidelity and mirrored the fly, my imperatives, simple declaratives, myself seen eye to eye. Ah, and by these solid indeterminacies I became bedded in the hemorrhaging constipate of my history, spewing black milk from my bottom and propulsing blood blue by a half heart, whereupon the fat man rose from the west and bade, "Don't moon over the metaphysics, boys, it's but cut cheese, that's her siren song," at which she feigned to strike again, advising they're obviously trying to extract a moral, and the fat man fell to weeping and gnashing his teeth. "You pumped cunt, they've better luck yanking a hen's tooth from a jawbone's ass," and he lifted his arms and let loose a torrent of liquid shit, for chaff is the only mote to be reaped from us. Am I not pithless proof of that, gifted beyond compare? I'm fabricated aeroplanes that propellered only my pension. Like the lad by the lake, I strove to none but myself, like a Sunday school girl pimped by preaching. I preached shirt to pimp, the ovens were corn cobs I packed for my pipe. I knew what was and cared not what is, and now hang like Scrooge goose. Zwallar zlet zwallerus, said the oyster to the pearl, and so saying stuffed a handful of crap in his craw, and commenced chewing as the woman commanded. Name his the greater sin, then, for at least I cared, and the fat man squealed around his meal like a glutton for his lunch, her love single-handed as a schoolboy's, piggy as a malin. She would have blown breath into statues, but only statues. And he pursed his lips coquettish and farted upon her face, and she bit his butchered back. Her eye-tooth hewed his hide a new seam. He screamed and twisted away, leaving her ruminating on a cut of fatted flesh, and her tattered nethers parted, and she spat the profane mouthful into the gape of the Caliban that appeared brief beneath, whereupon next to her another great one, who we leave nameless, who had been flapped profoundly right, hair embedded in the foul amber, flopped abruptly left, ripping the tresses from the scalp, and the scalp from the skull. We saw the stick by the feet was mossy with such leavings, and the paler side of the pate knotted thick with new and old stars, and from this about face seeped fresh red blood mixed with yellow pus from prior volts, and feces from the ground. The one wept at our gaze, and confessed, "Pity me, my everancy, it can't be helped, you know, for as a thing is, it is likely not, and there's every conclusion to be drawn from a tree in Deum Patrum Omnipotentem. And yet, as I say, at all ich bin der Geist, der Stet benedict, lazy, eyes de consonant, conditional, de dead belly, laugh. Is de Pope's popliteal knee deep, croaked the spirit, sinking farther left, and the hair on that side began to slip light and fast into the amber, then wind its way up, then down. The smaller hairs split themselves one by one, and more quickly embraided the muck like a snake traversing the forest floor will slink in and out of the litter, and spotting a frog stops one part so the other may move faster. I suffer in succotash. You can imagine the difficulty planning ahead, not knowing if it's ick or nicked, s or churigueresco. Moreover, there's the matter of the disjunctive, syllabi and syllabub. The bigger the buckle, the smaller the ranch. Should not therefore gots to be played my 16 and my 32. Ain't no nigga bigger than two. Is it still Saturday? The spirit sharply inquired, thwacking tongue against teeth, and drove further down. Without waiting our answer, hair pulling head under the beshitted ground, and I could not clearly hear, save a prayer soft, hollow point bullets, and we fell past this feckled circle. Here, you're right, Jake, you're spot on, had nothing specific to condemn them, and their commendations were as rustily consumptive. We fell flat, son. I landed next to a smiling man who put his hands on my face and called me Monfils. He spoke French like an Argentinian, was freckled pale as a tonsured scholar in pleated pants, and had always embroidered on the side pocket of his silk shirt, and jamais tattooed on the knuckles of his right hand, and when I made to cover my nakedness, he waved as if to dismiss my matter. I'm blind as a librarian, he apologized, jerking his thumb down toward the shitty souls we'd passed. Ah, for the figs stuffed in those skulls. He smacked his lips delicately. What a tort they'd make, served with jets of real cream. Forbidden fruits are the sweetest, teaches La Primera Donna, and hang highest, saith the grape to the fox. And he laughed and elbowed me sharply, so prompted I said, "Pleased to meet you." I said it automatically. And you can see why, Jenny, for I never unwound the silk thread, and am as amazed as you, though somewhat less admired. Still well weaved, the sisters by the shoulders and the bull by its locks. "Pleased to meet you," I said, cheese, tomato, fleas. "To meet chew, sneeze, te mate chew, to meet to you, to do, he echolated. then scummed me fair in the jaw. What was that for? I said, wassail. He said, hat fur, and did it again. And when I made to why all over again, he banged me bitter, straight at my maw, rattling my teeth and clinging the tip of my tongue. I scrumbled away in the nick, and the poor gob what caught the backswing saw his tongue severed by his own bite. He shrieked and spits out the useless and faints dead away, as the blind man says quite contentedly, well, welcome to Inverness. And now that a name was hung on the donjon, I was overcome with curiosity, for as you know, Jono, where there's a name, there's a mission, and a mission, a bell. We wear our silver bells. We wear our silver bells religiously, and tinkle them like cats, bewaring birds and bewitching biddies. It's murder to be monickered, known by this over that, for weren't MacGregor and Thatch the finest fellows that ever wore hats? And yet by way of Normancy, therein lay robbery in two of its tropes, Aïeri Joie de Viol, and cool jab of vanilla, which is now all future execution shall be effectuate. The condemned will be wrought of law enforcement, to wit, peace officers, the press, the pruned families of his victims, and the great Empedocles in his allonge peruke, and red plumpers duly impressed to service, and after receiving a final slap in the face by a clergyman will be laid naked for a child's chocolate pudding on a bed of honey graham crackers and infused intravenously with rich marshmallow cream made fresh in Wisconsin that afternoon. The crackheads seeped in terminal pleasantries, all sighing collective relief. All men will murmur augment the murderous din, just as I was moved to admiration by the blind man's reference to Inverness. I wanted some more, but whether I crawled or been pushed, I cannot know, for the blind man seemed to sense my approach before I'd made it, just as he answered my question before my blunted tongue could brace my teeth. La cita dolente, he says, this Inverness, if you entered from the north, you'd have beheld a little maid of osprey and lime ice with a hint of mint, spelling out quite clearly the maxim. And he nodded as if agreeing with himself in very small letters, as one would expect from a child seamstress, already stunted from hunching over a pattern table, already scarred with pointless stitches. Poor little girl, her hair is gone ash, and her lashes have fallen out altogether. He slowly sighed, then slowly winked an unseeing eye. But what she won't do for pocket change, but what of, counted I? The mini maxim of Inverness, oh, that remains to be seen, and he took out a cigarette and asked for a match. But we hesitated, being buck naked, and he brought out another cigarette and pronounced it exact. We laughed, and he reworded a light. That's what was wanted, but still naked, we could not comply. Still the blind man waited patiently, cigarette held delicately aloft, like a lady in the feathered hat, so I flicked my thumbnail against the tobacco's tip and fisted like fire, and the blind man drew deep on the unlit cigarette and exhaled with deeper satisfaction. That's better, he puffed, it's mentholate. That'll be the death of me, but then so's the breathing, the old out, in, out, interstices rhythm of the thing. He pouted at no one in particular, and I was saying welcome to Inverness. Now that you've found the end stop, I'll be happy to issue tickets to wherever you think you're going. And he produced a small booklet and a golf pencil and began to point one way, and each page in painstaking capitals, periodically adding Freiburg, though others would round trip and immediately void, slashing these tickets so ferociously he frequently tore them in two. He tried to hand me one of the ripped ones, but I kept my head down and asked for Freiburg, please, for I had a hankering to see the cherry blossoms in the spring and the icecapades in the winter, or vice versa, though that never works out, but one can dream, yes, sir, and so bright red buds will ignite the sunless snow, and Pan Americanga glissade the inferno, ad infinitum, that's the ticket. Wouldn't you say, John? Naturally, there aren't blossoms there, but they're the fruit thereof, and you have to start somewhere, and often it's at the end, and for that matter, had I imposed the white petals onto the white banks, you'd see nothing, and then where you'd be in the dark. Very funny, Abdullah, but I'm afraid you're dead wrong, for the knot you'd be citing be the absorption of light to fatter wit, white, whereas, and have increased the zip you now occupy is gentle-bodied black, friendly as a thin Labrador, and as liable to lick your hand. Sorry, man, I find myself forgetting, and I'm a little weak in the knees. It's a long night this night, seeped in our own marrows, though tomorrow creeps closer. Can you feel it, my adoration, the coming of today? It comes comes a golden turtle with an alabaster mail, a mutton mouth lion with candlestick paws. We've but a third of the clock left, and you're still cooking. Mind you, add the back lay for a good stew ought have been a bit of the hut 2-3, and don't forget pestles of pork and gentle poaches of eggs and the rubbery curl of a fine breast cello. I'd like to sell your soup stuffed with sense and nonsense and fragrant confuse of essence, a consomme of sense sans sens. Into this tohu bohu we shall slip our dainty feet, provided I can find mine and soak our precious tin till they pucker in the pot, and with our winkled little ends we'll fish for bones and gentlemen, and drop only feathers which will suck for a hotchpotch in the shaft, and who knows, lamb, perhaps we'll become blackbirds then, baked in pressed pie, or, being acquitted, we'll go to heaven. We'll cluck our wings and fly silent in the face of the silent soldier below, that sorry sad sack with the black beak belly and the cannonball nose. Will pause on a telephone line to recollect how Sir Thomas Aquinas prefigured the creation of the world was the annihilation of nothing in an act of divine alternation, omitting the God-thick avant of the item after, for if God can do everything, he can do nothing as well. Deus meus, ut quid deleriquisti me. Either way, we've a remedy, weapon salve, and death meat. Remember the souring and the sweet potato. Grits would be good, salt and peppered, and there's nothing like a bitter dash of regret and a scut of pricked pride. As I was saying, we found the cure, no need to locate the weapon, post hic ergo prompter hoc. Don Chano, I suspected Freiburg, who'd a suspicious frottage of good fortune. But when I held out my hand for a ticket, the blind man grabbed it quick as the flirt of that. Then, when one's tongue tenses to touch the cool slip of one's tooth back, quick as that, he grabbed my hand and put me close, and his breath reeked of clean water. Speak, he said, speak, but I spoke not, and he heard my mute terror as music all discordance agreed. It's well you don't confess, he said, when by your silence you prove yourself unproven. Your sin's either great or not at all, for the greater the sin, the easier to absolve. There's much to be gained by forgiving much, treaties and contracts and such. On the other hand, if you're mainly blameless, there's nothing to be done, I'm sorry to say, and your case quite hopeless. And as he spoke, a pond smell came from his mouth, swedish and green, vaguely buzzed by the dragonfly, and the thread of mosquitoes. Crawfish scummed the base of his throat, and moss-backed turtles tipped out of their snouts along the gum line. By the feel of you, I'd say your sin was substantial, yet, judging by the cut of your collar, inconsequential. And his breath turned to aquamarine. Welcome, me spats, spraying foam and brine, and the caw of the gull and the scream of the lion. Welcome to psalmody for man, in his thirsty for contingent Welcome to the psalmody for man, and his thirst for contingent knowledge gave up the river of eternal life. So my crook of Inverness praises those who would slake the keen betraying thirst from our capless Fra, who captained both waters as he navigated 3 eternal spheres. Though what sin this is, I'll only adumbrate. And he cupped his hands around his ear as if seeking counsel or charade, or explain by way of Valerian illustration. And to this I'll add emphasis, and the ghost of Mark Twain, and to the him who took his leisure by the hesitant adverts of the rhythm knifey. Witty whiskey and hell low noise to the no one, to the one and one, and who, to the one and one who englobed the world fore and aft and forever entailed shade and substance, the one and one whose eye to eye, and so dies sorrow, and so dies ire, man dies in inches, and so never expires. And as he spoke, a living hologram appeared between us of the 7 eternal ones, dressed in navy blue jackets with tags that read, "Hello, my name is," affixed to the right tit from Aleph to soda cracker. They looked at me and spat, so I spat back, gobbing the jaw of the blind man right where he'd missed himself shaving, and the blind man touched the bubbled stubble and smiled, "Beautiful pine nut, there you are, with your Theologia Mathematica and your idie fix. I only wished we'd a flat tire to spare, for I'm sure we could jack our whip on the kilt of the matter, then book out of here, our laps full of sentimental whores and the urge to propound." And he paused and looked at the walls, which I saw then were made of coarse stalks, yet so close together a man could not insert the tip of any digit between them, and which, now that I studied them, were not conformed foursquare, but went in and out of prominence, so that a section would ascend, then seemed to retreat as another portion advanced, and appeared double back. while others clearly looped before stacks of harvested stems I realized were at the center of a great labyrinth grown of corn, for the tasseled tops of the stalks were as familiar as majesties, and the ears, like the widow's late husband, jutted from the trunk. His were harvested, dried, and kept like apricots in ball jars, according to the custom of the colonel that captured him. And the blind man blinked and whispered, most conspiratorish, I came here to be alone, Sewell to Sewell, but there's 22 more of me. I'm a pretty Dutch girl, gully, and I saw what he meant then, for to my right the toe of a boot was clearly visible between the stalks, and at my left a cufflink glinted tooth-like, and there was a general rustling. I'd taken for wind, and in the plant's dark sutures a pair of eyes rolled whitely, which I'd taken for cartoon eyes, some form of background animation, but which now took on more sinister aspect, looking left, right at me, so I snatched up a fistful of dirt, full of pebbles and scraps of glass, just as the blind man explained. We're looking for one more, we need 24, but it was too late, for I had made my ossication, hurtling the studded earth into the eyes closest me, which snapped shut like a seal upon receipt of a sardine, followed by a scream of such sustentacular dimension one could set a white-toothed booth with a yellow and black arm along its length, and charged silver trucks bearing crates of trucks, parts, and tomatoes traverse the Freiburg, whose swollen waters are well known by locals and tourists alike. One could hire an ivory pontoon with alabaster nets to putter upriver, keeping the family nestled in their orange life jackets and munching bags of ruffled potato chips. Romantics nuzzle in a long black gondola pulled by a similarly slightless gondolier, who runs ashore repeatedly but sings tenderly, so sweetly. But either way, as one slips under the screen, one will slow to admire its arch and span, penny a measure, penny a pound, whispered the sommelier. It's got staying power, all right, stock as a slapstick cop and a rude awakening. This Clapper Bridge and those of us tearing the bomb catch will roll our sleeves into quarters and get our freak on, for the Keystone's made of caramel and the jigger of gin, and still the Kaizen skips scrolling along. No, Johnny, don't think a second about it. Coughing fits are to be expected. They're as natural as transcription, unadulterate as iron panties, normative as the bit of night cupped in your eye, and long, albeit indefinite, as the one I blinded in the mantle. The sightless old man paused, looked fleetingly distressed, then broke out a great smile, shaking my hand in fraternal frenzy, and handing me a suit of amethyst embroidered on one sleeve with a small Pegasus, and on the other the words electric light. Welcome, he said, to our pool. Reglamentos de la piscina. Please shower before entering. No running or diving or glassware. No lifeguard on duty. Keep the gate closed and don't urinate. By eliminating your predecessor, you've proved yourself rash as bacon and eagerly pro ovum. You'll be perfect to incomplete our panel jointly and severally. We shall adjudicate mind over matter, and all manner of slander, true and false, and what is not true we shall work to bring about. For it's all true, mon petit effrenier, as the Germans say, alles ist wahr, tout fait. For is not the tongue the creator of the word, and was not the word the coddled egg, seeded with pits spat from a mother tongue of man and his meted member? Thus and therefore can it not fairly be said the tongue is then beginning and end of the whole kit and caboodle, aqueducts and arcades, bridges and barricades, cook's chambers and champerty, Lardy and Jones, ejecta and elevators, three families, carphologies, etc., all built from the lily-livered tongues of ladies and their cold gentlemen, for fact is fleshig, truce made of meat, and meat is moiter, nuck, and the only answer to quandus dies is a fistful of fondant, to which you are welcome. To wit, we must insist it's part of your juris Johnny sack, and so saying he gestured towards a nearby haystack, adding, help yourself. So I, still fearing a caution in the mouth, crawled slowly over to examine the heap of wilted stems, which proved a more arduous journey than one suspects, for the ground was spongy, slightly slick, smelt of baby oil and horse flesh, and when I paused to catch my breath, pressing forehead to floor in the manner of a sesquipedalian supplicant, the blind man chastised me for halting. Press forward, boy, never hesitate, for heaven hates a censor, though the same might be said of hell, if I can be of some illustration. For I myself saw the world fully conjured, as if mine eye lies in my mind. Half of this meant none whole, so gentlest wind spun me fiercest. I conceived only the substance of things, and the things they substanced, and my mirrors caught my heartless amazements, and many adored the objects featured in my rudderless expression, function latched to form quick as nature herself, still, as day will betray night, so sight failing sight, fancy belies fancy, and I woke unable to discern any but the muzziest morphs, but the muzziest morphs and glorious creation, ever so maculate in Mandarin, was shaped plain and spotless as an infant's ruddy cheek, and when my devotees crowded me and asked me to be delighted, I gave them a desert instead of a hobnailed parable, delivered right to the left, a story tipped to the blind bones as if set upon by wolves. But I stood by it and swore it was meted with truth, but my truth was deplete, as I could no longer see mountain or tree, and I beguard the cape of the Dauphin. He trembled at this confession, and I, made brave, lifted my head and shouted, "Then you're shittier than those shits below, for you turned blessing to curse and yes to no." At this rebuke he peered upwards as if stars pressed there instead of stone, and moaned, his trembling more violent by his woe, and he was unable to speak for wailing, and I turned from him in disgust and stood, stepping through the marsh, with the purpose of a gander to a haystack, only to see that the thatch pile was a hoar of tongues unrooted, tossed together like leaves in an infernal compost, tongues greyly flaccid or rigored lilac, still tongues, and tongues still slapping, blush tongues of every form and dialect, strip tongues of all stripes, the gross timber of the preacher, the Sikh sorrow's unsmit curl, a small girl's budded sweet, a good Berlin zung, breaded and cordon bleu around the charred Hebrew cancering its neighbor. Underneath a green brass langue, rudely abrupt silly white parole, a bitter ribbon of jargon laces liverish cobs with what once was of something but now smelt latinate. Cirrhosis had set in on the solicitor, and the snolly gogsters were wan as prisoners' palms, though colour was no mark of content, for there were weak yellow graves and lengths of ribald plum, tattered tan hanks and half-chewed knobs of pearl, blood-red pads wrapped in lacy nets of peach fat, which I take for Russian, well-sinewed Hispaniards, with wrought hairs the size of thumbs and a creamy slip of foie gras, silk pure and swimming in calories, high rhetoric to be certain, of some now unknown origin, a coven of pear-shaped bottle-flies swarms over a pad of gilded Latin and a shimmering puddle of Greek. Nettleweeds wind through the Netherlands as bright buttons of mercury stud the bands of Serbs, and airy tufts of downy mildew mute the croats. The widespread tongues, such as English and Cantonese, and unkind, paint with lard, overlap the smaller dialects, bearing the dim stripe of a Japaner's bootlick, and tucked neat beneath his bottomless logomaki, where the tri-tipped tongues of my own history shot with verdigris, smelling of absinthe and hickory. Schuldig as Apfelstrudel hinged in the middle du pardue, so the tip of the tongue stings both morn and moon, while dear Mither's lap cuts kin to Kate, chancing the lot of her litter like a tree clung cottonmouth in the poet's planks, a piz whistle bearing the mark of a copper cattling in a hot tin cup. I reel away from the soundless piper's nest, then stumble to avoid crushing a cloche of a sink tongue pierced through with a strip of sharp grass, and the lengths of them were as horses, and the horses' heads bore men's faces, and they were bundled and bagged like kittens for drowning, not standing for nothing, falling for nothing more. I hie aside and am in it, swarmed over by tongues thick with betrayal, and then from forgiving tongues forked, tongues spatulate, tongues silvered and suspicion, tongues rendered fast together and far apart, tongues coiled close as marble ears in the brown shells of sidewalk snails, tongues doncy from the hot tar of confessions poured into them in the full hearts that bled out the mouth, tongues slowly and sulky from Copernican happiness, infernal and contemned tongues. Every one they sucked the firmament and licked the tilth, but were nourished by neither state nor statelessness, tasting of the cast-iron skillet and scraps of hoping John. The appellants have glossy green backs versus the respondents, who are cased in a crash of sandpaper, both parties wreath and wreath, alternating in their pleas, so 'tis turns, 'tisn't mate to may, dictum and dicta, forming a stout widdy to hang all the men of Ulster and the gangs of East L.A. This mortal tangledness, this strew of pothers interested as a stomach, this guttish Up-testing and uptending, bold maggots courting through fine-grained wits as white drub worms filigree the cat killer's speech. A fierce heat radiated from some of the slacker glacé, scorching and blistering their counterpoints, while other shoeless flaps were brittle and blue and likely to snap, and all these lapped obscenely at my legs, beseeching my trouser seams, flaying my unshod soles, wrestling a curse from every blessing, and the odor from these fornications was the high smell of death once dead, roasted lamb, arm warm, salted and stuck with spearmint. I held my nose with one hand and stuffed fistfuls of mouth into my pockets with the other. Culpat caro, purgat caro, flesh sins and freeze from sin, if I remember my matins. So I plunged my arms into the therm like a man Calvin, seizing tongues of fire and tongues of glass, tongues made of thistle and soaked steel wool. I tasted all scourges and found them equal sweet, and having stuffed my pockets, I'd have done what I wonder, for the grizzled fact is I felt a hand, perhaps it was yours, Ian, or its whittle effect. It was pushed thievishly from the left, whereupon I fell from the fetch as if I were a pitch-pot duly tipped through a machicolation, or a little teapot short and stout. Not that I gave a mirrored fig, my darling, my desiccation. They could hang me, and I'd boast the rope like a lady's choker. Coo me do, my love is real love, my love it's true. What's a dash of death to me when my love lies? He lies new. Ever my bronze-eyed baby, I've a wallet full of speech to attest to our imperviousness. We're deaf to dying as the sun itself, taking Saturday in the shade, duly resurrecting comes the dawn. Speaking of which, Eowyn, do you note the pinking of the dome, heaven's pates beginning to blush? As well it might, for tomorrow's babe is born of the rank shame of today, and almonds' crowns are skinned in her blood and sullied by his authority. We're each of us christened posthumous, certain as the river runs, and as the arrows fletched, and as noted I was demobbed. Falling I could not tell north, south, east, or west, though I suspected the first set. For Captain Windsor heretofore sequestered the zone of objurgation, a calumniate quarter appeared shaken and refragable as a figure eight, really. Well, you've the arms of a skater and the back of a batter cake, his head full of conch and his whiskers beconned. He was a white-haired boy, a primo example of cephalization, polite as a pirouette or serviette, as you like, Johnny. I'll grant you that, Jack. That and two more wishes. There's no sense wishing once when thrice'll do, though I caution you not to fool away your hankerings on a clutch of bluebacks, or a creel of constitutional liberties, and while a slice of hoe cake would certainly cut the tension, it's a fleeting pleasure, fleeching silver fountains from mud, though if anyone could do it, it'd be you, Jakey. You're one that could coax meat from a potato. You will woo from a woe. You've that luterious touch of a Prometheus, or at least a wheeled potter, as indicated by the gladderate state of your fingers. Don't bother looking. They've been gone for hours, if not hours. Pretty digits they were, as I recollect them, benailed with divots of red clay, graceful as a glass cardinal, adroit as sweet Mary from Loch Leven. Do you remember her as well, replete with all her parts, including the milk tooth she lost at 2 and the tip of her pinky, sliced off that summer where she worked at the pickle factory? Her head was steeped in salt and vinegar, and she had the thirst of a god, or at least Henry, pardon my Hebrew, and she took one hand off the slicer to mop her pleated brow, when, zut, it was gone, the tip of her. What do you call that, Jean? I've forgotten. In Francois Le Doit? Perfectly so. It's got the ring of right, and what's that? And what's that our fingers so oddly annex? Lamaine, another stroke of predication. By fees. You're a fine teacher, if you don't mind, sir. What about the elbow, the arm, the shoulder, too? Les coups, bras, l'épaule. Why, there's rigor to it, isn't there, mon cure? A general's hank of gold braid and close razored hair, a spare loveliness like a desert motel, the knight's errant motel, swimming pool, color TV, continental breakfast, kids stay free, another round if you please, neck, nose, eyelash, toes, les coups, les nez, ou les bec, les cils, les orteils. Again, one can see the core kerneled within by silent addition as the first subtracted from the headless state. A slitted, snuffing truth, a smeared seal such as a red-rimmed dreams and pig-nosed gluttons perch upon, dangling their legs dangerously outside. That is the fabled equality among us. Though the truth is most often spoken in English, or at least this makes us least suspicious. So go on, what of the foot and leg, and sock and hock, step and brace, kick and scrape, that verse and complaint which I do sorely miss, having suffered a double coup such as would have turned Achilles to a land footstool. But my Bootlessness suits me. Why, if it were day, I'd have asked you to contemplate the ground I'm seeped in, for the true measure of man is the length of his shadow, and I cast a goodly shade, and if I could trouble you for just one other one, my cotton rose, what would you call the eyes, were you to signal them so senselessly? Oui, les yeux, c'est un, c'est un oui. So they are unguineous pats in which we unguineous pats in which we put nothing true, something new, cured in sorrow's salt, curled in perpetual surprise, peeled back in ached terror, the amo scratched from the mott, half a from the moat, half a moment's hourly proof of that, our time and our footsteps too briefly spent, deaf to the fire at our feet and blind to gravel beneath our cheeks. Why, if I had a pipe I'd smoke it, and if I had a crow I'd stroke it, for the hour's delay each would provide, for if one says tomorrow one need not suffer today, but I'm stemless as a sundial, unlike the brave Captain J. Windsor, who appeared quite suddenly with his servant, one de la Pereire, a small man with a nose that crooked to his chin, and a head thatched with pancakes. He handled china like Japan, but boot-licked like a courtesan, and the one he had, Captain J. Windsor. As a boy, Captain J. Windsor was known for his love of silhouetting and his habit of clutching anxiously at his hands. As the boy fawned his flesh into a man, he managed to stay his hands till it was time to sleep, and as the dark stole the face's features and the lighted hours shrouded the streets, the day's deeds would creep from head to hand, weighing too hot, too heavy, too coated with decay, and he would try to ease this nervousness burden by rubbing one hand hard on the other, grasping and twisting, wringing secrets from its pillows till that hand was unskinned and near filleted, whereupon it would turn upon its brother, providing the same antique rebuke. Thus the young Windsor would wake with his hands weeping from unwitnessed wounds, unlined palms piped with sluttish rubies. His well-heeled parents brought in a specialist whose manner was famously pointed as his beard, and the great doctor suspected nerves and described swathing the afflicted appendages in thin cotton badges, first anointing them with a compound of gelatin and bull's milk, spiced with nutmeg, clove, and cinnamon. In 3 or 4 short months, including February, this regimen unpandied young Windsor's suffering hands and eased his aggrieved mind, and soon thereafter the boy turned his attention to generaling of painted lead soldiers, a common command continued daily until this very night. If I'm any judge of disquiet, for Captain J. Windsor scented his hands unruffled as a silk sheath, had a new set of orders in hand. Did you say marching papers, ho? The pip plucked from the captain's collar goes to you, my tacket soul darling. We'll place it on your tongue where it'll keep cool and dry, and we'll see what hatches, what rusty eaglet peeps from that antique egg. I have a feeling you're going to commence telling the truth, and what a rare aver that'll be to boot. Many will scoff, and several avert the eyes. There will be palpable dearth of air, and the wind layered still as a conch, and breath will come, if it will come, in short marked measure, 1, 1, 1. But despite your awdling, you agree we shoulder the same yoke, don't you, Johnny, having come wrapped in white streaked with red? It's proof of our avidin nature that we stay this way, coddled in our cuppishness. Look around if you could, and note the chicks still and shelled. This pecked and furrowed country weeps with their indeterminacy, which, combined with a drop of earwax, will assist the pious in illuminating the holy words while stopping its receipt. If there's no gasconade more vaporous than the crowing of Mother Mary's hens, save the constant caw-caw of our grand parliament of rooks, we're awash in a sea of our piss and their salvation, and the jastitation of the neighbors will foam the swollen waters. Their spirit will spirit us down, that is, unransomed and rhineless, till our eyes pearled with oysters, and our impure thoughts salt-cured, preserved, that is, in the hell of another's heaven, just as we were no longer kept from the heather, as we were no longer in the donjon, me with my pockets rude with tongues, and you with your brace of fig Newtons, both of us doomed to a single truth, sure as irons, arrows are birthed, such as iron arrows are earthbound, and the sky's the coiled limit. We'll leave the rest of them be, divining palms and waging bellimancy, for you and I know truths unvarnished as a nose and accurate as a fiddlestick, and must be told and told again. That was the order tendered in the newly minted hand of Captain John Windsor, to tell the truth in all its brutish baptizes. Captain Windsor looked at me truly and said something to that effect. He may have said geysers or perhaps capsizes. He was slightly spiritual, and I cannot whisper one with certainty without hearing the sympathy of the other. But as Christ to me is life, to you too I've not forgot, though it's up to you to forgive such pretty hurts as this and this. And death my great advantage. The captain was to be taken at his word. The most parabolic task, the most privately assigned, the most arduous demands, seriously slipped into the deepest pillared ears, such as a husband propounds his wife, or a wife writes her husband to put his hand or back to his task, or that. But I sooner unsluice the flutinous wake, and by your leave my trotters shake, than set on a sowing of truth, there's never good harvest, though I'm no theosophist, but seems to me it's a bum overseer who sends the handsomest summer bucks to seed the winter's frozen fields. Their thin batted sacks strung over one's shoulders, knowing the cotton won't lie where the vergless is spun. But maybe those men are better footed than I. They see the ground candied over and hear the crack of spring, where to me it's constant summer, even in the pitch of white of winter. It bakes beneath the earth, and the cool about the back of the neck comes courtesy of Le Hotel du, as does the ring on your finger. I've got one too, and the fellow over there, we've all got the same silver circle around our fourth finger, each wedded by silk thread to a single silver bell, so we can ring for attention in case we're not dead. Later they'll install telephones next closed-circuit televisions, though what good'll that'll do, I'm not certain, for there'd be no proof our resurrections weren't mere reruns up and into perpetuity, despite the prohibition against such contradicted obligation. Though I'm hobbled here awaiting the day's cropped light, the lewd thought of unending, of wanton nature uncorrected by gentle time, becomes in time more odious, and in the time more appealing. And isn't summer the eternal season? We'll revisit old friends and twice tell told tales. We'll sit in our Adirondacks and stew, awaiting a new night, thirsty for its cool crush and the chord demands of hobbledehoys, and wait we will. There'll be no diffusing our longanimity. Why in the north it's sad. Summer nights are bright as middays, and even here in the hinge of hell, the sky sickled over with a thread of light, and the pot bubbling before you glows with augury. But fellow Dedes, as Miss Scarlet would say, will ponder that manana, for there's certain to be a morrow, don't you think, Johansen? And shouldn't your last name be Scribless, then, born of Faith Calvin and husband Emerson? If the sun'll come up, it'll catch us square in our nidification. Then the call will come to the boneyard. The call to stand to, I expect I'll have been docked for over-subordination, while your sail I'll have been waxed short and your face augmented with bits of borrowed flesh. In fact, even the black fan you sport at the base of your neck isn't your own, but was put there before you before the last lean-to. No, it's yours then. Then the king will be pleased, and the prime minister giggle and grow. Read about the news. The president commission an etching just of your name in brass or marble, something commonly bald and nominally reflective, and we shall swear by St. George himself, king of the turkeys, that yours was a life worth living, no addition proportioned to subtraction. Your spare days stuffed to splitting with shiny trinkets and bars of chocolate and bags of roast chestnuts. A blood orange swelled the toe, bunioned by a small lump of soft coal. Sunset seems so far away, but the morn will be worth it. We'll scamper towards the morrow like small fry to a Yule tree, and peace will descend momentarily, and we'll sing together, dear John, finally. There, give us the butter tooth, dearest. So you're happy then? Then I'm happy too, whatever you feel. Let me at once agree. Our hearts in constant correspondence, measured pen to full measure, cleft to cleft cleaved. We'll celebrate our complete conspiracy, put on our highest collars and polish the bracelets. I'll strut my new spats, and you shoot your cuffs, starched over stiff and linked with lead opal. We'll wax all our mustaches if we haven't forgotten to grow them, and par the hair on the back of our hands, then step gaily into the street and commence to promenade the great boulevard, tipping our hats to every passing lady and nodding cordially at each loose gent. We'll toss a penny to the tow-headed tot and buy boutonnieres from the old woman with green elbows. Tanky, tanky, she'll crow quite toothless, and we'll call her madam without irony, convoking the dust between her moth-milled petticoats, which were rabbit white and watchless. kiss. As we move on, you'll make a bony mot about my pinafore lacking petals, or at any rate stems, and I'll repost that my affection comes up twice short-handed, being a man without multiples yet duly doubled, and will laugh merrily as we enter the oak-paneled bistro, a bit demi, as you might say, pointing out the abundance of occupational females and louche accordions, and the bloom of vin rouge on the cheeks of our host. We'll shiver at our jouissance and order à la carte, and the waiter will bow slightly as he takes the plastic menus. He will have a small piece of sticking plaster on the side of his neck and an air of contingent sandalwood, slightly occidental, you might say, and I would marvel at your perceptivity. Will all be most agreeable. Our conformance will seem unanimity, not unlike the horizon will slip from our native tongues to the langue, affirming everything on the spot, and what a charming spot it is. We'll sup on clear soup and recollect this, and what a clear spot it is. We'll sup on clear soup and recollect the Scotch broth you made this evening, and how handsome you were in your gussets, and how blue quite becomes you. Or was that me? No, I was the one in the pearl blouse. But in either event, we'll tell you how your casquet came to cushion your head like a bed of cress, and when the salad de mer arrives, I'll remind you of the Saxon sunburst emblazoned on my emerald helmet. Though we will good-naturedly debate whether it's a rising or setting sun that backs the bin sinister. Mock snicks, you'll quip, digging into your oofs in aspic. It's the work of a mad hatter nonetheless, and I'll gratefully agree, trenching my langouste gratinée, saying mine bin tout verdant fait. The happily set to coaxing meat from a baked potato, think of it, Johnny. We'll eat steaks the size of hams and feast on peas smothered in untried cream and unbellied baby carrots. We'll call for more pain, fill the brought basket, and we'll crown each piece with buttercream pure as an abbess's breast and cheese stinking rich as the church herself. We'll drink wine and beer, milk and cherry water. We'll finish with wedges of juncate, the sugared curd, or gilded in creme anglaise, and thick cups of strong coffee, and the unshaven maitre d' will approach with the most caddish of footballs, and we will assure him most assuredly of our utmost contentment and his decorous asperity, and you will insist on paying. But I'll leave the gratuity, and we'll exit arm in arm, walking in the blade of sublime and streets of gold glass. That will be a day, Ian, a day worth remembering. But now we have our marching papers, to wit, to tell the truth, to herald over the joggle of broken bones, and the clamor of our Confederates. What insufferably is here, skipping the last beginning and the truant end, and I tucked the captain's orders into my breast pocket and saluted him prettily, whereupon he grasped my elbow and looked at me keen in the eye, over-staring like a man spooked, though he was only self-possessed, and he hissed best wishes to me, his and mine, though they lie opposing as thumbs, for he was a man of history, and I'm its adverse witness. My breast perjured by shrapnel and a suit of ticks, these hairbows and nipple pinchers have bled the milk of kindness, so I'll not spill a drop, but the captain could not know this. He was an honorable man, his allegiance pledged to mud and the Almighty, and with this one-on-one his union was complete. Such coarse honor demanded absolute victory. Mine would have been as gifted by taking the trick. Truth's worth two of those, but I took his good wishes in its place and pocketed them, and the earth quaked then, rattled from its determination by a blast that removed the ramp leading to the donjon and exchanged Captain J. Windsor for pink mist, and made his man the one with the nose that crooked over his chin into mutton chops with pearled onions. And as I sit here, Jean, bloodied by my honor and yours, and as you lie a cremacy with your salute and mine, I heard no trumpet, saw no standard, just the piggish fleer of a rocket, scoffing at our best wishes, John, are tossed into wells like bagged kittens and tow-headed teddies. Best wishes are senseless born by satin pillows and birthday cakes. Best wishes are sticks thrown to rivers, and rivers turn to stick. Your best wishes a porgy, and mine's a pudding pie. If ye had a king finger, you'd put it heavenward in the direction best wishes fly, like the fluff of dandelions with skulls blown sky high. Capped by the best wishes of others, the battle for the donjon was on. My John Johnny Love, and those noise overbore our ears. It starts as mere thunder, then picks up pace. The claps grow fatter, pedaled with smaller explosions, becoming a great booming carnation, a single and multiple sound, not thunder but Thor, his goat's hooves cracking and burning the earth, or God's constant heartbeat throb to burst heaven's breast. The black breeding tattoos untwists a man's guts and flings him back down into the dirt till he clutches the ground like a babe to the tit. Rockets howl around him, coupling with piping shells, as hissing missiles service heavy spinning machine guns, and swords ring and swords as hissing missiles service heavy spinning machine guns and swords ring with loose shot and timber shivers. Guns and swords ring with loose shot and timber shivers with a smack of pistols. Popped like a boy's proposal, all dry-mounted as death, and as glottal caught such rendering ones with undone's one, cleft by carbine screams, tenored with light whistling balls, and the beetling of iron bullets into bone, the basso profundo of coal boxes and dumb bombs and big Berthas and the howitzers, and the heavies roar their mirrored torture, and into this unkilted calumny rolls smoke, smoke up the field where it cloys the cotton and blackens the sack, smoke down the field where it anoints the neck of the novice and the smoker's cat throat, smoke tied in the lashes of the muleteer, smoke laid in the stripes on a sergeant's khaki shoulder, and a boy's green flank, smoke rimming the bloody burst ears of a volunteer, caressing scattered teeth and unencumbered gums. Smoke solid as flesh, smoke bitter thin, evil veils, point pierced with white, thistles and swathes, spotting and searching, starry flared skirts, and yellow-brown cobs, muzzles of major batteries, red ranging up and down the line, minor visages punch into view via irregular rockets, French that is, and bottle too, seething blue rifle blasts in the scrawling tunnels of trench mortars, bombs clustered and precise, high, low shot, red and silver mule fuel, puissances turning red, silver, and orange, no green, agreed green as trimmed the devil's tree, and we'd hurl ourselves on the grillage, trying for sanctuary without mercy. Some dig for purchase, paddling their hands and feet as they dip their heads like ducks dabbing for minnows. Some root with nail and tooth like a pig, ferreting a turnip. Some unceasing screamed, and some bit their lips to bloody foam. Some run off on all fours, rocking back and forth, shuddering like hogs. Some squat and wait like brooding hens. Some stand like gentlemen, shitting in their leg mail and crying. For what, you wonder, and rightly so. Some made noises like baby birds, and others puked into the mouths of others, brothers I should say, or was, before being disgiltered. Some saw their blood run in the blood gutters. Some ate gobfuls of dirt, those ones are done for. Returning before they've begun, the rest of us nuzzled the muck like pups, grabbing the pea matter, till we've tossed up a soft parapet, then we squeeze her in earnest as the shells pot her back. She'll soon be paradoxed and hoard, she'll soon be poxed and hoard, well heaved, fit for any discharged private, and she'll have slew of Manfield even now, corpses taking their shape. I raised my head a little and find Soussan's venom plucked, gone missing where his heart and lungs and liver would once were. He barely disorders a breath before falling, his mouth plumbing a puddle of gun oil. Another man, grenade in hand, charges, but I cannot cognize him, for a round catches him in the collar, and his head retreats as his body advances. A plume of blood bubbles and jets from the neck, unnatural as a public fountain, but still he forwards, and when he falls, a yard or so ahead, the grenade in his hand exploded, subtracting by addition 2 bay horses, and unhitching the face of a sergeant, huddled in the hollow, beating their haunches. A sparrow dark hawk flew east, and I began to run. I ran and run, and sawtooth bayonet the curled churlish ready. I hurled grenades at the fog in front of me, hoping to shape shadows from the smoke. I ran surrounded by my Tovarich. I ran, and there were shot-fin ears extruding under his helmet jauntied as a Sunday boater. He runs beside me, and we fall into a pace for just a moment. That right, left, right, that even the new recruit, what was his name? He had the face of an angel and the arm of a widowmaker. Took up, unthinking, then another fell in, then another item. Syncopate familiars, forming divisions and brigades. It's a conspiracy of uniform plurality, contained by its own command, the untamed cadence of 10,000 feet, and the jag of gentlemen, but the spell was broken. for they were honest then, and us on them, and shot them got one straight off bayoneted some blunt bastard clean through the belly. The trick, if you'll recollect, is to thrust in and twist. This unsticks the steel. Shot Finn give the body the boot to boot, which is, if you will, the most fashionable way to dislodge a fellow from one's spit. And the new recruit had equal luck with a man who faltered as he raised his rifle, his eye ambushed by inconsequent youth putting his heart to war. Heart nigh thus opposed, the steadier one blinks and falters, and the green recruit has his ripening and plugs the man square, clearing his throat completely as one of ours, a poet, or at any rate one found fond of fancy in the hyperbaric chamber. He would weep over verselets plucked from a purple-bound book, fragged in an early blast and painstakingly recollected, finding stray doggerel his best self best impounded. The unleashed bark and sap of poppets of past rhymes were, he claimed, cut pure from the pack, unglued from constraints of form, or thesis, or time's lasciviousness perfection. He said thesis like a farmer, our poet, who I wish had a name rather than an appellation, suffered sorely, for he had the misfortune to trip over a pair of footed shoes, falling through air which had stood for someone, landing just as a percussive lands nearby, his back blown open and his lungs exposed. They flutter like uncaged butterflies, their quickness a triumph of will soon contracted to want. The earth pulls and pulls, there's gravity for you, and me too, there's gravity for you and me too, though there's that spate of incrassant mechanical grace. Do you remember when the wood moss, white without aching, that sweet summer afternoon when one can rest one's cheek against the ground and be glad to be feeling the heart halved and the halves conjoined, and in this fresh duality one feels the seam sewn between the keens over its imperfect stitch, and so our poet smiled at his own solidarity, and the disquiet of his lungs gently settled and ceased, whereupon I was grabbed from behind, and an attempt made to introduce the point of a knife to my chest. But my wont won over his will, for I would not be pricked, not this day, and I drop and shot up, my dropping easy as a dime, my shooting equally genuine. I catch my enemy under my chin, and unman the front of his face from such bloody smoothness. There's no way to measure a man's surprise. I'd imagine it considerable to be did so directly he fell on me, and though I don't naturally cotton to corpses, I'm not above donning their mantle, and this one provided a royal pallium, purple and gold, cloaking the hack of the thread of my throat. I play dead. Was that a chuckle? I play dead. Was that a chuckle just then, Ivan? Or just a gurgle? I'll take both for token depreciation. I collapsed in the tacked heartbeat, for there's none so quick as the dead, and lay there happily bearing the weight of the faceless fuck riding me, reckoning my blessings manifold as I count, time unspooled, wound round me like an iron mainspring. So near events crept close, and those further away that appeared uncircumferenced. In the thick of the sunless Copernicus, I cushioned my yellow corpse and watched my friends and enemies ally in righteous laughter. You could tell by the helmets and the hoods that heaven was on some side, commending and censuring. Hand to jam, that's modern wisdom, John, to know which line leads to the roast and which to the roaster. To cull pearl from petite, when 1 and 2 were common mutt, and I was proud of the pair, though I confess I found little difference between the dew-draped and the God-forsaken, save the tins of cut pork that fell from their packs, or did not fall, for these were lean times and leaner men with eyes reliable as eyes and less so. Remember Francois Crever, the miller's son? He fought not far from where I lie in equipoise, and his eyes were already shattered, dazed by light death. He seized his partner and dirked for a heart, and I avow he found it, for the dancer in his arms yelped once and died, and Francois cried bitterly at this abandonment. For no matter how he contemplated preservation of the King of Kings, the state of states, and the unpricked lock of his dark-kneed sister, a life had been uncogged by his fortunate hand. Its days and dreams collapsed and collated, fixed and pined for further study, but such auguring lux and ill will, an ill wind that does nobody no thing. The wheel arise and all will fall, though not by the one Francois had cored, nor by those who bore him before and after, but by a Keller more terrible than any cutthroat. For like touch of soil and remains untouched, tapping everywhere to map nowhere that screams and scrapings of an all unmodified hearts in their fickle fellow nations, and all will nose, all will rise and fall, and still you're left with the feeling of putting a knife through the bare tit of another, a feeling that pits the butcher's hand. It gives too easily, this flesh, eyes pop from sockets celebratory as champagne, and like grapes underfoot, fingers spill, torn and bleeding from mouths, reckless as fresh curses, heads unshouldered roll like gunstones, wobbling through the flower bed, bothering the bee, and breasts divest, whole trunks split themselves open like casks dropped from a cart. The gutters run with our vin ordinaire, and rot-gut-rich offal ranks and pots the road, and hell's tickled pink by these high tributaries. Or heaven, take your pick. It's taster's choice from here on out. There's no parsing the ack or a soul's modest dissection. Francois to his whore would survive, and his hand remain appended to his arm, and his arm to his shoulder to his breast, and the heart within would lob right, left, as has been from time immemorial, his hand throbbing in reflection. He and the one he'd been so sorely disheartened forever equipace like me in shop fin. To tell you the truth, Juan, I still feel his footfall alongside mine, a dual ghostly thing, bust with what was and would be that poor plinkling intimacy, and I tossed off the gluey gut bucket husbanding my back and ran. I pass a man running on a pair of splintered calves, and another hopping along, his legs tucked under his arm like a demi baguette, a third scream stopped by his lopped lower jaw. I run, stepping into the cool slush of another gentleman, the stoutness of his heart measured by the thin greenish slick I slipped in ankle deep. It was the ankle attached to the calf to the knee too well, you get my meaning now, that is. Then I ran, and as I ran I smelt the sweet, clean smell of gasoline and feet, and felt vented air warm from a dryer, and I put a grenade in the crook of a passerby's arm, a square-shaped footballer who took my hand off as habit, bringing it bellyward, then looked surprised, then suspicious, then disgusted, all in a finger snap, whereupon the petite bomb boomed, and he became an empty set, finite and infinite, yet full, as you note, of rank regret. I ran and passed another man holding his intestines with the delicacy of one's cradling a newborn son. Wet and unroped, tunnel bruised and mouth gaping, he sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently, tenderly brushing the dirt from his casings. And as I pass, he looks at me and smiles. Only a small wiggle of the chin belied his calm ministrations. I doubled back and shot him behind the ear. It was the least I could do to cut him off while there was still hope, for we are God's substitutes, me and you, Monsieur Montfrere, as duly subscripted, and this is his golden guilt, and our duty is to insist and persist. We are the noble cockroach, brown-shelled priests beetling through rubble and earth to go on. We must go on, complicitous and irrefragable, and in our goings-on evidencing the treble disregard for scald mortality. We sup on the throats of others and stuff our own with sawdust. We will live forevermore, you and me, Johnny. We're perfumed proof of this, and the punishing that. Why, look how long our nights lasted. There's but a shuddering bit of pink on the horizon, and you still in your ebony dress. They shall remember this day, my love, with plaques and parades, and of course a fine picnic, spread by the spreading red lake, spread for the other cockroaches who shall scutter over our stew as I scuttled over this. I shot the man and ran, and running saw our darling Carl, who I'd long since wished dead, struggling with a mustached man. The mustached man had managed to stick Carl where the arm gently pits, and it was exactly arterial. But brave Carl got off 2 rounds with his service revolver before converting a deuce cop which missed, so I came up alongside with my cabar and caused the man's head to liberate itself from his neck. It was not serrated. Hoover said that's a liar, but no matter, we're beyond the Calcochos and Kickshaw's triangular bayonets or oil-quenched steel. Carl, it would have been said later, and truly Carl had the severed artery between his teeth, till he reached a field hospital and lives thereafter to tell his taken tale for the price of a pint, how he'd uncapped the capitalist bastard till they've heard it all before, leaving Carl alone at the far end of the bar. His mouth shrunk to a keyhole, his chin and his nose meeting in constant consolation. They left him there till they'd all forgot why the old man lifted his bitters with his left hand, leaving his right arm lapped, impractical as a toy poodle, though the day came when Carl stopped coming, and they did recollect to place a tricolour over the box and mention his medal and the wherefore of the withering lamb. But I've no way of knowing this, for I wiped my saw blade on my pant leg and reassumed running, and I see Winfred and Black Jack and the twins, their dusty heads smelt soft and sudden as cinnamon, all fighting tooth and nail, for they were already dead, and thus had nothing to lose and everything to gain. The dead, once dead, happily die again, believing the ultimate affirmation of the double negative, so that to fall anew they'd rise afresh, like men from a burning fiery furnace, are popping fresh doughboys, their bones had battered their wives' ovens, their marrow soup for their sons, their names their daughters, just desserts. Are you smiling, Jack, or just seeming more skullish than before? It's hard to tell with you gone that color in this uncolored light. But isn't this the orphan hope of a fusillade, that our wrong bodies will rightly be roasted and served to Jupiter, served on pewter platters with sprigs of parsley and planks of garlic potatoes? They'll stuff our mouths with ham and cheese and call us machines, and we shall be translated to heaven as is our tempered due. You look as if you beg to differ, but I disagree too. Do you not dream of your home, Johnny? Well, so do I, and do you not miss those who loved and those you despised? Well, I say likewise, and do not. They'll stuff our mouths with ham and cheese and call us machines, and we shall be translated to heaven as is our tempered due. You look as if you beg to differ, but I disagree too. Do not dream of your home, Johnny. Well, so do I, and do you not miss those who loved, those you loved, and those you despised? Well, I say likewise, and do you not weep, if you could, over your lost limbs and the pretty plans that slip through your fingers? Well, by my boots, so do I, and if I were to crack you like an egg, would I not find in the white of you a golden sun, true and bright as any that graces the sky? Well, I whisper, so we're one, my love, singular as state itself. Give me your hand, brother. Ah, got it already. While I tell of that last blast, I was running, and suddenly flung myself down, for there was another explosion, though I could not tell you I heard it coming, but rather felt the foreshadow, if you know what I mean, John, and I think by now you do. It was a trench mortar, the devil's own handclap and applesauce. It percussed the eardrums to bursting, and I was bleeding from both ears. Those were my second and third wounds, and the ground under me cracked and heaved hellward. Men were dropped, tossed, and buried, saving time. Who was serving his sentence somewhere else? The mortar aborted many where they stood. Such a castling I've sprung envy from my own mother, unfixed eye. One yob cleared, yanked clean, though as if by a button-hook, another blown to warm rendered bits. Dear Shopfin unappeared, at least temporarily, while the new recruit, reaching the west wire, reached out instinctively. The blast put his smooth hands in a cat's cradle, but unabore the rest of him, so his body fell, cut from his hands. Hands hung in the wire, pierced and praying, pale as an alabaster ashtray. And so they were, supplicant hands strung next to another man, devishly impaled. 6 inches of cold steel protruded from his belly, while the 6 warming within pinned his conscience to his liver, and he looked sorry at that. There's a high scream of blood and dirt, followed by a storm of hot parts. A taped skull comes down just ahead, white as a fresh-laid egg, and a freckled hand and wrist wrapped in chaplets and decades, a forearm tattooed per fee, diadems of the poor who await the final triumph, and by their waiting lie, trumpeted and trumped. You hear it too, my darling bud, and you'd nod if you weren't for the simplicity of our fresh agreement. There was a hairy hank of thigh, badly butchered and cooked worse, one side rare dealt, the other black with bubbling yellow fat that hissed and spat at what's left of passers-by. Up in the tree perched poor Shopfin, blown clean out of his clothes and part of his carcass, the top half of him naked, the pale of his upper arms and chest graced with a small gold cross, double-chained around the neck. Hope, that's the thing. Embarrassed by his flush farmer's face, he wept tears large and soft as earlobes, while his bottom half went altogether absent. His sudden fortitude sweats black blood and green shit onto another man cambreled in the tree. I don't recognize him at first on the branch that forks his pelvis, though the man draped to that man's left seems a powdered comfit of that shallow shit Sergeant something, the one who ate only broken meats and eagerly petitioned for thirds, them that clogged their canals, the blighters, the bloaters, the rat-faced popinjays, those poor shits now stinking rich, eat fish, a fisherman, each one a 3, and the separate bastard lost his nerve but juggled an extra member, and in the hail of raw men and the swelter of their undoing, I vomit chunks of flesh and bone, some my own, and could no longer recognize anyone, not even the twins, though they lie under the shade of that infernal tree, their arms about each other tender as in the nursery. But death had begun to sink and shift even these gentle faces to waxy determinacy. Persons becoming persons, and names, John. Names but tags to toes, most noticed in their unanswering silence, John. Silence, that's the price we pay, and I've got a battery of tongues to tell it. Tongues unstrung from their instruments, for angels play on empty harps, and as each tongue is rendered uniterable, unribboned from its spindle, fate would set it on fire, and these tongues of flame will prove our great illumination. Fuck the dawn, John. We will live forever by the light of 10,000 tongues. We'll be amaranthine as velvet cake, perpetual as wind and rave. Our surfeit of tongues will be our wonder and prove our time immemorial. So our shoes will come double-tongued and our dreams bilingual, you and me. Coke and Pepsi, liquor and licorice, us all agonists. They'll give brass speech to us and erect a brass statue and affix a brass plaque with 2 sets of brass tacks. There'll be a parade and a goddamn picnic and small children, flags in hands and mouths full of tonguelettes. We'll play Monopoly as summer promises to set in. I was standing by the twins and a great cavity was born before me. I could not hear the explosion but felt the ground labor as the missile dropped, and if she was delivering rather than being compounded. The bodies that are surrounding me are mystified and I'm marked by bleeding earth as my clothes are torn from me. I hurl myself into the viscera, knowing man rarely double plants a seed, and into his mouth hollow you came, but didn't see me, not till it was too late, and I questioned you, and I took what you offered up in surrender, and again I questioned and unswore your answer, my knife short and unkind as your memory, or am I being unkind again, John? I took your hands and tongue, but not your understanding. You alone see the situation, and you've been endlessly patient. Still, you do not speak, John. Why do you not speak to hold your tongue at this late day to sheer contumacy? Tell me off, Johnny. Give me a tongue lashing, a slap on the hand, and a kick in the seat. Curse me, John. Curse me so you can forgive me. For you alone in paradise, the pair of us. You know we're deep confederates, you and I. I've seen it in your eyes. We're McKelly motherfuckers who both deserve to die, otherwise we couldn't. Isn't that the workaday way of the hereafter, the path of righteousness lined with crushed peppermint and the cemetery by the sea graced with gray rabbits? After all, your mother's name was Faith and mine must have been Charity, and they spat us out as if they'd nursed milkweed. We were never truly born, John, do you see? For how can one have been and then not have been? That which was once enwombed is warranted form and consideration. You cannot keep the kept, yet we've got nothing from ourselves and ourselves made of nothing. War is a nothing, Johnny, don't you agree? Speak up or at least raise your hand. As I was saying, war is a nothing. For to be something, something must have it at its cause, its own effect. Water causes waves, waves water. Wheels set rolling become wheels. Second taps themselves into time and faith. Why faith is its own reward, but men causes battles. Men cause battles, but battles prove men boneless. They root not our indeterminate flesh, but are themselves born of nothing but brass plaques and marble monuments. Such angled eternities are favorite tricks of time, which bends itself back but briefly, yet soon enough to seem a circle. Such circles as we've seen are the awful mouths of screaming men and the empty houses of their appalled eyes, where the sword dancers, my love, covered in flinders and ash and blood and mud. We bear black boot marks across our throats, and white burns lace the blacks of our hands. Our ears run red with real weeping, our arms pricked by bouquets of barbed wire. Rosy petals of our skin are stew meat for a Quis's wedding march, and our sweet ribbon hearts perfume her first breakfast. We are God's mirrors, mirroring God, the first 2 sons. We make and unmake in our own image, murderer and victim. And ever this and ever so, my dear, and in our charred and homely paradise I sing to you, John, my John's Abbe, 'tis of thee, me Johnny, my enemy, mine Agnus Dei. I sing and dedicate my denial of the morning, for it is still the gloam that shrouds us, for it is still the gloam that shrouds us, and not the shade of dawn. The nightingale still nurses us to sleep. Sleep, darling, but first speak. Will you not speak, dear John? Not once, not a word. Just one word, a small word I could slip on my finger, and thus be wed to my one, and my one in a million, though we've no need of rings, do we, Johnny? For what's not alive cannot be in turn dead, and we shall rise, you and I, hand in hand, man in man, to walk behind the dead, to walk between the dead, unpitying the dying, unblessing the blighted, unbleeding the bleeding. We will love them like dogs, the murdering saints, the raping do not touch me's, the abortions that are all our babies, the parts and bodies all dying and still And still will you not speak then, John? Open your mouth, that lovely empty maw. You're too silent, my sweet mandolin. That stinking stump between your teeth runs black and unbecoming. Still you shall speak, for surely you're aware of the rule of corpus delicti, and the consequent in effect of my confession, though you've no finger to be pointing, and no voice to register complaint, though I suppose that cool crimson ribbon running between your lips could be fashioned into an indictment sealed with a kiss, and though I've disarmed you completely, I find your manner still chill and solitary, poor boy. Even in a snip of light I think I see the trace of tears on your cheek, and the nose you left unwiped. I will wipe it and blot your tears with the back of your hand. I will hold your tongue and keep it in salt. I will keep you steady, steady as the sea, steady as you once breathed, in and out and in and out, and out, and out, and out, and sweetly out, exhausted. There, it's done, and here I am, one and once alone, beheld to witness what comes the dawn, but not the dawn, for if I put out our eyes, we'll stay the sunrise. We'll live forever what was you and I. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Object otherwise. I'll pluck yours like so, and then mine. There, what's undone is done, and they'll call us both posthumous. For only in death is the body equal to the soul. We'll be born after the morning after, and there is no morning what's come to pass. We'll be born after the morning after, and there's no morning what's come to pass. For as the butchered lamb is cause for Christmas dinner, let's not nigger our mortality, but spread it rich and thin as the soup you've been making. And if you won't lend us a word, love, give us your ear, that darling shell, that wax cup into which I poured my consolation there. It shudders easily, and I'll pocket the sweet peach alongside your savory tongue, and the pearled onions of your eyes, my heart, my one, Alice Istvar, and I for you, and you for me, for forever and for evermore, my love, my own, for our hearts shall shatter together forever and forever after.